The air was thick with the scent of incense. A solitary monk sat beneath an ancient gnarled tree whose roots clung fiercely to the earth, its branches stretching skyward like hands reaching for the heavens. His lips moved silently, whispering words that had been passed down through countless generations. In the distance, a low hum echoed, the sound of unseen forces swirling through the fabric of existence. To the casual observer, it might seem like a tranquil moment, but in the stories of old, moments like these held the threads of something far greater. Long before cities rose and empires fell, there were whispers of the first beings who walked the earth. The land was wild and untamed, a vast canvas shaped by forces beyond mortal understanding. There were no roads, no walls, no maps, only rivers that gleamed like silver snakes and mountains that pierced the clouds. In this world, everything had life. The wind sang songs that could carry messages across vast distances, and the rivers weren't merely water, they were veins of a living, breathing world. The story of how it all began rests on the shoulders of a giant. Pangu, a being of immense size and power who was said to have been born from a cosmic egg. Within that egg, chaos churned endlessly, darkness and light, cold and heat, all entangled in an eternal dance. And when the egg finally split, Pangu emerged, holding the heavens on his shoulders and standing firm upon the earth. For 18,000 years, he labored, carving out the sky and stabilizing the ground until he could give the world a shape that would last. With each breath, the winds grew stronger. With every blink, the stars found their place in the night sky. And when his task was complete, his body became part of the world itself. His flesh turned to soil, his breath to clouds, and his eyes to the sun and moon. Even in death, his sacrifice echoed through eternity. But Pangu's tale is only the beginning. For where there was creation, there was life, and with life came both harmony and chaos. Nuwa, a goddess with the heart of a mother and the power of a creator, is said to have molded humanity from the clay of the Yellow River. Legends tell of how she shaped each figure with her own hands, infusing them with breath and giving them purpose. But her love for humanity wasn't without hardship. When the heavens cracked, pouring destruction onto the earth, Nuwa mended the sky with stones of 5 colors, sacrificing part of herself to protect the world she had made. Her fingers bled as she worked, but she did not falter. Even now, when rainbows stretch across the horizon, some say they are the remnants of the stones she used, a quiet reminder of her unyielding devotion. Yet, not all stories are so kind. Some speak of beasts that roamed the land, born of shadows and anger, creatures whose roars shook mountains and whose presence brought ruin. The Tautai, a grotesque face of insatiable greed, was said to devour everything in sight. Its empty eyes were mirrors of a hunger that could never be sated. And then there was Hundun, a faceless creature of chaos, embodying the formless void from which all things emerged. Even today, the mere mention of their names can send shivers down spines, as if their spirits still linger in the dark corners of the world. The stars above were more than distant lights. They were storytellers themselves, tracing patterns in the sky that hinted at divine beings and mythical creatures. The Great Dipper wasn't just a cluster of stars, it was an immortal chariot guiding lost souls to their resting place. The Milky Way wasn't merely a river of stardust, it was a bridge between mortal life and the celestial realm, where gods and ancestors watched over their descendants. Farmers would glance upward, seeking blessings for their crops, and warriors would swear oaths beneath the constellations, binding their fates to the eternal heavens. Then came the dragons, serpentine beings that curled through the clouds and soared through the storms. They were not monsters to be feared, but protectors, wise and powerful. A dragon's roar was a promise of rain in times of drought and a warning to those who dared to disrupt the balance of the world. Unlike the fire-breathing terrors of other lands, Chinese dragons were beings of compassion and strength, symbols of the emperor's divine right to rule. To this day, their image is woven into the fabric of culture, their scales shimmering in art, their stories whispered from parent to child. The mountains, too, held their secrets. Qilin, the mythical paradise where gods resided, was said to be guarded by creatures beyond mortal comprehension. The Qilin, a gentle beast with scales like a dragon and the hooves of a deer, could walk across the grass without bending a single blade. Its presence was a blessing, a herald of prosperity. And yet, for all its beauty, it carried an aura of awe that left even the boldest hunters trembling. Not all creatures walked in the open. Some moved silently, their existence felt more than seen. Huli Jing, the nine-tailed fox, was both feared and revered. With its shimmering tails and cunning mind, it could bless or curse with equal ease. There are stories of villagers who encountered a Huli Jing in the guise of a beautiful woman, only to find their lives forever changed. Was it a trickster? A guardian? Perhaps both. The line between blessing and mischief was often blurred. The wind shifted, carrying the distant sound of a flute, a melody that seemed to echo through time itself. It said that music had the power to summon spirits, to bridge the gap between the living and the divine. Festivals filled with lanterns and laughter weren't just celebrations, they were acts of remembrance, offerings to the spirits of the past. People lit candles and sent them down rivers, each flame a message to an ancestor or a god. The air would be thick with the aroma of offerings, roasted meats, sweet fruits, and incense that spiraled into the night sky. In every corner of the land, from the bustling streets of ancient capitals to the quiet solitude of mountain temples, the stories were alive. They weren't just words, they were whispers in the wind, shadows in the moonlight, and beats of the heart. They shaped how people viewed the world, how they saw themselves, and how they found their place in the cosmos. The myths weren't just tales of gods and beasts, they were a reflection of humanity's deepest fears, hopes, and dreams, a living thread connecting the mortal with the immortal. In the beginning, there was nothing. No sun to warm the sky, no earth beneath the feet, no stars to guide the lost. Just silence, a silence so vast and heavy it felt like it could crush the soul of anyone who dared to exist within it. But even in that emptiness, something stirred. It wasn't life as we know it. It wasn't light. It was chaos, raw, formless, boundless chaos. And then, the egg cracked. From within this cosmic shell emerged a being unlike anything the void had ever known. His name was Pengu, and he towered over everything that came before him. His body carried the strength of mountains and the weight of the universe itself. He opened his eyes, and with that single act, the light and the darkness were split apart. The chaos began to settle. Yet, it wasn't enough. He could see the sky and earth struggling to stay apart, their boundaries threatening to collapse back into chaos. Pengu knew what had to be done. With his bare hands, he pushed the heavens upward, bracing them with his strength. He planted his feet firmly into the earth, holding it down so it wouldn't rise to meet the sky. Every day, he grew taller. His muscles strained against the forces of chaos, his sweat pouring like rivers into the cracks of the forming land. His breath became the winds that swept across the barren world. His voice, when he grunted and groaned under the pressure, echoed like thunder across the heavens. 18,000 years passed, and Pengu never faltered. His arms never lowered, his legs never buckled. He bore the weight of creation with a resolve so fierce it could make even the gods tremble. But the world he was shaping wasn't gentle. The storms lashed at him, and the waters raged, but he stood firm. He was more than just a being now. He was the foundation, the first pillar of existence. And when his task was finally complete, when the heavens and the earth were steady, Pengu took his last breath. But even in death, he gave everything he had. His breath turned into the winds that caressed the earth. His voice became the thunder that shakes the skies. His blood flowed into rivers, his muscles formed mountains, and his hair spread across the land as forests. His very bones became the minerals deep within the earth. And so, Pengu's sacrifice became the world itself. Yet, for all its beauty, this world was silent and empty. There were no voices to fill its vast spaces, no hands to shape its future. That silence could not last. Far away, in the heart of the land, a goddess walked along the banks of a river. Her name was Nuwa, and she was alone. The land stretched endlessly before her, a masterpiece of towering mountains and flowing waters. But there was no life. She felt the weight of that emptiness pressing against her heart. She knelt by the edge of the river and reached into the clay. Her hands moved instinctively, shaping the wet earth into tiny figures, each one unique. She held one in her palm and blew gently, her breath carrying the essence of life itself. The figure's chest rose and fell, and it began to move. Its tiny eyes blinked, and for the first time, there was life. Nuwa smiled. She continued shaping the figures, her hands moving tirelessly, filling the world with beings who could walk and speak and think. She taught them how to laugh, how to build, how to sing songs that would echo across the mountains. But Nuwa knew that this world, even with its life, was fragile. It wasn't long before that fragility was tested. One day, the sky began to split. A crack appeared, small at first, but it grew rapidly, spilling chaos back into the world. Storms erupted, rivers overflowed, and the mountains trembled. The heavens threatened to collapse, undoing everything that had been created. Nuwa looked at the people she had made, and for the first time, she saw fear in their eyes. She couldn't let them be swallowed by the void. Nuwa searched the earth for stones of 5 colors, each more vibrant than the last. She climbed to the tallest mountain, carrying the weight of those stones on her back. Standing at the edge of the broken sky, she melted the stones with her power, using their essence to seal the crack. The colors of the stones blended into a shimmering patchwork, holding the heavens together. But the act came at a cost. Nuwa's hands bled, and her strength waned. Still, she didn't stop. Each stone she placed was a promise to the people she had created, a promise that she would not let their world fall apart. When the sky was mended and the storms had calmed, she collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling with exhaustion. Yet, she looked up at the heavens she had saved and felt peace. The people she had created gathered around her. They brought her offerings of flowers and fruit, their small hands reaching out to thank her. She saw their faces, filled with gratitude and love, and she smiled. Her sacrifice had not been in vain. Even now, when the sky glows with the hues of a sunset, some say it's a reminder of the stones Nuwa used, a promise that the heavens will hold. And when the wind whispers through the trees or the rivers hum their eternal song, it's said to carry the memory of Panga's labor, his strength woven into every corner of existence. These stories are not just tales. They are the heartbeats of the world, the echoes of the hands and lives that shaped it. They remind us that even in the face of chaos, there is creation. Even in the darkest void, there is light. And in every breath we take, there is a part of them, Pangu and Nuwa, still alive, still giving, still creating. On the edge of a tranquil lake, the world stood still. The water's surface was like a mirror, reflecting the soft glow of the moon above and the fiery brilliance of the setting sun in the west. The two lights hung in the sky, neither overpowering the other. It was a perfect balance, a harmony so fragile that even the smallest ripple seemed like it could shatter it. But this balance was no accident. It was the rhythm of the universe itself, a silent force that shaped everything, the stars, the wind, the earth beneath one's feet. Long ago, when the world was raw and wild, there was no balance. The sky roared with storms that came without warning, the earth cracked with no mercy, and shadows stretched endlessly where light dared not touch. It was a chaotic time, and the universe felt as though it was being torn apart, pulled by forces that refused to yield to one another. Out of this turmoil emerged two primal energies, ancient and infinite. One was dark, cool, and soft, like the stillness of a forest at night. The other was bright, fierce, and warm, like the blazing sun at noon. These were the first forms of yin and yang. They weren't beings you could see or touch, but forces you could feel in your soul. Yin breathed calm into the chaos, its presence soothing the raging winds and quieting the trembling earth. Yang, bold and powerful, lit the sky and ignited life into the stillness. They were opposites, but not enemies. They circled one another, their energies weaving together like the threads of an endless tapestry, creating order out of the disorder. Together, they shaped the world. Their dance gave birth to all things. When Yin exhaled, rivers began to flow, their waters cool and steady. When Yang laughed, mountains rose to kiss the sky, their peaks touched by the first rays of sunlight. From their union came the cycles of night and day, the ebb and flow of tides, the seasons that turned in an eternal rhythm. Yet, this balance wasn't static. It was alive, shifting like the flames of a fire, sometimes flickering low, sometimes burning bright. The creatures of this world, too, were born from yin and yang. Some carried the gentle stillness of yin, moving silently through the shadows, their eyes gleaming with the wisdom of the moonlight. Others embodied the fiery vigor of yang, their roars shaking the mountains, their forms a testament to unbridled strength. Yet, the most powerful among them were those who held both forces within them, beings who walked the delicate line between light and dark. One such creature was the azure dragon, Qilin, who ruled the eastern skies. Its scales shimmered with the green of spring leaves, but its eyes burned like the sun rising over the horizon. It brought rain to the fields, its presence a blessing to farmers and villagers. Yet, when angered, its wrath could turn rivers into floods and winds into tempests. It was a creature of yang, but within its fiery heart, there was a quiet, yin-like patience that held its power in check, waiting for the right moment to act. Then there was the black tortoise, Xuanwu, a being of profound stillness. Its shell carried the weight of the stars, its movements slow and deliberate. As a guardian of the north, it was deeply connected to yin, embodying wisdom and endurance. But beneath its calm exterior, there was an undercurrent of yang, a force that could rise when the balance was threatened. In its duality, it was both protector and destroyer, a creature that reminded the world of the quiet strength that lies in stillness. The cycles of yin and yang also gave life to creatures like the phoenix, Fenghuang, a symbol of rebirth and renewal. It wasn't bound to one force but danced between the two, rising from ashes with yang's fire and soaring gracefully through the skies with yin's elegance. Its feathers shone with colors that seemed to hold the entire spectrum of life itself, a being born of perfect harmony. But the world was not always so harmonious. There were times when the balance tipped and chaos threatened to return. One such story tells of a serpent-like creature called Shengliu, born of too much yin. Its body coiled endlessly, its heads breathing poison into the rivers and lakes. Where it slithered, life withered. The land turned barren, and even the stars seemed dimmer under its shadow. The people prayed for help, and from the heavens came Yang's fiery force in the form of Zhurong, the god of fire. Their battle shook the earth, the clash of yin and yang sending shockwaves through the land. But it wasn't destruction that ended the chaos. It was balance. Zhurong did not destroy Shengliu completely. Instead, he subdued it, locking its essence deep within the earth, where it would no longer harm the living but remain a reminder of the need for harmony. Even in the lives of mortals, yin and yang played their part. The farmer, who tilled the earth under the sun's blazing light, found rest under the cool shade of the moon. The warrior, who burned with the fire of battle, sought peace in the quiet of a temple. The poet, who wove words under the soft glow of lanterns, drew inspiration from the fiery passion of the sunrise. Every breath, every heartbeat, was a reflection of these forces: inhale and exhale, action and stillness, life and death. But perhaps the most moving reminder of yin and yang's power lay in the way they could touch even the unseen. There's a tale of two spirits, bound by fate yet separated by death. One was a warrior whose blade had tasted too much blood, his soul heavy with the fiery energy of yang. The other was a healer, her hands cool and soft, her spirit a soothing balm of yin. They had loved in life but were torn apart by war. Even in death, their energies lingered, opposing forces trapped in an endless cycle of longing. But one night, under the light of the full moon, their spirits found one another again. As they embraced, the balance between their opposing energies brought peace to the land, their love becoming a symbol of how even the fiercest opposites could find harmony. The lake shimmered in the moonlight, its waters unmoving. Somewhere, a distant bird cried out, a sharp, bright sound against the soft murmur of the wind. The world exhaled, the light of the moon and the warmth of the sun now gone. Yet, the balance remained. Always shifting, always alive, yin and yang were not forces of good or evil. They were the essence of existence itself, forever entwined, forever creating, forever holding the world together. The earth trembled beneath the weight of ancient forces, forces older than time itself. A storm gathered on the horizon, its winds carrying whispers of something eternal. The air was alive, heavy with a presence that couldn't be seen but could be felt in every breath. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if the very elements were awakening, reminding everything alive of their unstoppable power. These forces were not separate. They were connected, bound by an unseen thread that wove them into the fabric of the universe. Long ago, before humanity learned to shape tools or harness the land, the world was raw and unformed, ruled by 5 mighty elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. They weren't just pieces of nature. They were alive, their spirits entwined with every living thing. Each element carried its own essence, its own will, its own voice. They didn't compete. They moved in harmony, a cycle that never broke, endlessly giving and taking, creating and destroying. It was said that the first mythical beings were born from the heart of these elements, their forms shaped by the raw power of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. These beings weren't mere creatures, they were forces of nature, embodiments of the elements themselves. Their existence wasn't random. Each had a purpose, a role in keeping the balance of the world intact. In the eastern forests, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, a creature stirred. Its body was long and serpentine, its scales the color of emerald leaves glistening in the rain. This was the wood dragon, its essence tied to the endless cycle of growth and renewal. Wherever it roamed, life flourished. Grass grew in its footsteps, and barren lands were reborn. Yet, its power was not gentle. When angered, it could summon storms so fierce they tore through the strongest of trees. It was a reminder that creation and destruction were 2 sides of the same coin. Far to the south, under a sky that burned with a relentless sun, lived the fire phoenix. Its feathers shimmered like molten gold, and its cry could ignite even the coldest hearts. The phoenix was more than just a creature of flame. It was a symbol of rebirth, of rising from the ashes stronger than before. But its flames were not only for renewal. When the balance was threatened, the phoenix could unleash its fire in a blaze that consumed everything in its path. Entire landscapes had been reduced to cinders under its wrath, only to be reborn greener, fuller, and more vibrant than before. In the heart of the world, where mountains stood like sentinels against the sky, there was a being made of stone and soil. The Earth Guardian was massive, its form towering over forests and valleys. It moved slowly, deliberately, every step shaping the land itself. Valleys deepened, mountains rose, and plains stretched endlessly wherever it walked. Its strength was unyielding, but its spirit was calm, embodying the stability and endurance of the earth. It was a protector, its presence grounding all the chaos that swirled around it. Yet, even the Earth Guardian had a fierce side, one that could shake the world with quakes and avalanches when balance was lost. To the west, where the cliffs sparkled with veins of precious ore, the metal tiger prowled. Its fur gleamed like silver in the moonlight, and its claws were sharper than the finest blade. It was a creature of precision and strength, representing the resilience and sharpness of metal. The tiger's roar could cut through mountains, its power undeniable. But it wasn't a mindless force of destruction. Metal also represented structure and transformation. The tiger could forge bonds as strong as steel and protect those in its care with unbreakable resolve. And in the north, where the world was cold and still, a serpent moved silently beneath frozen rivers and vast oceans. The water serpent was both beautiful and terrifying, its body shimmering with the colors of deep seas and icy depths. It carried the essence of adaptability and flow, shifting seamlessly between tranquility and fury. When calm, its presence brought life, its waters nourishing the land. But when roused, it could summon tidal waves that swallowed entire villages, its anger as vast and unrelenting as the ocean itself. The balance of the world rested on these 5 elements and their eternal cycle. Wood fed fire, fire birthed ash that enriched the earth, earth yielded metal, metal carried water, and water nourished wood. But their harmony wasn't always guaranteed. There were times when the cycle faltered, when one element grew too strong or another too weak. Those were the moments when the world trembled, when storms raged and mountains fell, when the creatures of the elements stirred to restore what was lost. One tale tells of a time when fire burned out of control. The phoenix, overwhelmed by its own power, set the skies ablaze, and the flames spread endlessly, consuming forests, villages, and even rivers. The wood dragon, sensing its realm in danger, rose to confront the phoenix. Their battle shook the heavens, fire and wood clashing in a violent dance. Yet, it wasn't strength that ended the chaos. It was understanding. The dragon wrapped its body around the phoenix, its scales absorbing the flames until the fire burned steady and calm once more. Together, they planted new seeds in the ashes, their conflict giving way to creation. In another time, the metal tiger and the water serpent were locked in a fierce struggle. The tiger sought to carve the land with its claws, to shape the rivers and seas into order. But the serpent refused to be bound, its waters slipping through the tiger's grasp. Their battle raged for days, the land cracking under their might. It was the Earth Guardian who intervened, stepping between them with the weight of mountains. Its voice was steady, its presence unshakable, and the tiger and serpent found balance once more, their forces blending into something greater than either could achieve alone. Even now, the echoes of these beings and their elements linger in the world. The forests hum with the spirit of the wood dragon, the sun rises with the fire of the phoenix, the mountains carry the strength of the Earth Guardian, the rivers flow with the grace of the water serpent, and the tools in human hands shine with the resilience of the metal tiger. These elements aren't just part of the world, they are the world, their energies flowing through everything, binding all life to the eternal cycle. The sky stretched endlessly, a canvas of shifting colors that glowed with an ethereal light. Clouds, soft and golden, floated like whispers of dreams, carrying the weight of something more than mere vapor. This was no ordinary sky. It was heaven, a place that felt close yet impossibly far, where deities walked among the clouds and the stars held secrets older than the earth itself. Somewhere above, celestial palaces glimmered, their jade rooftops shimmering with a light that never dimmed. In the vast halls of heaven, the Jade Emperor sat on his golden throne. His robes flowed like rivers of light, adorned with the colors of the cosmos. Around him, immortals gathered, their laughter and music weaving into a melody that felt eternal. They weren't ordinary beings. These were gods, spirits, and celestial guardians who oversaw the balance of all things. The heavens weren't a place of idle peace. They were alive with purpose, every god tending to their role in the grand order of existence. The goddess China walked silently through a moonlit garden, her face a reflection of the moon's soft glow. She had once been mortal, but now her feet barely touched the ground, her steps as light as the wind. She carried with her the sadness of a life lost, but also the wisdom of eternity. Her presence was a reminder that even in the perfection of heaven, echoes of longing and sacrifice remained. Yet, heaven was only one part of the great tapestry. Below, the earth buzzed with life, its chaos and beauty unmatched. Rivers roared through valleys, mountains stood like ancient guardians, and forests whispered secrets to those who listened. Humans, animals, and spirits shared this space, their lives entwined in ways that were both mundane and extraordinary. In the heart of the earth, in a remote mountain village, an old storyteller spoke of beings that moved unseen through the world. The fox spirits, with their playful yet mischievous ways, were said to roam the forests, taking the form of humans when it pleased them. Some brought fortune, while others sowed chaos. And there were the dragons, whose immense power commanded rivers and skies. To the villagers, these beings were more than myths, they were part of life, woven into every harvest, storm, and celebration. But the earth was not a place of perfect harmony. It was a battleground of wills, where humans struggled against nature, where spirits sometimes clashed with mortals, and where shadows lurked in places untouched by light. Even in the brightest days, there was an unshakable truth: where there was life, there was also death. Beneath the earth lay the underworld, a realm of shadow and quiet. It wasn't a place of eternal punishment, but one of reflection, judgment, and rest. Its entrance was hidden, guarded by creatures older than time. The path to it was said to be winding and treacherous, a maze of rivers and cliffs that tested the courage of any soul who dared to venture there. In the deepest reaches of the underworld, the king of hell, Yin Luo Wang, sat on a throne carved from black stone. His eyes burned like embers, piercing through the veils of deception and truth alike. Souls came before him, their earthly deeds etched into their essence. There was no pleading, no escape, only judgment. But it wasn't a judgment of cruelty. Yinluo Wang carried the weight of fairness, ensuring that every soul found its place, whether it was rebirth or rest. The underworld wasn't empty. It was alive with spirits, some lost, others content. Ghosts wandered through its dim landscapes, their translucent forms barely stirring the cold air. Some carried regrets that clung to them like chains, while others glowed faintly, their burdens lighter. There were rivers that shimmered in the darkness, their waters reflecting every memory a soul had ever held. These waters weren't still. They moved, carrying whispers of past lives to places unknown. Once, it was said, a brave man ventured into the underworld. He sought the soul of his beloved, who had passed too soon. Guided by his love, he crossed the river of forgetfulness, where most souls drank to release their earthly ties. He refused the water, holding his memories close, even as the river tried to pull them from him. The boatman, silent and ancient, rowed him across, his oar cutting through the shadowy water like a blade. The man's journey was long, his heart both his strength and his weakness. When he finally found her, her face was pale, her eyes filled with the sorrow of recognition. She remembered him, but she could not return. The laws of the underworld were absolute. Her voice, barely a whisper, told him to live, to carry their love into the world above. And so, with tears that fell like stars, he left her there, her figure fading into the mists as he climbed back into the light of the living. The underworld wasn't just a place for the dead. It was a mirror of life, a place where souls faced the truths they could no longer escape. It wasn't cruel, but it was unyielding, its silence filled with lessons that echoed back into the world above. Heaven, earth, and the underworld were not separate. They were threads of the same fabric, each depended on the other. The gods of heaven watched over the earth, their influence felt in the rain that nourished crops and the stars that guided sailors. The spirits of the underworld carried the weight of life's endings, ensuring that nothing was forgotten, that the cycles of existence continued without end. One night, as the world turned in its endless rhythm, a shooting star blazed across the sky. It was said that such a star was a message, a thread connecting heaven, earth, and the underworld. Perhaps it was a prayer, rising from the earth to the gods above. Or maybe it was a soul, leaving the underworld to be born anew. No one knew for sure, but in its fleeting light, there was something eternal, a reminder of the three realms and the endless dance that bound them together. The wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it the promise of something ancient. The villagers huddled around the fire, their eyes wide as the old storyteller spoke. His voice was low and heavy, each word pulling them closer to a world both familiar and distant. He pointed to the night sky, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels. "There," he said, his voice trembling with reverence. "Do you see the dragon winding through the heavens? It is not just a constellation. It is alive. It watches over us, as it has since the beginning of time." Dragons were not mere creatures in the tales of old. They were forces of nature, symbols of life itself. Born from clouds and water, fire and wind, they were said to have no single shape. A dragon could twist through the skies like a serpent, crash through waves like a whale, or glide over mountains with the grace of a bird. Its body was an amalgamation of strength and beauty, horns of a stag, scales of a fish, the belly of a snake, and claws sharper than any weapon forged by man. Yet it was not their form that inspired awe, but their essence. Dragons were more than animals. They were power. Long ago, it was said, the first dragon rose from the rivers. Its scales glimmered like the morning sun on water, and its eyes burned with the intensity of lightning. The river had flooded, threatening to swallow the nearby villages. The people cried out for help, and from the heart of the raging waters, the dragon emerged. It roared, its voice shaking the mountains, and the waters obeyed. The floods receded, leaving the land fertile and the people safe. From that day, the dragon was seen as a protector, a being that brought life and prosperity. Dragons weren't confined to a single form or purpose. In the north, where the winters were harsh and the winds unforgiving, tales were told of the ice dragon. Its breath could freeze rivers in an instant, and its scales shone like frost in the pale moonlight. But it wasn't a creature of cruelty. The ice dragon was said to protect those who respected the land, ensuring that the balance of nature was never disturbed. To the south, where the lands were lush and green, there was the rain dragon. Its arrival was marked by dark clouds and a low rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. Farmers would kneel in their fields, praying for its favor. When the rain dragon answered, the heavens would open and rain would pour down, soaking the parched soil and bringing life to the crops. Its roar was not one of anger but of blessing, its presence a promise of abundance. Yet, not all dragons were gentle. Legend spoke of the flame dragon, a being born of fire and fury. It lived deep within the mountains, its body glowing with molten light. When angered, it could erupt with the force of a volcano, its flames consuming everything in their path. But even this dragon wasn't evil. It was a guardian of treasures hidden within the earth, treasures that humans were not meant to take. The flame dragon's wrath was not random, it was justice. The imperial dragon, however, was the most revered of all. It was said to be the ancestor of emperors, its divine blood granting them the right to rule. In ancient times, the sight of a dragon in the clouds was seen as a sign of heaven's blessing. The emperor himself was called the Son of Heaven, his throne known as the Dragon Throne. Dragons adorned the walls of palaces, their golden forms winding through silk and jade. To be in the presence of the emperor was to feel the power of the dragon itself, a power that was not just physical but spiritual. But dragons weren't just guardians or rulers. They were guides, bridges between the mortal and the divine. In the legends of the Yellow River, there was a tale of a man who was lost in a storm. He wandered for days, his strength fading, when a golden dragon appeared before him. The dragon's eyes were like lanterns in the dark, its presence both fearsome and comforting. Without a word, it led him through the storm, its body cutting through the wind and rain. When the man reached safety, the dragon disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind only the faint sound of thunder. Even today, the spirit of the dragon lives on. During the Lunar New Year, the streets come alive with the dragon dance. A long, colorful dragon, held aloft by dancers, weaves through the crowd, its movements graceful and powerful. Children cheer as it twists and turns, its head rising and falling like waves. The dance is not just for entertainment. It is a prayer, a call for the dragon's blessings of prosperity and protection for the year to come. The dragon is also seen in the rivers and seas, its form reflected in the flow of water. Fishermen whisper prayers to the water dragon before casting their nets, asking for calm waters and bountiful catches. Farmers look to the sky, searching for the dragon's presence in the clouds, hoping for rain to nourish their fields. Even the wind, with its sudden gusts and gentle breezes, is said to carry the breath of the dragon. But perhaps the most powerful image of the dragon is not in its might but in its wisdom. In many stories, dragons were not only protectors but teachers. They appeared to those who were lost, offering guidance and knowledge. A young warrior, unsure of his path, might dream of a dragon coiled around a mountain, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. A scholar, struggling with a great question, might see a dragon in the patterns of the stars, its form offering an answer that words could not. The dragon is not just a creature of legend. It is a symbol of what lies within us all, the power to protect, the strength to endure, and the wisdom to guide. It is the storm and the calm, the fire and the water, the force that binds heaven and earth. Its roar echoes through the ages, a reminder that true power is not in domination but in balance, not in fear but in awe. The air shimmered with heat, the horizon blurring like a mirage. Somewhere in the vast expanse of the wild, where the earth met the heavens, a single cry pierced the stillness. It wasn't the call of any ordinary bird, it was a sound that seemed to come from the soul of the world itself, resonating with life, sorrow, and a boundless hope. In the distance, a figure began to take shape, its form blazing with every color of the setting sun. It was the Fenghuang, the phoenix, its wings arched like a bridge between past and future, between ashes and life. They said the Fenghuang was born from fire, but not the kind that destroys. Its flames weren't of destruction but transformation, a fire that reduced all that was broken and tired to ash, only for something pure and radiant to rise from it. Its feathers were unlike any other, scarlet and gold, emerald and sapphire, a living tapestry of colors that caught the light and scattered it like pieces of a dream. Its eyes glowed, not with anger or fear, but with wisdom so deep it made even the bravest hearts tremble. Long ago, the skies were said to have darkened for an entire year. The sun hid behind an endless veil of clouds, and the earth seemed to hold its breath. Crops withered, rivers slowed to a trickle, and a stillness settled over the land, as though the very spirit of life had been snuffed out. People whispered of an age-old prophecy, of a time when the Feng Huang would return, its flames reigniting the spark of the world. One evening, as the last remnants of twilight bled into darkness, a farmer tending to his barren fields saw something. At first, he thought it was a trick of the fading light, but then the glow grew stronger. Rising from the ashes of a dying forest, the phoenix appeared. Its wings unfurled like a prayer, casting golden light over the land. Wherever it flew, the ground seemed to breathe again. Grass sprouted beneath its shadow, flowers unfurled their petals, and rivers roared back to life. It was as if the world itself had been reborn in its presence. But the Feng Huang was not just a creature of rebirth, it was the embodiment of virtue, a living symbol of balance and harmony. It was said that its very being was made of the 5 cardinal virtues: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness. It did not appear for spectacle or glory, but only when the world truly needed it. Legend spoke of how its arrival was not a blessing to be earned, but a reflection of the goodness already present in the hearts of people. In one story, a young empress stood before a broken kingdom. War had ravaged the land, leaving behind scorched fields and shattered spirits. The empress was wise but weary, her heart heavy with the weight of her people's suffering. One night, as she prayed under the stars, a feather drifted down before her. It was no ordinary feather, it glowed faintly, its colors shifting like firelight. She clutched it to her chest, its warmth filling her with a strange and powerful calm. The next morning, as the sun rose for the first time in weeks, the phoenix appeared on the palace gates. Its cry echoed through the halls, a sound that seemed to speak to every soul at once. Soldiers lowered their weapons, tears streaming down faces hardened by battle. The phoenix perched beside the empress, its head bowing as if to an equal. Together, they walked among the people, the bird's presence a promise of renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was a way forward. The Feng Huang was not a creature of domination but of balance, its energy woven with both yin and yang. It was neither male nor female, embodying the unity of opposites. In the ancient forests where it roosted, it was said to sing with a voice so hauntingly beautiful that it could make trees bloom out of season and rivers hum in harmony. Its song was not just music, it was a calling, an awakening of something buried deep within. Even the emperors of old revered the Feng Huang. It was a symbol of the empress herself, the counterpart to the emperor's dragon. While the dragon ruled with might and authority, the phoenix ruled with grace and virtue. Together, they represented the perfect balance of power and compassion, a vision of harmony that every ruler aspired to. But the phoenix was also a solitary creature, its appearances rare and fleeting. Some said it lived for 1,000 years before burning itself to ash, only to rise again in a blaze of glory. Others believed it was eternal, moving between the heavens and earth, watching silently until the time came for it to act. There were stories of hermits who had seen it, wandering the high mountains where clouds hung like curtains. They spoke of how the bird's gaze seemed to pierce through every layer of the self, leaving them humbled and transformed. In one tale, a child abandoned in the wilderness stumbled upon the phoenix's nest. The nest was unlike anything made by mortal hands, woven from strands of gold and silver, its edges lined with glowing embers. The bird, towering and majestic, did not harm the child. Instead, it offered a single tear, a droplet of light that the child held tightly in their tiny hands. From that day forward, the child grew to be a healer, their touch said to carry the warmth of the phoenix's flame. The Feng Huang wasn't just a creature of myth, it was a promise. A promise that no matter how broken the world seemed, no matter how heavy the weight of despair, there was always the chance to rise again. Its flames didn't destroy, they cleansed. Its cry wasn't one of sorrow but of hope, echoing through time and space, reminding all who heard it that rebirth wasn't an end but a beginning. As the winds whispered through the trees and the stars blinked in the vast sky, the phoenix remained, a silent guardian, watching and waiting. It wasn't a creature to be chased or tamed. It came not when it was called, but when it was needed. And when it did, it left behind not just renewal, but a reminder of the beauty and resilience that lived in every heart. The village sat quiet beneath the canopy of ancient trees, its cobblestone streets bathed in the soft, golden light of dawn. The air carried a stillness, a weight that whispered of something extraordinary yet unseen. It was the kind of quiet that made every bird chirp, every rustle of leaves feel amplified, as though the world itself held its breath. And then, from the edge of the forest, it came, a shimmer, a flicker of movement that seemed to bend the light and shadow. Eyes turned, hearts froze, and the air filled with a collective gasp. There it stood, impossibly graceful, a being that seemed to walk between reality and a dream. The Qilin was unlike any creature the villagers had ever seen, though stories of it had passed through generations like sacred treasures. Its body was a harmony of opposites, scaled like a dragon yet soft in its presence, horned like a stag yet exuding an unshakable gentleness. The colors of its form shifted subtly in the light, gold melting into emerald, emerald into sapphire, as though it carried the essence of every season in its skin. Its hooves never truly touched the earth, and where it moved, the grass beneath seemed to spring to life, vibrant and lush, as though blessed by its very presence. Legend said that the Qilin appeared only during moments of great significance, marking the arrival of profound goodness or foretelling the rise of a wise leader. Its presence was an omen, not of dread, but of hope, a herald of peace and prosperity. To see the Qilin was to know that the heavens themselves had taken notice, that the forces of the universe had aligned for something just and pure. The origin of the Qilin was tied to the stars and the earth, to the balance of all things. Some said it was born from the first breath of a newborn spring, when the world woke from its slumber and life began anew. Others believed it emerged from the tears of the moon, falling to earth to bring harmony wherever it wandered. Its horn, curved and gleaming, was said to hold the wisdom of ages, its eyes deep pools of compassion that could see through to the soul. In one story, a sage meditated by a river, seeking answers to the turmoil that plagued the land. The waters had run dry, crops had failed, and the people's hearts were heavy with despair. He prayed day and night, his voice silent but his spirit crying out to the heavens. On the seventh day, as the sun rose, the sage heard a sound unlike anything he had known, a delicate chime, like wind brushing against crystal. Turning, he saw the Qilin standing on the riverbank, its reflection shimmering in the shallow waters. The Qilin did not speak, but its gaze carried a message clearer than words. The sage felt the answer within himself, a clarity that washed away his doubts like a tide. The Qilin stepped forward, its hooves grazing the earth, and with each step, water began to flow once more. The river rose, its banks swelling with life, and the land transformed. The Qilin lingered for only a moment longer before vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a world forever changed. The Qilin's nature was not one of force, but of balance, a reflection of the virtues it symbolized. It embodied kindness, its presence a reminder that true strength lay in gentleness. It stood for integrity, its every action guided by an unwavering sense of righteousness. And above all, it was a symbol of purity, not in the absence of flaws, but in the ability to rise above them, to act with grace even in the face of chaos. There was another tale, often whispered by mothers to their children at night, about a young boy lost in the wilderness. He had wandered too far from his village, chasing the flicker of fireflies, and now the forest loomed around him, dark and unfamiliar. Fear gripped his heart, and tears streaked his cheeks as he called out for help. As the hours stretched on, his cries faded to whispers, and exhaustion took hold. Just as the boy's hope began to wane, a soft glow emerged between the trees. He blinked, thinking he must be dreaming, but the light grew brighter, warmer. The Qilin appeared, its form radiant against the darkness. It lowered its head, its gaze meeting the boy's, and in that moment, the fear in his heart melted away. Without a sound, the Qilin turned and began to walk, its movements slow and deliberate. The boy followed, his small feet stepping where the creature's hooves had hovered just above the ground. When they emerged from the forest's edge, the boy's village lay before him, its lights flickering like stars. He turned to thank the Qilin, but it was already gone, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. The Qilin's connection to humanity was profound, yet distant. It was not a creature to be sought out, nor could it be controlled or tamed. It appeared when it was needed, and only to those whose hearts were open to its presence. Many believed that the Qilin could sense the purity of one's soul, that its appearance was not a reward but a reflection of the goodness within those it encountered. Even emperors revered the Qilin, seeing it as a symbol of divine approval. When the great sage Confucius was born, it was said that a Qilin appeared in his family's garden, carrying a jade tablet inscribed with words foretelling his wisdom and virtue. This tale became one of the most enduring symbols of the Qilin's role as a herald of greatness, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. But the Qilin was also a protector, its gentleness masking an unyielding strength. Though it avoided violence, it would defend the innocent with a ferocity that could shake mountains. Its roar, rare but unforgettable, was said to split the heavens and scatter armies. Yet even in its anger, the Qilin never acted out of malice. Its actions were guided by a sense of justice so pure that even those who faced its wrath could not deny its righteousness. The villagers watched as the Qilin moved through the forest's edge, its form fading with the morning mist. Their hearts swelled with a sense of awe and gratitude, for they knew they had witnessed something sacred. The fields it passed seemed greener, the air lighter, as though the land itself had been touched by its grace. The children whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with wonder, while the elders bowed their heads, their thoughts heavy with reverence. In its absence, the Qilin left behind more than stories. It left hope, a quiet reminder that even in the hardest times, there was goodness to be found, harmony to be restored. It carried no crown, no sword, yet it ruled with a power greater than any king, a power born not of dominance, but of virtue. Beneath the endless stretch of a starlit sky, the world felt ancient and vast, as though it were holding its breath. The constellations above pulsed softly, their light weaving a silent melody that only the earth itself seemed to hear. In the quiet, the four directions whispered, not with voices, but with presences, mighty, watchful, eternal. They were there, unseen yet undeniable, guardians of balance and keepers of the cosmic order. And if one listened closely, truly listened, their stories would hum in the stillness. To the east, the azure dragon stirred, coiling through the morning mist like the first breath of spring. Its scales shimmered like raindrops catching the sun, each one a shade of blue so deep it seemed to hold the ocean within it. With every movement, the dragon carried the essence of life itself, renewal, growth, the promise of beginnings. Rivers danced at its command, their waters carving paths through the land, nurturing fields and forests alike. It was said that when the dragon unfurled its claws, storms would gather, fierce and cleansing, while its roar would scatter the clouds, revealing the sun. The dragon's presence was not chaotic but purposeful, a force of nature wielding both mercy and power. It was the heartbeat of spring, the pulse of life that set the cycle of seasons into motion. Farmers would kneel at sunrise, their heads bowed to the east, whispering prayers for rain, for growth, for the blessings of the dragon that soared unseen but ever near. In the west, the white tiger prowled, its eyes gleaming like twin moons against the velvet night. Strength radiated from every sinew of its form, its fur streaked with silver lines that seemed etched by the wind itself. The tiger was the sentinel of autumn, its breath carrying the sharp, crisp scent of fallen leaves. Where it walked, the air bristled with energy, as though the earth itself stood at attention. But the tiger's strength was not born of destruction. It was the strength of protection, of a guardian standing unyielding against chaos. Warriors wore its image on their armor, their shields painted with its likeness, drawing courage from its ferocity. Yet, for all its might, the tiger was not heartless. Legends told of the white tiger appearing to lost travelers, its glowing eyes leading them out of the shadows and back into the light. Southward, flames danced in the darkness, a flicker that grew into the majestic form of the vermilion bird. Its feathers burned with an otherworldly fire, scarlet, gold, and orange weaving together in a dance that seemed both chaotic and impossibly harmonious. The bird was not of this world, but of the heavens, its cry like the song of 1,000 flutes, piercing and beautiful. The vermilion bird was the spirit of summer, of transformation, of vitality. Its wings carried the warmth of the sun, spreading life across the land. But it was also a creature of rebirth, its flames consuming the old to make way for the new. When it took flight, ashes rained down, not as a mark of loss, but of renewal. Villagers would look to the southern skies in times of despair, watching for the flicker of its flames, knowing that even in destruction, hope could rise. And in the north, where the night stretched long and the air carried the bite of frost, the black tortoise stood. It was no ordinary tortoise, but a vast, imposing figure, its shell carrying the weight of the cosmos itself. At its side coiled a serpent, their forms intertwined in a dance as old as time. Together, they embodied winter, endings, stillness, the quiet before the stirrings of life. The tortoise and serpent were the keepers of wisdom, their movements slow but deliberate, each step and twist laden with meaning. They were the protectors of secrets, of the unseen currents that flowed beneath the surface of the world. It was said that those who approached the black tortoise with respect would leave with clarity, their hearts lightened by the wisdom it shared. In the dead of winter, when the earth seemed barren, people would place offerings to the north, trusting in the tortoise's quiet promise that life would return. These four beings were more than symbols. They were the forces that shaped the world, their presence woven into every stream, every mountain, every gust of wind. They did not demand worship, nor did they intervene lightly, for their existence was not tied to the desires of humankind. They were guardians of balance, each one holding a piece of the eternal puzzle that kept the heavens and earth aligned. There were moments, rare and profound, when the four would appear together. One such tale spoke of a time when the land was torn apart by greed, its rivers poisoned, its forests burned. The people cried out, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens, and the four divine beasts answered. The azure dragon descended first, its roar shaking the mountains as rain poured from the skies, washing away the poison that had seeped into the earth. The white tiger followed, its claws tearing through the chains that had bound the forests, freeing them to grow once more. The vermilion bird soared above, its flames burning away the corruption, while the black tortoise and its serpent brought stillness, quieting the chaos that had consumed the land. When the skies cleared and the earth stilled, the people saw the four standing together, their forms radiant against the horizon. The azure dragon coiled in the east, its gaze soft yet unyielding. The white tiger stood in the west, its strength a silent promise of protection. The vermilion bird hovered in the south, its flames casting a warm glow, while the black tortoise rested in the north, its presence a reminder of the enduring wisdom that bound them all. And then, as quickly as they had come, they were gone, leaving behind a world renewed. The people rebuilt, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe, for they knew they had witnessed not just power, but harmony, a reminder that even in the darkest times, balance could be restored. The four divine beasts were not just guardians of the directions, they were the essence of life itself, each one carrying a truth that spoke to the soul. They were the rain and the fire, the strength and the wisdom, the beginning and the end. To hear their stories was to feel the pulse of the universe, to glimpse the threads that wove the fabric of existence. And in their presence, one could not help but be humbled, reminded of the vastness of the world and the eternal dance that kept it alive. The wind howled across the endless expanse of a star-streaked sky, where the earth below seemed a mere shadow in the distance. Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness, a thunderous beat, rhythmic yet wild, echoing through the heavens. It wasn't the sound of rain or a distant storm, it was the drumming of hooves, impossibly swift, impossibly powerful. For a moment, the night seemed to pause, holding its breath as a streak of light tore across the horizon. The Tianma had arrived. Their forms shimmered, half real and half dream, as though carved from moonlight and stardust. Each one stood taller than any mortal horse, their bodies gleaming with an otherworldly brilliance. Their manes, woven with threads of gold and silver, whipped through the air like flames, while their eyes burned with the intensity of distant stars. Their wings, vast and feathered like those of mighty eagles, glowed faintly in the darkness, trailing whispers of light in their wake. Legend spoke of these celestial horses as messengers of the divine, bearing not just the weight of gods, but the very essence of freedom. They were more than steeds, they were the embodiment of speed, grace, and an untouchable wildness. To witness them was a privilege granted to few, a fleeting glimpse of perfection that left hearts pounding and minds reeling. One tale tells of a farmer, humble and weary, who climbed a high mountain in search of a star he had seen fall from the heavens. As he crested the peak, the air seemed to change, charged, electric, alive. There, grazing in a moonlit meadow, stood a Tianma. Its silvery coat shimmered as though capturing the light of 1,000 stars, and its wings, folded neatly by its side, trembled with latent power. The farmer, overcome with awe, dared not move, his breath caught in his throat. The horse turned its head, meeting his gaze. Its eyes were like twin galaxies, filled with infinite depth and mystery. In that moment, the farmer felt his soul laid bare, his struggles, his fears, his dreams all reflected back at him. Without a sound, the horse unfurled its wings, each feather seeming to hum with celestial energy, and leapt into the sky. It left behind no trace, save for the lingering sense that he had been seen, truly seen, by something far greater than himself. But not all stories of the Tianma were so serene. In the heat of battle, they were said to descend from the heavens, their hooves sparking fire as they galloped through the air. Warriors claimed that the sight of these celestial steeds could turn the tide of war, their presence filling soldiers with unshakable courage. One ancient general, on the brink of defeat, prayed to the skies for deliverance. As his enemies closed in, the clouds parted, and from the light emerged a herd of Tianma. Their cries rang out like war horns, and their charge sent the opposing forces scattering in fear. The general's army, emboldened by the sight, fought with a renewed fervor, claiming victory against impossible odds. Yet, for all their majesty, the Tianma were not bound to the whims of mortals. They were said to roam the celestial plains freely, untethered by time or space. On rare occasions, they would descend to the mortal realm, not out of obligation, but out of curiosity or compassion. Those fortunate enough to encounter them often spoke of an overwhelming sense of peace, as though the very air around the horses carried the whispers of eternity. One of the most cherished tales speaks of a young boy, crippled from birth, who longed to see the world beyond his tiny village. Every night, he would gaze at the stars, tears streaming down his face as he imagined what it would feel like to run, to fly, to be free. One fateful evening, as he sat beneath an ancient tree, a soft glow appeared in the distance. It grew brighter, until a Tianma stepped into view, its every movement a symphony of grace. The boy reached out hesitantly, his fingers trembling, and the horse lowered its head, allowing him to touch its silken mane. Without a sound, the Tianma knelt, inviting him onto its back. As his arms wrapped around its neck, the horse rose, spreading its wings wide. With a single powerful leap, they soared into the sky, the wind rushing past them in a torrent of exhilaration. The boy laughed, a sound so pure and joyous it seemed to echo across the heavens. That night, he saw the mountains, the rivers, the forests, every corner of the world he had dreamed of. And when the horse finally returned him to his village, he was no longer the boy who wished for freedom, he was the boy who had tasted it. The Tianma were also said to be guardians of sacred treasures, entrusted by the heavens to protect what was most precious. One story tells of a temple hidden high in the mountains, its entrance guarded by a single celestial horse. Those who sought to enter were tested, not by strength, but by the purity of their intentions. A greedy warlord, seeking the treasures rumored to be inside, tried to capture the horse with chains forged of iron and fire. But the Tianma, unyielding, rose into the sky, its wings creating a gale so fierce that it swept the warlord and his men down the mountain. Years later, a monk, weary and barefoot, approached the same temple. He carried nothing but a simple offering of rice and a prayer for his starving village. The Tianma appeared, its presence as overwhelming as a storm, yet the monk stood his ground, bowing deeply. The horse gazed at him for what felt like an eternity before stepping aside, allowing him to pass. When the monk emerged, he carried not gold or jewels, but a single seed, which grew into a tree that bore enough fruit to feed his people for generations. The celestial steeds were not creatures to be owned or controlled. They existed beyond mortal understanding, their spirits as vast as the skies they roamed. To some, they were symbols of freedom, to others, they were messengers of the divine. But to all who encountered them, they were a reminder of the boundless beauty and mystery of the universe, a fleeting glimpse of something eternal, untamed, and utterly breathtaking. As the last echo of their hoofbeats faded into the night, the world seemed a little quieter, a little smaller, as though it had just witnessed a miracle. And perhaps it had. For in the presence of the Tianma, one did not merely see, one felt, deeply and irrevocably, the pull of the heavens themselves. Beneath the silver glow of a full moon, the forest seemed alive, whispering secrets carried by the wind. Shadows danced among ancient trees, their gnarled roots twisted like the fingers of forgotten gods. In the heart of the wilderness, a clearing bathed in moonlight lay silent, as if holding its breath. Then, with the softest rustle, a figure emerged. At first glance, it was a fox, its fur shimmering with an unnatural luster, each hair catching the light like strands of spun silk. But as it moved, its form shifted, unsettling and mesmerizing all at once. It wasn't just a fox. It was something far older, far more dangerous. Behind it swayed 9 graceful tails, each one moving as though alive, weaving through the air like trails of smoke. Its eyes, golden and piercing, seemed to hold an entire world within them, a world of longing, power, and stories untold. The 9-tailed fox, the Huli Jing, was no ordinary creature. To some, it was a symbol of beauty and seduction, to others, a force of chaos and destruction. Legend spoke of its ability to change its form, to slip seamlessly between fox and human, male or female, saint or sinner. It could be anyone, anything. And therein lay its power. One story tells of a wandering scholar, a man weighed down by the burdens of his failing career and the disappointment of his family. Lost in thought, he found himself straying from the well-trodden path, his feet carrying him deeper into the unknown. As night fell, he stumbled upon a cottage nestled in the woods, its windows aglow with warm light. Desperate for shelter, he knocked on the door. A woman answered, her beauty so striking it left him speechless. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of midnight, and her voice carried a melody that seemed to calm the storm in his heart. She welcomed him inside, offering food and drink, and as the evening stretched on, the scholar found himself enchanted by her kindness and grace. But as the night wore on, strange things began to happen. The shadows in the room grew longer, darker, as if alive. The flickering firelight cast shapes that didn't match the furniture or walls. And then, just as the scholar began to feel the pull of sleep, he saw it, a flicker of movement behind the woman, a tail slipping into view before vanishing again. His breath caught. 9 tails. Heart-pounding, he realized what she was, but it was too late. The woman smiled, her golden eyes gleaming. "You've seen through me," she said, her voice both tender and chilling. "But tell me, scholar, what do you fear more? The truth of what I am, or the lies you've been telling yourself?" The Huli Jing didn't harm him that night. Instead, it left him with a riddle that haunted him for the rest of his days. Some say it was an act of mercy, others believe it was a curse, a way to unravel him from within. Such was the nature of the 9-tailed fox, both a teacher and a tormentor, both salvation and ruin. But not all stories of the Huli Jing are filled with dread. In some tales, it is a guardian spirit, a protector of the innocent. One village, plagued by bandits, prayed for deliverance. On the night of the full moon, a 9-tailed fox appeared, its form radiant and terrible. With a single cry, it summoned a storm that swept the bandits away, leaving the village untouched. The people built a shrine in its honor, leaving offerings of incense and food. And though the fox was never seen again, the villagers believed it watched over them, its unseen presence a comfort in their darkest hours. The Huli Jing was also said to have the power to grant wishes, but at a cost. A farmer, desperate to save his dying child, ventured into the mountains to seek the fox. For days he wandered, calling out to the spirit, until finally, under the light of the moon, it appeared. The fox listened to his plea, its golden eyes unblinking. "I can save your child," it said. "But what will you give me in return?" The farmer hesitated, fear and hope warring within him. "Anything," he whispered. The fox tilted its head, its expression unreadable. "Very well." The child lived, their fever breaking as if by miracle. But the farmer, though overjoyed, soon realized he had lost something precious, his memories of his wife, who had passed years before. It was as if she had been erased, leaving only a hollow ache where her presence had once been. The fox had taken not his wealth or his life, but the one thing he held closest to his heart. Such was its nature, to give and take in equal measure, to remind mortals of the fragility of their desires. Over time, the Huli Jing became more than just a myth, it became a reflection of humanity itself. Its 9 tails, each said to represent a different power, wisdom, beauty, cunning, and more, symbolized the complexity of the human spirit. Its ability to transform spoke to the masks people wear, the identities they assume, and the truths they hide. To some, it was a warning of the dangers of deceit, to others, a celebration of adaptability and resilience. As the centuries passed, the image of the 9-tailed fox shifted. In ancient texts, it was a fearsome creature, a force to be reckoned with. Later, it became a symbol of elegance and allure, often depicted as a woman of extraordinary beauty. But whether feared or revered, the Huli Jing remained a constant presence in the collective imagination, its stories woven into the fabric of culture and tradition. Even now, on moonlit nights, some say you can feel its presence in the rustling of leaves and the flicker of shadows just beyond your vision. They say it watches, waiting, searching for those whose hearts are burdened with secrets or desires. And if you're not careful, you might find yourself staring into those golden eyes, your soul laid bare, your fate resting in the hands of a creature both terrifying and magnificent. On a quiet mountainside cloaked in mist, where the air hung heavy with the scent of pine and the whispers of the wind seemed to carry ancient songs, an emperor stood trembling. He was not a man easily shaken. This was a ruler who had faced the chaos of rebellion, the terror of assassins in the night. But now, here, in the shadow of the great mountain, his heart raced. Before him stood something beyond his comprehension, something that seemed to make time itself pause. The creature was unlike anything he had ever seen. Its body shimmered with an otherworldly glow, the fur like the rippling surface of a still lake caught in moonlight. Its mane flowed like cascading silk, and its golden eyes held a depth that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, straight into the soul. Horns arched gracefully from its head, their tips glowing faintly as though kissed by the first light of dawn. But it wasn't the creature's majesty that unnerved him, it was its gaze, calm and knowing, as if it had already read every thought he dared not speak aloud. This was the Bai Zai, the keeper of knowledge. The emperor had come seeking answers, but in the presence of this being, he suddenly felt exposed, like a child stumbling before a teacher who knew every flaw, every secret. The Bai Zai spoke, not with its mouth, but with a voice that resonated within the emperor's very being, a voice that felt like it had always been there, waiting. "Why do you seek me, ruler of men?" it asked, and though the words were gentle, they carried the weight of eternity. The emperor fell to his knees, his robes gathering in the damp earth. "The world is breaking," he said, his voice trembling. "Monsters rise from the depths, diseases spread like wildfire. My people cry out, and I have no answers. They say you hold the wisdom of all beasts, that you understand the nature of every creature that walks, flies, or swims. I beg you, teach me." For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a bird. The Bai Zai regarded him, its golden eyes unblinking. "Do you understand what you ask?" it said. "Knowledge is not a gift. It is a burden. Every truth carries a weight, every answer a cost. Are you willing to bear it?" The emperor nodded, though his hands trembled. "For my people," he whispered. "For the future of the land." The Bai Zai stepped closer, its movements so fluid it seemed to glide over the earth. "Very well," it said. "Listen carefully, for I will speak only once. And then it began. The Baizé spoke of creatures the emperor had never imagined, beings that lurked in the farthest corners of the earth and the deepest recesses of the mind. It described beasts with scales that could pierce steel and wings that could blot out the sun, creatures that swam through rivers of fire and burrowed beneath mountains. But it did not stop at their appearances. It spoke of their natures, their strengths, their weaknesses, their roles in the balance of the world. Each word painted a vivid picture, and as the emperor listened, he felt as though he could see them, hear their cries, feel the tremor of their footsteps. There was the Tingsha, the serpent that coiled around mountains and drank the rain from the skies. The Baizé explained how it brought both drought and flood, its presence a reminder of nature's duality. There was the Nian, a beast that emerged only on the darkest nights, its roar capable of shattering stone. Yet, it feared the color red and the crackle of firecrackers, simple things that could banish even the greatest terror. And then there were the gentler creatures, the Fenghuang, whose song could heal a broken heart, and the Qilin, whose footsteps made flowers bloom. The Baizé spoke of their roles as guardians, as symbols of hope and virtue. Even the most fearsome beast, it said, has its purpose. Even the smallest creature plays a part in the tapestry of life. As the hours passed, the emperor felt his mind expand, the weight of the knowledge pressing down on him like a mountain. He began to understand the delicate web that connected all things, the predator and the prey, the hunter and the hunted, the chaos and the calm. And yet, the more he learned, the more he realized how little he truly understood. But the Baizé was not finished. I will teach you of the creatures that dwell within, it said, and the emperor felt a chill run through him. The Baizé spoke of beasts not of flesh and blood, but of the heart and mind, fear, greed, anger, love, compassion, hope. It described how these forces shaped men and women, how they could uplift or destroy, how they mirrored the creatures of the wild. You seek to rule a kingdom, the Baizé said, but first, you must rule yourself. Conquer the beast of pride, or it will consume you. Feed the beast of kindness, or it will wither. Know the beasts that dwell within, and you will know the beasts of the world. The emperor bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. He had come seeking answers, and he had found them, but they were not what he had expected. The Baizé had shown him not just the nature of the world, but the nature of his own soul. As the first light of dawn broke through the mist, the Baizé stepped back, its form beginning to fade like a dream slipping away. Remember this, it said, its voice soft but firm. Knowledge is not power. It is responsibility. Use it wisely, or it will destroy you. And then it was gone, leaving the emperor alone in the clearing, the weight of its words heavy on his shoulders. When the emperor returned to his palace, he carried with him a book said to contain the knowledge of 11,520 creatures, their names, their natures, their powers. It was a gift from the Baizé, a treasure beyond value. But the emperor knew it was not the book that mattered. It was the understanding, the humility, the awareness that every creature, every force, every life was part of something greater. And though he ruled with wisdom and compassion, he never forgot the gaze of the Baizé, the voice that had awakened him to the true nature of the world. Some say that in his final moments, as he lay beneath the stars, he whispered a prayer of thanks to the creature that had changed him forever. Under the glow of a waning moon, the merchant Li Wei stood alone by the banks of the Yellow River. His heart was heavy with despair, his hands trembling as he clutched a worn pouch that once brimmed with silver coins. Tonight, it hung empty. The fortunes of his ancestors had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, lost to famine, failed ventures, and the cruelty of bandits. A man who once feasted at grand tables now barely scraped together enough to feed his family. The river whispered in the stillness, its murmur broken only by the rustling reeds. Li Wei closed his eyes, lifting a silent prayer to the heavens, though he no longer believed they listened. If there is anything watching over us, he murmured, any force of kindness or justice, show me a sign. Help me protect what little I have left. It was then that he felt it, a shift in the air, a low, resonant growl that seemed to echo not in his ears, but in his chest. He opened his eyes, and his breath caught in his throat. Before him stood a creature unlike anything he had ever seen. Its body gleamed in the moonlight, a majestic blend of lion and dragon, its scales shimmering like molten gold. Its face was fierce, with piercing eyes and a noble snout, yet there was something almost protective in its stance. Feathered wings folded against its back, as if it could take flight at any moment, and its powerful claws dug into the earth. It exuded an aura that was both fearsome and comforting, a presence that seemed to command the elements around it. This was no ordinary beast. This was the Pishio. The creature regarded Li Wei with a piercing gaze, as if weighing his soul. He felt the intensity of its scrutiny, every regret, every sin laid bare in that moment. But then, it lowered its head slightly, and the growling stopped. Li Wei felt warmth rush over him, an inexplicable sense of hope rising from the ashes of his despair. The Pishio stepped forward, its movements silent yet powerful. It paused at the edge of the riverbank, dipping its head into the water. When it rose, droplets fell like liquid silver, catching the moonlight. It turned to face Li Wei once more, and in its eyes, he saw something extraordinary, a promise, a silent vow to protect. The legends had spoken of the Pishio, though Li Wei had never believed them. A guardian of wealth, a bringer of good fortune, a creature so loyal it would follow its chosen master to the ends of the earth. It was said that the Pishio consumed riches, gold, silver, jewels, but never let them escape. It guarded its treasures fiercely, ensuring they remained safe from thieves, misfortune, or decay. And now, it had appeared before him. The creature approached slowly, its golden eyes never leaving his. Li Wei, though trembling, did not retreat. He knelt instead, bowing his head low in respect. The Pishio stopped a mere breath away, and to his astonishment, it lowered itself as well, folding its legs beneath its body. The gesture was unmistakable. It had chosen him. Tears welled in Li Wei's eyes. "Why?" he whispered. "Why would you choose a man who has lost everything?" The Pishio did not answer in words, but in its gaze, Li Wei found an answer nonetheless. It was not the riches he had lost that mattered, but the purity of his intent. Despite his failures, he had never turned to cruelty or deceit. He had prayed not for wealth, but for protection, for his family, for the small remnants of a life worth preserving. The Pishio, a creature bound by honor and loyalty, had seen that. In the days that followed, Li Wei's life began to change. The Pishio remained by his side, a silent yet powerful presence. Though unseen by others, its influence was undeniable. Li Wei's failing business found new opportunities. Customers returned, bringing with them trust and gold. Thieves who once plagued the town vanished mysteriously, as though the mere aura of the Pishio had driven them away. Even the crops in his barren fields began to thrive, as if the land itself bowed to the creature's will. Word spread of Li Wei's newfound fortune, though no one could explain it. His neighbors speculated endlessly, some whispered of hidden treasures, others of divine favor. Li Wei, however, told no one of the guardian that watched over him. He knew that the Pishio's blessing was not to be flaunted. The creature had given him a second chance, and he would honor it with humility and gratitude. But the Pishio was not merely a silent protector. It tested him, reminding him of the delicate balance between wealth and greed. One evening, as Li Wei counted his earnings, he felt a sudden chill in the room. He looked up to see the Pishio staring at him, its eyes narrowing slightly. In that moment, he understood, his obsession with the coins in his hands was growing. He set them aside immediately, returning instead to his family, sharing a meal and laughter that filled the house with warmth. The Pishio, watching from the shadows, seemed to relax. The creature's presence became a guiding force, not just for Li Wei, but for the generations that followed. His children grew up with stories of a guardian spirit, a protector that ensured their family's prosperity so long as they honored its values, kindness, integrity, and balance. They learned that the Pishio did not merely guard wealth, it guarded the spirit of those it chose, ensuring they remained worthy of its blessing. As the years passed, Li Wei's small shop grew into a bustling enterprise, and his family flourished. Yet he never forgot the night by the river, the moment when a creature of legend stepped into his life and changed it forever. He kept a small golden statue of the Pishio in his home, a reminder of the bond they had shared. And though the real Pishio eventually vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, Li Wei felt its presence in every breath of wind, every glint of sunlight on gold. The story of the Pishio lived on, told and retold by those who sought its favor. Statues of the creature adorned homes, temples, and marketplaces, each one a symbol of protection and prosperity. But for Li Wei's family, it was more than a symbol. It was a memory, a legacy, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is hope. And that sometimes, when the heart is pure and the need is great, the guardian of wealth may choose to walk among men. The first rays of dawn painted the forest in hues of gold and amber. A faint mist lingered among the ancient trees, clinging to their roots like fragile whispers of the heavens. Deep within this quiet, sacred wood, the air was different, gentler, almost otherworldly. It was a place where mortals rarely tread, for they knew this forest was no ordinary realm of nature. It was said to be the dwelling of something divine. Mei Ling, a young girl from a nearby village, had always heard the tales. Her grandmother used to tell her about a creature that roamed the forest, a white deer with eyes like pools of starlight. It was said that the deer appeared only to those who carried no malice in their hearts, a fleeting vision of purity and grace. Mei Ling had dismissed these stories as bedtime fables, yet here she was, standing at the edge of the woods with trembling hands. Her village had been plagued by a strange illness, one that robbed people of strength and left them as pale as ghosts. No remedies had worked, and desperation had driven Mei Ling to seek the white deer. Legend spoke of its celestial connection, of its power to heal and grant blessings. She carried nothing but a simple offering, an embroidered cloth her mother had sewn, a token of gratitude if the creature chose to appear. As she stepped into the forest, the air grew cooler, the light softer. Mei Ling felt her heartbeat quicken with every step, her senses sharpening as if the forest itself was watching her. The birds were silent, and even the crunch of her footsteps seemed muted, as though swallowed by the earth. She paused, her breath catching in her throat. The trees ahead parted slightly, revealing a glade bathed in soft, silvery light. And there it was. The white deer stood at the center of the glade, its body glowing faintly, as if it had been carved from moonlight. Its antlers stretched toward the sky like delicate branches, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Its fur was so pristine, it seemed untouched by the world, and its eyes, oh, its eyes, were like endless wells of serenity, filled with a quiet wisdom that made Mei Ling feel as if time itself had stopped. She froze, afraid to move, afraid to break the spell of the moment. The deer turned its head slowly, its gaze meeting hers. A warmth spread through her chest, and tears pricked her eyes. It was as if the creature saw everything, her fears, her hopes, the unspoken prayers she had carried in her heart. Yet there was no judgment in its eyes, only a profound sense of understanding. The deer took a step toward her, its movements impossibly fluid, each step a ripple in the fabric of reality. Mei Ling dropped to her knees, holding out the embroidered cloth with shaking hands. The deer stopped a few paces away, lowering its head slightly as if acknowledging her offering. It did not touch the cloth, but Mei Ling felt a wave of energy pass over her, a gentle yet powerful force that seemed to cleanse her very soul. In that moment, she understood why the white deer was a symbol of purity. It was not merely its appearance, but the way it carried itself, the way it seemed to bridge the gap between the mortal world and something far greater. It was a living connection to the heavens, a reminder that there was beauty and kindness in a world often marred by suffering. The deer raised its head, its antlers catching the light in a way that made them appear as if crowned by stars. Mei Ling felt a pull, a wordless invitation to follow. She rose slowly, her legs trembling, and began to walk behind the deer as it led her deeper into the forest. The path was winding, almost impossible to navigate, yet the deer moved with unwavering confidence, as if it knew every root, every stone. Hours seemed to pass, or perhaps only moments. Time had lost all meaning. Finally, the deer stopped before a small, crystal-clear spring nestled among the trees. The water shimmered like liquid silver, reflecting the sky above. The deer dipped its head, drinking deeply, and then turned to Mei Ling, as if urging her to do the same. Hesitant but trusting, she knelt by the spring and cupped her hands, bringing the cool water to her lips. The moment the water touched her tongue, a warmth spread through her body, chasing away the weariness and fear that had clung to her like shadows. She felt lighter, as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and a strange clarity filled her mind. The deer watched her, its gaze steady and unyielding. Then, as silently as it had appeared, it turned and began to walk away. Mei Ling scrambled to her feet, a pang of panic gripping her. "Wait," she called, her voice breaking. "Please, don't leave." The deer paused, looking back at her one last time. Its eyes held something she could not put into words, a promise, perhaps, or a blessing. And then it vanished into the trees, its form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. When Mei Ling returned to her village, the change was immediate. The illness that had gripped the people began to fade, as if the mere memory of the deer's presence had brought healing. The villagers, though skeptical at first, could not deny the miracle. They spoke of Mei Ling with reverence, calling her the chosen of the white deer. But Mei Ling knew better. She had not been chosen, she had simply been guided. The deer's power was not in granting favors or miracles, but in reminding those who saw it of what truly mattered: purity of heart, the courage to hope, and the strength to act with kindness. And though she never saw the white deer again, she felt its presence in the gentle rustling of leaves, and the glimmer of sunlight on water, and in the quiet moments when the world seemed to hold its breath. In the quiet of a remote village, nestled between jagged mountains and dense forests, there was a place known only to a few. Its name was whispered like a secret among the elders, for it was a place of darkness and mystery, where the shadows themselves seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The villagers spoke of it with both fear and awe, for it was the home of the Yao. No one who had ventured into that cursed forest had ever returned unchanged. The air in the woods was thick with an unsettling chill, and strange sounds echoed from within the trees. Stories had been passed down for generations, and they all told the same chilling tale. The Yao were creatures born from the hearts of demons, animals twisted into shapes that defied logic, forever trapped between two worlds, human and beast. They were not simply animals, they were beings of great power, cursed and cursed again, their very existence tied to an ancient, vengeful magic. One evening, as the orange glow of sunset faded from the sky, a young woman named Lian stood at the edge of the village, staring at the forest. Her brother, Jian, had been gone for days. He had ventured into the woods, chasing the shadows of a strange figure that had been seen nearby. The villagers had warned him. They had spoken of the Yao, of their terrible powers and the darkness that consumed anyone who dared disturb their peace. But Jian had been reckless, eager to prove himself, to show that he was braver than the elders, stronger than the ancient stories. Lian had begged him to turn back. She had begged him not to go, but the words had fallen on deaf ears. Now, as the night grew darker and the wind began to moan through the trees, Lian felt the weight of fear settle heavily on her chest. She knew, deep down, that the forest held more than just danger. It was alive with something older, something cruel. The Yao were not simple creatures, they were the very embodiment of something that had been twisted, warped by the forces of the world and the magic that came from deep within the earth. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, a rustle in the underbrush, a low growl, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Lian's heart stopped, and she turned slowly, hoping to see nothing. But there, standing at the edge of the village, was a figure. It was not quite human, and not quite animal. The creature's body was that of a great wolf, its fur matted and wild, but its eyes, those eyes were the eyes of a man. They were filled with sorrow, with pain, as if trapped in a world it could never escape. Lian's breath caught in her throat. The creature stepped forward, its movements slow, deliberate, as if it understood her fear. She froze, unable to move. Was this the Yao? Had her brother fallen prey to such a beast? She remembered the stories. The Yao were not like other creatures. They had once been animals, yes, but through dark magic, they had been transformed. And in that transformation, they had become something else entirely. Something terrifying. The creature stopped before her, its eyes never leaving hers. Lian's hands trembled, and she could feel the air thickening, as though the world itself was holding its breath. It was then that the creature spoke, its voice low and gravelly, like the sound of rocks grinding against each other. "Your brother is not dead," it said, its voice echoing in the quiet night. "He is like me now. A Yao." Lian's heart raced. Her mind struggled to make sense of the words. "What do you mean?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What have you done to him?" The creature's lips curled into a twisted, sorrowful smile. "We are not monsters, not by choice," it said softly, almost as if speaking to itself. "We were once like you, alive, free, but bound by forces beyond our control. The Yao are not born, they are made. We are the cursed, the fallen. And those who enter the woods, those who disturb the balance, may find themselves like us." Lian felt her legs give way beneath her, and she sank to her knees. The weight of the creature's words pressed heavily on her chest. She could barely breathe. "Please," she whispered. "Tell me where he is. Tell me how to save him." The creature's eyes softened, and for a moment, it almost looked human. "Almost. There is no saving us," it said. "There is no cure for the Yao. We are the consequence of human pride, of the greed that twists everything it touches. Your brother, like me, is now bound to the forest. Forever. Until the end of time." Tears welled up in Lian's eyes as the reality of the situation hit her like a tidal wave. Her brother was gone, trapped forever in the body of a creature that had once been a man. She had feared this outcome, but hearing it from the creature's mouth made it real. Her brother was no longer the person she had loved. He was something else, something trapped between the world of humans and the world of beasts. The Yao, she realized, were not simply victims. They were the lost, the forgotten, the ones who had been cursed by their own mistakes, their own choices, or the choices of others. The Yao were the embodiment of humanity's darkest desires, twisted and corrupted into forms that could never again know peace. The creature stood before her, its sorrowful eyes never leaving hers. "I cannot return your brother to you," it said. "But I can warn you. Do not follow him into the woods. Do not let the darkness claim you as it claimed him." Lian nodded, her heart heavy with grief and guilt. She could never change what had happened. But she would carry the memory of her brother and the warning of the Yao with her for the rest of her days. As the creature turned and vanished into the forest, Lian understood. The Yao were not the monsters they had been made out to be. They were tragic, tormented beings, bound by a curse that they could never escape. And though they roamed the forest as terrifying, demonized animals, they were, in truth, the victims of forces far beyond their control. She would never forget what she had learned that night. And she would never stop grieving for her brother, who had become one of them. The Yao were not just creatures of darkness, they were the embodiment of every wrong, every mistake, every betrayal, and every soul lost to the cruelty of the world. The wind howled across the sea, fierce and unrelenting, as the dark storm clouds churned overhead. In the distance, thunder cracked the sky, its rumble carrying across the vast expanse of water. The ocean, once calm and serene, had become a boiling cauldron of wrath, its waves crashing against the shore with the force of an ancient fury. At the heart of this storm, beneath the roiling waves, lay the lair of the Dragon Kings, the mythical rulers of the four seas. Their power was whispered about in villages along the coasts, a secret passed down in hushed voices and shrouded in mystery. No one truly understood the full extent of their strength, but the tales were enough to keep the people in awe and fear of these ancient beings. Among them, the Dragon King of the East, Ao Guang, was known for his fierce temper and unyielding control over the Eastern Sea. His palace, submerged deep beneath the water, was said to be a place of unimaginable beauty and danger, where coral towers stretched towards the surface and the waters sparkled with the light of jewels. But it was not the treasures of his domain that struck fear into the hearts of mortals, it was his ability to stir the ocean into violent tempests, flooding the land, bringing ruin to those who dared to anger him. Ao Guang's power was legendary. It was said that his breath could summon winds so strong they could uproot trees, and his roar could cause the seas to rise in an unstoppable surge, swallowing entire cities. He ruled with an iron claw, his dominion over the eastern sea unchallenged for centuries. The people of the land knew better than to provoke him, for his wrath was swift, and it was merciless. Then there was the Dragon King of the South, Qilin, whose fiery temper matched the heat of the southern sea. His realm was one of boiling waters and scorching sun, where the land was barren and the waves burned with a red, fiery glow. Qilin's palace was said to be carved from volcanic rock, surrounded by rivers of molten lava. His power was not limited to water alone, for he commanded the very forces of heat and flame. It was said that when Qilin was displeased, the waters of the southern sea would rise in a searing boil, and the heat of the sun would burn the crops of any village unlucky enough to be in his path. The villagers near the southern coast spoke in fearful tones about the times when Qilin had risen from the depths in a fury. They spoke of the searing waves that devoured everything in their path, of the rivers that ran red with fire, and of the scorched earth that could never again yield life. Yet, as terrifying as Qilin was, he was also seen as a protector, a guardian who, when pleased, could bless the land with rain, bringing life to the arid plains and nurturing the crops that sustained the people. In the west, the Dragon King of the West, Qilin, ruled over the Western Sea, a realm of deep, dark waters that stretched beyond the horizon. Qilin was a creature of great wisdom, his mind as deep as the waters he ruled. His palace was a sprawling labyrinth of seaweed and pearls, surrounded by creatures of the deep that lived in the perpetual twilight of the ocean's depths. Qilin was not as volatile as his counterparts in the east and south, but his power was no less formidable. He was the keeper of knowledge, a protector of secrets hidden beneath the waves, and when his wrath was stirred, it came not in waves of destruction but in the chilling cold that froze the sea and the heart. When Qilin was angered, the western sea would freeze over, trapping ships in icy tombs and bringing a biting cold that cut through flesh like knives. But in times of peace, Qilin waters brought calm and clarity, and the people who lived near the coast would pray for his blessing, hoping that his wisdom would guide them through the darkest of times. And then, there was the Dragon King of the North, Qilin, the most mysterious of the four. His realm was a vast expanse of icy waters and snowy mountains, where the very air seemed to freeze with the touch of his breath. His palace, hidden deep in the polar waters, was said to be made of ice and crystal, shining with a cold, blue light that could be seen from miles away. Qilin power was that of stillness and silence, for his storms were not loud or violent. Instead, they came in the form of thick, unrelenting fogs that could confuse and disorient those who dared to sail into his domain. His power over the weather was subtle, but it was no less terrifying. When Qilin was angered, a thick, cold mist would settle over the sea, turning it into a vast, empty void. Ships would disappear, lost to the fog, never to be seen again. But when Qilin was at peace, the northern sea would be calm and serene, the waters as clear and pure as the skies above. Sailors would seek his favor, offering prayers and sacrifices to keep the fog at bay, for they knew that even the slightest offense could lead to their disappearance into the depths of the sea. The four Dragon Kings ruled their domains with power unmatched by any mortal king. Their wrath could bring destruction beyond comprehension, but they were not without mercy. When they were appeased, their blessings could bring rain to the parched earth, calm to the raging seas, and warmth to the coldest lands. It was said that the balance of the seas and the weather was maintained only by their harmony, each dragon keeping the others in check, their powers interwoven in a delicate dance of order and chaos. But the stories of the Dragon Kings were not all tales of wrath and destruction. There were whispers of times when the kings had risen from the depths not in anger, but in celebration. When the seas were calm and the skies clear, the people would tell stories of the great feast held in the halls of the Dragon Kings, where all four rulers would gather in a display of unity. These were the rare moments when the seas were at peace, and the balance of the world seemed perfect, untouched by the storms of chaos. The people knew that the Dragon Kings were not merely gods of destruction, but of balance. They were the rulers of water and weather, the keepers of the natural world's most powerful forces. And though their fury could reshape the world, so too could their grace and wisdom restore it. As the storm raged on, the villagers huddled in their homes, praying for the Dragon King's favor, knowing that their power was as unpredictable as the seas themselves. The dragons were ancient, their stories as old as the tides, and in their hands lay the fate of the earth. The wind howled with fury, the sea itself seemed to groan under the weight of the storm that tore across its surface. Waves as tall as mountains crashed against the rocks, sending salty spray high into the air. The sky above was thick with black clouds, swirling and twisting in a dance of destruction, and the roar of thunder echoed from every corner of the earth. But beneath the chaos, deep within the heart of the sea, four great beings stirred. They were not mere gods, not simply rulers of the water. They were the Dragon Kings, the ancient guardians of the four seas. Legends of their power had traveled across generations, whispered in awe and fear. In every corner of the world, people looked to the seas, knowing that the storm or the calm could be the work of these mythical rulers. The water, the wind, and the weather all bowed to their will. To the east, where the sun rose and bathed the world in light, lay the kingdom of Ao Guan, the Dragon King of the East. His realm was vast, stretching from the shores of distant lands to the depths of the sea, where ancient creatures swam in the cold, dark waters. Ao Guan was a being of untamed power, a fierce and proud ruler who demanded respect from all who dared to cross his domain. His presence was felt in the winds that swept across the coastline and in the surging waters that could rise with a single command. But there was another side to him. When Ao Guan was calm, the sea would glisten in the morning sun, its surface a mirror of peace. The people of the East feared his wrath, but revered the calm he brought with his blessings. Sailors whispered his name as they set sail, hoping for a smooth voyage and the favor of the Eastern Dragon King. Far to the south, the Dragon King of the South, Ao Qin, held dominion over fiery seas and the lands scorched by the relentless sun. His kingdom was a furnace of heat, where steam rose from boiling waters, and the land shimmered with an unbearable warmth. Ao Qin was the master of fire and water, a being whose temper could match the intensity of the sun itself. When he grew angry, the waters boiled and the skies turned red with fury, sending waves of scorching heat onto the lands. There were tales of villages that had vanished, consumed by the searing flames of his wrath. But Ao Qin was also the guardian of balance. When he was appeased, he could bring rain to the dry fields, making the crops grow and the lands flourish. The people of the South knew that Ao Qin was not a creature of destruction alone, he was also a life-giver, and they would pray for his mercy with every passing season. To the west, Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the West, ruled over the calm and reflective waters of his domain. His realm was a place of wisdom, where the sea held the knowledge of ages. Ao Shun was not a ruler who demanded awe or fear. Instead, he was a being of quiet strength, whose powers were subtle and deep, like the still waters of his domain. His kingdom was a world of pearls and sunken cities, where the secrets of the past were buried beneath the waves. Sailors who ventured into the western sea spoke of a strange calmness that fell upon them when they encountered Ao Shun's domain. The winds would die, and the water would be still, as though time itself had slowed. The creatures of the deep would guide them, and the water would shimmer with the wisdom of ages. But there was a warning in this tranquility. Ao Shun was a dragon of knowledge, and those who came to him seeking answers would find that they could never leave unchanged. The people of the West honored him not with fear, but with reverence, seeking his wisdom when they faced difficult choices, trusting that his guidance would lead them to the truth. In the far north, where the cold winds howled and the land was blanketed in snow, the Dragon King Ao Ran ruled the frigid waters of the northern sea. His domain was one of stillness, where the air itself seemed frozen, and the sea was a world of icy beauty. Ao Ran was the master of silence, his presence felt in the way the sea would freeze with a quiet intensity, trapping ships in ice and silencing the very air. His power was not one of brute force, but of control. When he chose to act, the cold would descend like a shroud, enveloping everything in its path. But there was also a stillness to his rule, a peace that would settle over the land in moments of calm, as though the very world was holding its breath. The people of the north knew that Ao Ran's moods were not to be trifled with. He was a dragon of patience, and when angered, the ice would claim everything in its wake. Yet, In his mercy, Ao Rand could bring a quiet serenity to the land, as though the snow itself was a gift from the heavens. The Dragon Kings were not simply rulers of water and weather, they were the embodiment of the forces that shaped the earth. Their moods governed the seas, the winds, and the skies. When they were angry, storms raged, and the earth trembled. When they were at peace, the world seemed to settle into a gentle rhythm, as though the universe itself was in harmony. It was a delicate balance, one that could be shattered with a single act of defiance or mercy. The people who lived by the coastlines, those who sailed the seas, and those who relied on the weather for their crops knew that their fate was in the hands of these mighty beings. And yet, as fearsome and powerful as they were, the Dragon Kings were not beyond compassion. There were stories, old and whispered, of times when they had shown mercy to those who sought it. Sailors lost in storms, villagers praying for rain, farmers desperate for the warmth of the sun, all had found favor with the Dragon Kings when they had approached with respect and reverence. The sea would calm, the winds would shift, and the storms would pass. But not every request was granted. Not every offering was accepted. For the Dragon Kings were not creatures to be swayed by mere words or gifts. They ruled with the weight of millennia, their judgments as ancient as the earth itself. And when they did decide to act, their power could shape the world in ways that no mortal could ever imagine. The storm raged on, the wind howling, the waves crashing, but as the night wore on, a calm began to settle over the waters. The storm, as sudden as it had come, began to fade. The sea, once dark and threatening, slowly returned to its natural rhythm. Somewhere, deep below the surface, the Dragon Kings stirred, their dominion over the waters shifting with the winds and the tides. In the hearts of those who lived by the sea, there was a quiet understanding, an ancient reverence for the power that ruled their world. For in the end, it was not the human hand that shaped the earth. It was the hand of the Dragon Kings, the rulers of water and weather, whose moods could turn the seas to fury or calm the world with a gentle breath. The wind was calm that evening, and the sea shimmered beneath the twilight sky. The world felt still, like the universe was holding its breath. But deep below the surface of the vast ocean, something stirred. It was not a gentle shift of current or the movement of a small fish. This was something far grander, an ancient force, a creature of both the sea and the sky, born from the very heart of transformation itself. The Qilin, a being unlike any other, was rising. At first, it seemed like a shadow against the deep, the outline of something vast and powerful. But as the shape emerged from the depths, the full scale of its majesty became clear. Its body was like that of a great fish, its scales glinting in the fading light, smooth and iridescent, reflecting all the colors of the sea. But what set it apart from any ordinary creature was its wings, massive, powerful wings that stretched out like the sails of a mighty ship. As the creature spread them, the wind itself seemed to shift, the air growing charged with a kind of energy that hummed through the sky. The Qilin was a being of transformation, and transformation was its very essence. In the legends told by the elders, the Qilin was known to begin its life as a fish, small and unremarkable. But as it grew, as it faced the storms and the trials of the deep, it transformed, shedding its old form and becoming something greater, a great bird capable of soaring higher than the highest clouds, higher than even the stars. Its wings could sweep across the heavens with the force of a storm, and when it took flight, the entire world seemed to shift beneath its wings. It was said that when the Qilin spread its wings, it could stir up winds so powerful that they could carry it across oceans and mountains. The earth trembled beneath the force of its ascent, and the sky opened up before it. But it wasn't just its power that made it legendary. It was its potential. The Qilin embodied the very essence of possibility, the belief that no matter how humble the beginning, one could rise, grow, and become something beyond their wildest dreams. The fish that could not even imagine flying had the capacity within it to become the bird that could soar across the skies. The people who lived in the villages by the sea spoke of the Qilin in hushed tones, eyes wide with awe. For them, the Qilin was not just a mythical creature, it was a symbol. It was the hope that no matter how hard the struggle or how daunting the obstacles, they too could rise above them. In the darkest of times, when the winds howled with rage and the sea churned with fury, the image of the Qilin taking flight brought them solace. It reminded them that even the greatest challenges could be overcome, that transformation was always possible, and that the potential to rise was within everyone. But as much as the Qilin was a symbol of hope, it was also a reminder of the power that lay in nature, a power that could both create and destroy. For all its beauty and grace, the Qilin was not a creature to be taken lightly. The same wings that could lift it into the heavens could also send it crashing back to the earth with a single, thunderous flap. The same fish that had once swum peacefully in the deep could, in the blink of an eye, become the terrifying bird of the skies, capable of sweeping away anything in its path. Those who spoke of the Qilin remembered the great storms that it had called into being. The winds would grow fierce, the seas would rise, and the sky would darken. The storms would last for days, and when they passed, the world would be forever changed. The destruction was immense, but so was the rebirth. For when the storm subsided, new possibilities emerged, and the world began again. The Qilin story was not one of simplicity, it was not a tale of pure good or pure evil. It was a story of change, of growth, and of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. It was a reminder that transformation often comes at a cost, that the things we build, and the lives we lead, must sometimes be torn down before they can be rebuilt. The Qilin understood that better than any creature. It had seen the depths of the sea and soared into the endless sky, both parts of its being intertwined, yet separated. But there were those who feared the Qilin. They feared its potential to change everything, to upend the order of things with the sheer force of its flight. They remembered the destruction of the storms, the chaos that followed in its wake. Yet, even in their fear, they could not ignore the awe that the Qilin inspired. For even the greatest of storms left behind fertile ground for new growth, and even the harshest of transformations could lead to new opportunities. The Qilin's flight was not just a physical journey, it was a spiritual one. It represented the journey of the soul, the struggle to find one's true form, the path of rising above the mundane and becoming something more. The fish that was trapped in the depths could not understand the freedom of the skies, but once it transformed, once it embraced its potential, it could soar above everything, its wings reaching out to touch the very edges of the world. The tales of the Qilin, passed down from generation to generation, were not just stories, they were lessons. They taught that no matter how small or insignificant someone might feel, they could rise. They could grow. They could become something extraordinary. The Qilin's transformation was a testament to the idea that we are never truly stuck, that within us all is the capacity to change, to shed our old skins, and to embrace the greatness that lies dormant inside. And so, when the people of the villages looked out over the sea, they no longer saw just a storm waiting to happen or a bird soaring across the sky. They saw the Qilin, both the fish and the bird, both the storm and the calm, both the destruction and the rebirth. They saw their own potential reflected in the creature that could rise above the limitations of the world. As the Qilin disappeared into the distance, its wings carrying it further and further away from the sea, the world seemed to hold its breath once again. The skies cleared, the wind softened, and the sea grew still. But the memory of the Qilin lingered, a reminder that transformation was not only possible, it was inevitable. And within each of them was the boundless potential to rise. The air was heavy with the scent of salt water, the kind that fills your lungs and reminds you of things far older than you. The sea stretched out in front of the village, vast and unbroken, with waves whispering secrets only the deep could understand. And beneath those waves, there was a stirring. It wasn't the kind of movement you'd expect from a fish, nor was it like the dance of a gentle current. No, this was something different, a change in the very nature of the water itself, a force that shifted the balance of the world. A great shadow rose from the depths, breaking the surface with a power that seemed to bend the very air around it. The waves crashed violently, but there was something majestic in the way the creature moved, slow, deliberate, as if it were aware of the very history it carried on its back. The Qilin. The beast was both fish and bird, two creatures in one, a paradox of nature. Its body, at first glance, resembled that of a great fish, its scales glinting like silver as they caught the fading rays of the sun. But as it broke free of the water, a transformation began. The fins that had once been delicate, flowing like silk through the ocean, stretched and expanded. They morphed into powerful wings that could lift this mighty creature into the sky. What was once confined to the deep blue sea now soared freely, its wings stretching across the heavens like the shadows of an approaching storm. The villagers who saw this transformation, their eyes wide with awe and fear, whispered of its power. They spoke of the creature's boundless potential, how it was said that the Qilin could rise higher than the highest mountains, soar farther than the stars, and bring with it storms that could change the very world. Yet, for all its power, it was a creature born of humble beginnings. It was once a fish, small and insignificant, drifting with the current. It had no knowledge of the skies above, no understanding of its own capacity for greatness. But then came the change. The Qilin story began not in the sky, but in the depths of the sea, where it swam, unnoticed by the world above. It was just another creature in the vast ocean, caught in the endless cycle of life. But the call of something greater tugged at its soul. It was a restless creature, longing for more. And so, it began to change. Its body grew stronger, more powerful, its fins becoming the wings that could carry it to unimaginable heights. With every flap, it rose, further and further, from the water to the sky. It had transformed, and in doing so, had unlocked a part of itself it never knew existed. The villagers believed the Qilin was a creature of destiny. They saw it as a symbol of the infinite potential within all things, a reminder that no matter how small or weak you might feel, you could rise. The fish that had once been confined to the sea was now free to soar through the heavens, a living testament to the idea that change was possible, that growth was inevitable, and that transformation, no matter how impossible it seemed, was always within reach. The Qilin's wings, now vast and powerful, could stir up winds so fierce that the air itself would bend to its will. When it took flight, the skies would darken, clouds swirling as if in response to the beast's might. It could summon storms, winds that could rage for days, shaking the very earth beneath. It was said that when the Qilin flew, the heavens themselves took notice, as though the world had been turned upside down. And yet, after the storm passed, there would be a calm, a stillness that seemed almost sacred. For the people who lived near the sea, the Qilin represented something more than just a mythical creature. It was a reflection of the human spirit. They saw in its transformation their own potential for growth, their own capacity to rise above the hardships that weighed them down. They too could transform, could grow into something greater than they had ever imagined. The Qilin, in all its glory, was a symbol of hope, a hope that no matter how far from the skies you might feel, there was always a chance to rise. But with such power came the danger of forgetting the struggle that had led to that power. The Qilin's transformation wasn't easy. It wasn't a smooth, effortless change. It came with pain, with struggle, with a deep, relentless force that demanded everything from the creature. The sea it had once called home was no longer a place of safety, it was a place of struggle, of growth. Every shift in the Qilin's body, every change in its nature, required strength, required courage, required a willingness to let go of what it had once been. And when it finally took flight, when its wings beat against the winds, the transformation was complete. But the Qilin did not forget its origins. It did not forget the fish it had once been, or the depths it had risen from. In its wings, there was a memory of the sea, a reminder that no matter how high it soared, it was always connected to the place from which it had come. And so, it flew, but never too far, never too high. Its wings carried it into the sky, but its heart remained grounded in the waters below. It was a creature of contradictions. Its power was unmatched, its potential limitless. And yet, it remained humble, a reminder that even the greatest of transformations begin with the smallest of steps. The Qilin knew that in order to soar, one must first understand the depths from which they rise. And so, as it soared through the sky, the villagers below watched in awe. They watched the Qilin as it swept through the heavens, as it called forth the winds and the storms, and they knew that it was more than just a creature. It was a symbol of what could be. It was the embodiment of the belief that anything, no matter how impossible it seemed, could be transformed, could rise, could reach the heights that seemed beyond reach. And when the Qilin disappeared into the clouds, the world was never the same. For those who had witnessed its flight, for those who had seen the fish become the bird, the lesson was clear. There was no limit to what could be achieved. There was no boundary that could not be broken. As long as there was a will to rise, as long as there was a heart ready for change, the sky would always be within reach. The earth trembled beneath a sound that seemed to come from the very heart of the world, low and rumbling, like an ancient sigh. The air grew still, heavy with anticipation, as a shadow appeared in the distance, rising slowly, impossibly, out of the water. It was a figure of immense size, moving with a quiet grace that contrasted sharply with the power it radiated. The ground beneath it seemed to bow, as if in reverence, and the sky above dimmed just enough to make room for something extraordinary. A great turtle. Not just any turtle, but the Ao. Ancient, colossal, and wise beyond measure. Its shell was like a mountain, thick and sturdy, covered with the marks of time, lines, grooves, and patterns that told stories of the world's creation and of the forces that held everything together. Each movement it made caused the earth to shudder slightly, not from a threat, but from the sheer weight of its presence. The Ao was no mere creature, it was the foundation upon which the heavens themselves rested. The Ao's role in the world was unlike any other. It wasn't a hunter, or a warrior, or a seeker of glory. It was a guardian, a keeper of balance, a silent and patient supporter of the very structure of the universe. The heavens above, as vast and infinite as they seemed, rested upon its broad, steady back. The great turtle carried the weight of the sky itself, a burden of unimaginable significance that few could even begin to comprehend. In times long past, the world was a place of chaos, with the sky and the earth in constant turmoil. The heavens were unstable, always shifting, threatening to collapse or drift away into the void. It was the Ao who, with its immense strength, took on the task of holding the heavens in place. With a slow and deliberate movement, it positioned itself beneath the sky, allowing its massive shell to become the support that the world so desperately needed. The Ao did not fight or struggle, it simply bore the weight with quiet determination, knowing that its place in the world was one of service, of holding the balance steady. As the Ao's massive form settled into place, it felt the weight of the heavens above pressing down on it, but it did not falter. Its body was strong, its movements slow but steady. Every step it took, every shift in position, was a reminder of its purpose, to hold steady, no matter how heavy the burden, no matter how great the storm. And so, with each passing moment, the Ao became more than just a turtle. It became the backbone of the world, a silent protector of the order that kept everything in place. The people who lived in the world below looked up in awe at the Ao. They saw the great turtle as a symbol of endurance, of unwavering strength, and of the quiet power that comes from simply doing what is needed, no matter how difficult or thankless the task. The Ao was not a creature that sought attention or recognition, it simply did its duty, knowing that its actions kept the world from falling apart. It was said that the Ao's shell, with its countless patterns and marks, held the memories of all the events that had ever shaped the world. Each line, each groove, was a record of the universe's history, a testament to the trials and triumphs that had passed through the ages. And yet, despite the weight it carried, the Ao never seemed burdened. It carried the heavens with a quiet dignity, as though it understood that its role was vital, that without it, everything would unravel. The Ao's patience was its greatest strength. It could wait for centuries, never rushing, never looking for glory. It knew that the heavens above would never remain still, that storms would come and go, that the winds would howl and the rains would pour. But through it all, the Ao remained unmoved, its shell as solid as the mountains, its heart as steady as the earth itself. It was a reminder that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in the battles we fight, but in the quiet moments of endurance when we carry the weight of the world without complaint. And so, the Ao watched over the world, its immense presence a constant and reassuring force. It never sought recognition, never asked for praise. It simply did what it was meant to do, without hesitation. The heavens above, vast and infinite, rested upon its back, and the earth below was safe in the knowledge that the great turtle would always be there, steady and unyielding. There were those who, in times of need, would make offerings to the Ao, hoping for its blessing. They would carve symbols into the earth, drawing patterns that mirrored the markings on the turtle's shell. In return, they believed the Ao would grant them strength, protection, and guidance. It was said that the Ao's wisdom ran as deep as the oceans it had once called home, and those who sought its counsel would find the answers they needed. But the Ao did not speak in words. It spoke in silence, in the steady rhythm of its movements, in the calm that followed the storm. One such storm, a fierce and raging tempest, came to the land one year. The winds howled like wolves, tearing at the trees and shaking the very foundations of the earth. The people feared that the heavens might finally break free, that the sky itself would crash down upon them. But through the chaos, the Ao stood firm, its shell unmoving, its presence unwavering. The wind screamed, the rain poured, but the Ao remained a constant in the midst of it all. As the storm raged, the people looked up and saw the great turtle, steady and unyielding, and they knew that no matter how fierce the storm, it would pass. The heavens would hold, and the world would remain. The Ao had been there before, and it would be there again, guarding the balance between the sky and the earth. The storm would end, the sun would rise, and the great turtle would continue its watch, ever patient, ever steady, carrying the weight of the heavens without complaint. For the Ao, the world was its home, and in return for its strength, it asked for nothing but the knowledge that it had fulfilled its purpose. It was the giant turtle, the silent keeper of the heavens, and its legacy would endure for as long as the sky stretched above and the earth held firm beneath. The moon hung low over the shimmering waters, casting pale light across the quiet surface. The air was thick with mist, the kind that seemed to rise from the earth itself, clinging to everything it touched. On the edge of the water, the reeds swayed gently in the breeze, their whispering a soft, melodic hum that seemed to echo from the depths of the lake. And just beneath the stillness, in the dark waters where no human dared to tread, something stirred. The Jiaran, the merfolk of the east, moved like shadows in the depths. Their bodies, part human, part fish, glided effortlessly through the water with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. With the upper body of a beautiful woman and the lower body of a long, shimmering fish, they were creatures both mesmerizing and dangerous. Legends told of their enchanting songs, their haunting melodies that could steal the hearts of those who dared to listen too closely. But there was more to the Jiaran than just their beauty and charm. They were the water spirits of Chinese folklore, beings who existed on the edges of the human world, hidden from mortal eyes, but forever influencing the lives of those who lived near the water's edge. They were the keepers of the lakes, rivers, and seas, protectors of the depths, and yet, they were also the harbingers of danger for the unwary. There were tales of fishermen who ventured too far into the dark waters, only to disappear, leaving behind nothing but ripples on the surface. It was said that the Jiaran's voices, sweet and haunting, would lure men to their doom. They would sing songs that pulled at the heartstrings, songs of longing, of sorrow, of love. Once their victims were close enough, the Jiaran would drag them into the water, disappearing into the depths with them, never to be seen again. Some said the souls of the drowned would join them, trapped in the murky waters for eternity. But not all stories of the Jiaran were filled with terror. There were also those who spoke of their gentler nature, of moments when the spirits would reveal themselves to the kind-hearted and the brave. There were fishermen who had caught glimpses of the merfolk, their long hair floating like seaweed, their eyes glinting with wisdom and mischief. They were said to offer blessings to those who respected the waters, guiding their boats safely through the roughest storms, or providing a bountiful catch for those in need. It was in the quietest hours of the night that the Jiaran were most often seen. Those who dared to stay by the water when the moon was at its highest would sometimes hear the soft melody of their song, a sound that was both soothing and eerie, filling the air with a strange sense of longing. If they were brave enough to follow the sound, they would see the Jiaran, their silvery tails flicking gracefully through the water, their eyes glinting in the darkness. And if they were wise enough to stay still, to not reach out or chase the creatures, they might just witness the magic of the merfolk in peace. There were those, however, who knew better than to attempt to approach the Jiaran. The wise elders of villages by the water would tell the young ones to respect the spirits, to honor them from a distance, and never to wander too far into the depths. For the waters, they would say, were a realm unto themselves, and the Jiaran were not just protectors of it, but rulers of it as well. To overstep one's bounds was to anger the spirits, and to anger the Jiaran was to invite calamity. One such story told of a young man named One, a fisherman who had spent his life on the shores of a great lake. The lake was known for its beauty, its waters as clear as crystal, its shores lined with tall grasses that swayed like dancers in the wind. But One had heard the stories of the Jiaran, of their songs and their power, and though he respected the legends, he could not help but feel an overwhelming curiosity. One night, as the full moon rose high and bathed the lake in a soft, ethereal light, One ventured out on his boat, determined to see if the stories were true. The air was thick with silence as One rowed his small boat into the heart of the lake. His heart beat loudly in his chest, but he pushed the fear away, his eyes scanning the water for any sign of movement. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and with it, a soft, melodic sound began to fill the air. It was faint at first, but as One listened more closely, he could hear the unmistakable rhythm of a song, beautiful, haunting, and full of sorrow. He shivered, not from the cold, but from something else, something deep inside, a feeling that tugged at his very soul. As the song grew louder, One's curiosity overcame him. He leaned over the edge of the boat, straining to see the source of the music. And there, in the water, just below the surface, he saw them. The Jiaran. They were like nothing he had ever seen, beautiful, otherworldly, their long hair floating around their faces like a cloud of seaweed, their eyes shimmering like the stars above. They were singing, their voices rising and falling like the waves themselves, and in that moment, One felt as though he had entered a dream. The Jiaran's eyes locked with his, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to slow. One felt an inexplicable pull, as though the water was calling to him, inviting him to come closer, to leave the boat behind and join them in the depths. He took a slow step forward, his body aching with the desire to follow their song. But then, in that instant, he remembered the old stories, the warnings of the elders. He hesitated. The Jiaran's song faltered, as though they were waiting for him, watching him with quiet patience. The stillness in the air was almost unbearable. One slowly pulled back, shaking, his heart pounding. With a final glance at the merfolk, he rowed his boat back to the shore, the song of the Jiaran lingering in his mind long after he had left the lake behind. From that night on, One never ventured too far into the lake again. He had seen the Jiaran, heard their song, and understood that they were not beings to be pursued or tampered with. They were spirits of the water, guardians of the depths, and they would remain, both a mystery and a warning, to those who dared to listen too closely. The moon hung heavy in the sky, its pale light reflecting off the still, black waters below. The air was thick with an almost unnatural silence, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves as the wind passed through them. It was the kind of night that made the hairs on the back of your neck rise, as if the earth itself held its breath. On the shore of a forgotten lake, a solitary figure stood, staring out into the deep, dark water. Lu, a young fisherman from a nearby village, had heard the stories. Old tales passed down through the generations, spoken in hushed tones, warning of the water spirits known as the Jiaran. But tonight, something felt different. Tonight, the water seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if it was calling to him. He had grown up hearing about the merfolk, those mysterious creatures, half human, half fish, who ruled the waters. It was said that they could control the currents, summon storms, and enchant men with their beautiful, haunting songs. Lu, like all the other villagers, had always dismissed the stories as mere folklore. But something inside him tugged at the stories, whispering that there was more to them, that perhaps they weren't just stories after all. As he stood there on the edge of the water, Lu felt a strange compulsion. His heart beat faster, his palms began to sweat. The silence was unbearable now, and he found himself stepping forward, moving closer to the edge of the lake. The air around him felt charged, as though the very atmosphere was alive with anticipation. Then, a soft sound broke the stillness. It was faint at first, like the whisper of a distant breeze. But as Lu strained his ears to listen, the sound grew clearer, more distinct, a song. Not just any song, but a melody so sweet, so sorrowful, it seemed to pull at the very fabric of his soul. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as he listened, his mind racing. The song came from the water. Lu felt an irresistible urge to move closer, as if the music itself was calling him, drawing him in. He stepped cautiously, his feet barely making a sound as he crossed the wet, muddy earth. The closer he got, the clearer the song became, and soon he could make out the haunting, melodious voices. They were unlike anything he had ever heard, so beautiful, so pure, yet filled with an undercurrent of sadness, as though the voices were crying out from somewhere deep, far beyond the reach of the living. And then, he saw them. Rising from the depths of the lake, their bodies half submerged in the water, were the Jiaran. Their long, dark hair floated around them like dark silk, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Their faces were both human and otherworldly, their expressions hauntingly beautiful, filled with a timeless sorrow. The lower half of their bodies shimmered with scales, iridescent and translucent, like fish caught in moonlight. Lu froze, unable to move, his breath caught in his throat. He had heard the stories, but seeing them with his own eyes was something entirely different. They were real. The merfolk were real. One of the Jiaran, a woman, looked directly at him. Her eyes held his gaze with a piercing intensity, as though she could see straight into his soul. Lu's heart raced. The world around him seemed to fade, leaving only her and the soft ripples in the water. He felt a strange, almost painful longing, a desire to reach out, to be near her, to hear her song closer, to understand the aching sorrow in her voice. But the woman's expression shifted. There was something in her eyes now, something dark, something warning. Lu took a hesitant step back, his feet slipping slightly on the wet ground. But the Jiaran did not move. They simply stared, their haunting song now silent, leaving only the echo of its melody lingering in the air. The moment felt like an eternity, stretched thin and fragile. Lu's mind screamed at him to run, to turn away and forget what he had seen. But the pull of the water, of their gaze, kept him rooted to the spot. For a long moment, nothing happened. The water was still, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words. Then, without warning, the Jiaran vanished beneath the surface, slipping back into the lake as silently as they had come. Lu stood there, breathless, heart pounding in his chest, as the lake returned to its calm, silent state. The song was gone. But the memory of their eyes, of their sorrowful, beautiful faces, stayed with Lu long after the Jiaran had disappeared into the depths. The days that followed were strange. Lu couldn't shake the feeling that the Jiaran were still watching him, waiting for him to return to the water. He heard the echoes of their song in his dreams, felt the pull of their presence even when he was miles away from the lake. His once simple life as a fisherman now felt distant, insignificant. He had seen something that the rest of the world would never know, something that had touched a part of him that he couldn't name. As the weeks passed, Lu found himself returning to the lake, drawn back again and again by the memory of the Jiaran song. Each time, the water was calm, and the Jiaran never appeared. Yet the longing in his heart only grew stronger. It was as if the lake itself had become a part of him, the Jiaran song a part of his very soul. Then one evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned to gold, Lu saw them again. This time, the Jiaran were not in the water. They were standing at the edge of the lake, watching him. The woman who had gazed at him that first night stepped forward. Her face was no longer filled with sorrow, but with something else, a knowing, a quiet acceptance. Without a word, she held out her hand to him. Lu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this moment was different. This was a choice, a moment that would change everything. But the lake, the Jiaran, and the sorrowful song of the water were not for him to claim. Slowly, with a heart full of both longing and fear, Lu turned away, leaving the lake behind. The sea was calm, its surface smooth like glass. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the water. The salty air filled the lungs of Yiming, the old fisherman, as he leaned over his withered boat, peering into the clear depths beneath him. His hands trembled slightly, not from age, but from anticipation. For decades, he had searched these waters, hoping to find something he had only heard of in whispered legends, the clam spirit, Mingzhu. His grandfather had spoken of it often, a pearl-producing clam, a spirit of the sea, beautiful and elusive. It was said that those fortunate enough to find one of its pearls would be granted a life of wisdom and prosperity. But it wasn't just the pearls that fascinated Yiming. The clam spirit itself, Mingzhu, was said to be a guardian of the sea, a creature whose very presence held the balance of nature in its hands. The fisherman had spent years dreaming of the day he would come face to face with it. He knew, in his heart, that the legends were true. Somewhere beneath the waves, Mingzhu waited. He adjusted his net and tossed it over the side of the boat. As it sank into the water, Yiming's thoughts wandered back to his youth, to the stories his grandfather had told him while they sat together by the fire. He remembered the excitement in the old man's eyes as he spoke of Mingzhu, how the clam's shimmering pearl was not just a symbol of wealth, but of something far greater, wisdom, the kind of wisdom that could only be granted by the ocean itself. Yiming had heard countless stories of those who had tried and failed to capture Mingzhu's pearl, of fishermen who had grown old and weary in their pursuit, but none of them had ever succeeded. The clam spirit was elusive, hiding in the darkest depths of the ocean, never to be seen by those who did not understand its true power. As the day wore on, the sun dipped lower and the waters grew darker, but Yiming remained steadfast. The sea had always been his life, and the thought of finding Mingzhu was a fire that burned bright in his chest. He had never been one to give up on anything, and he would not give up now. Then, just as he began to lose hope, the boat shifted. It was subtle at first, a faint tremor beneath the hull, like a whisper passing through the water. Yiming's heart skipped a beat. He reached for the edge of the boat, gripping it tightly as the tremor grew stronger. Something was beneath him. Something large. His pulse quickened, and he dared not breathe too loudly, for fear it would disturb the waters. Slowly, he peered over the edge. The water below was a deep blue, almost black in the fading light. He could see nothing, but the tremors persisted. Then, with a soft and almost imperceptible sound, the water began to bubble gently. Yiming's breath caught in his throat as a small, gleaming light appeared just beneath the surface. It flickered like a distant star, moving with the grace of a living thing. With trembling hands, Yiming reached down, slowly lowering a hand into the water. The light was getting brighter, and as he moved closer, he could make out the shape of a small clam, its shell glowing softly with an inner light, like the moon caught in a pearl. His heart raced, and for the first time in his life, he felt as though he were in the presence of something truly magical. Then, as if aware of his presence, the clam's shell began to open. The pearl inside gleamed brighter, its surface shimmering with iridescent hues of pink, gold, and white. It was the most beautiful thing Yiming had ever seen, more than just a pearl. It was alive, its glow pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the sea itself. Yiming could hardly believe his eyes. He had found it, the clam spirit, Mingzhu. But as he reached toward it, a soft voice, clear and delicate like the sound of water trickling over smooth stones, filled the air. "Do not touch it," the voice said, barely above a whisper. Yiming froze, his hand hanging just above the clam. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once, echoing in the very air, the very water. It was as if the sea itself had spoken. The pearl dimmed slightly, and the clam closed its shell, protecting the light from his grasp. Yiming pulled his hand back, realizing that this was no ordinary clam. This was a creature of the sea, a spirit, with a wisdom far beyond his understanding. "It is not for you to claim," the voice continued. "The pearl is not just a gift, it is a burden." Yiming's heart raced. He had heard stories of how those who sought the pearl were often consumed by greed or longing, and that those who took it were often led to ruin. He had never truly believed those stories, but now, in the presence of the clam spirit, he felt the weight of those ancient warnings. "But why?" Yiming asked, his voice trembling. "Why show it to me, if not to take?" The water stirred gently as the clam slowly opened once more, revealing the pearl. But this time, it was different. The pearl's glow softened, and instead of the warm, golden light, it pulsed with a cold, quiet radiance, like the moon's light on a still, empty night. Because, the voice whispered, the true gift of the pearl is not in what it grants, but in what it teaches. Yiming did not understand. His heart ached with a deep, unspoken longing. He had spent his entire life searching for this moment, but now that he was standing in the presence of Mingzhu, he realized that there was more to the clam spirit's pearl than wealth or wisdom. It was a reminder. A reminder that sometimes, the greatest gift was not in what we could possess, but in what we could learn to let go of. The clam spirit's pearl shone one last time, its light soft and warm, before it sank slowly back into the depths of the water, leaving Yiming standing at the edge of the boat, his hands empty, but his heart full. The sea was calm again. The night settled around him, and as the boat rocked gently on the water, Yiming understood. The clam spirit had given him a gift, not a pearl to possess, but a lesson that would stay with him forever. Sometimes, true wisdom came not from taking what was offered, but from understanding when to let it go. The night was thick with silence, the kind that settled over the land when darkness pressed in too close, smothering everything. In the distance, the soft rustling of the wind stirred the leaves, a lonely sound. It was late, well past midnight, and Mei Lin stood by the edge of the old village road, her heart racing as the moon hung like a pale witness in the sky. Something was wrong tonight. The village was empty, save for the shadows that danced along the dirt path. Mei Lin had heard the stories, of course, everyone had. The villagers spoke in hushed voices about the hungry ghosts and restless spirits that roamed the earth after death. Souls who had been wronged, or who had suffered too much in life, never found peace. They wandered endlessly, caught between the worlds of the living and the dead, always hungry, always seeking something they could never have. And tonight, Mei Lin could feel their presence, thick in the air, like an unseen fog. She'd heard them before, whispers in the wind, faint cries just beyond the edge of hearing. But tonight was different. The whispers were louder, closer. The hunger of the spirit seemed to press against her skin, like a fever that could not be shaken. She'd been raised on the warnings, never wander too far at night, Mei Lin. The hungry ghosts are always waiting. Her grandmother had spoken those words often, her old eyes filled with fear as she gripped Mei Lin's hands. They'll follow you, child, until they can feed. And they will never be full. Mei Lin never fully believed those warnings. She had lived in the village all her life, had grown up hearing the tales of the restless souls, their eyes hollow and their mouths always open, desperate for something they could never satisfy. But now, standing alone on that path, she felt the truth of those words settle like a heavy weight in her chest. There was something here tonight. Something she could not escape. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees. Mei Lin shivered and pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. That's when she saw it, just a flicker at the corner of her vision, a shadow darting between the trees. A figure, pale and thin, moving with an unnatural quickness. Her breath caught in her throat, and she froze, unable to move. The figure emerged from the shadows, its form hazy and indistinct, as though it were made of mist. Its face was pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to peer right through her. It was a man, but not a man. His skin was ashen, his clothes tattered, and his mouth hung open, not in speech, but in a constant, silent cry for something. Something he could never have. The spirit reached out toward her, its hand long and bony, fingers like claws. Its mouth opened wider, and though no sound escaped, Mei Lin felt the hunger in the air. It wasn't a hunger for food. No, this was something deeper. It was a hunger for life, for warmth, for the things the dead could never touch again. It was a hunger that could never be filled. Please, the word slipped from Mei Lin's lips before she could stop it. She didn't know what she was pleading for. Was it for the spirit to go away? Was it for herself? The spirit didn't respond. It only moved closer, its gaze fixed on her, its eyes hollow, the blackness inside them endless. But before it could reach her, something else stirred in the darkness. A second figure, this one much larger, looming just behind the first. It was a woman, her face contorted in an expression of agony, her mouth wide open, not with hunger, but with pain. Her body was covered in ragged clothes, soaked in what seemed like water, as though she had risen from the depths of the sea. Her hands, too, were outstretched, her fingers long and clawed. The two spirits, the man and the woman, moved toward Mei Lin, closing in from opposite sides. The air grew colder, the hunger stronger, until it was almost suffocating. Mei Lin felt as though the weight of their despair was crushing her, pulling her toward the darkness that hung between the worlds. She could hear the faint whispers now, coming from all around her, voices calling out, begging, pleading for release. Mei Lin's heart pounded in her chest, and for the first time in her life, she understood what the villagers meant. These spirits were not at rest. They were not at peace. They were trapped in an endless cycle of longing, never able to find what they sought. And as she stood there, surrounded by their hunger, she realized that their pain was never ending. They would never be full. She turned to run, her feet stumbling on the dirt path as she desperately tried to flee from the spirits closing in on her. But no matter how fast she ran, the darkness followed, swallowing up the light of the moon, pushing her forward into the endless night. The hunger of the ghosts was with her now, pressing down on her shoulders, their cries louder in her ears. The wind howled through the trees, and Mei Lin's breath came in ragged gasps. She could feel them behind her, chasing her through the night, their hunger never satisfied. She could hear the voices now, clearer than ever, and each word they spoke was a reminder of their endless torment. Feed us. Give us peace. We are forever hungry. Mei Lin's legs ached, but she did not stop. The path ahead was uncertain, but she knew she could not let them catch her. She had to keep running. She had to escape the weight of their hunger, the weight of their suffering. For if they caught her, she too would be pulled into their endless longing, trapped forever in the space between life and death. Then, just as the spirits were about to overtake her, she stumbled into the clearing at the edge of the village. The moonlight flooded the space, pushing the darkness back. For a moment, the spirits paused, as though the light had weakened their hold. Mei Lin gasped for breath, her chest heaving. The shadows lingered, but they did not follow. Mei Lin turned, her body shaking, her heart still pounding. She was safe, for now. But she knew the spirits were out there, hungry and restless, waiting for the next soul to wander too close. The legends were true. And she would never forget the hunger in their eyes, the endless yearning that could never be filled. The wind whispered again, but now it was a soft, mournful sigh. Mei Lin didn't look back. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a faint, eerie glow over the quiet village. All was still, except for the occasional rustling of leaves as the wind whispered secrets through the trees. But tonight, something was different. Something dark, something hungry, stirred in the shadows. Ming Wei had heard the stories since she was a child, stories whispered in hushed tones by the elders, the kind that children were warned not to repeat. Tales of creatures that walked after death, not like the spirits of ancestors who watched over the living, but of something far more sinister, far more unnatural. The Jiangshi. It was said that when a person died under unnatural circumstances, when they were wronged, betrayed, or cursed, their soul could not rest. The body would remain in the grave, but the spirit, twisted by rage or despair, would rise. They would become something else, something not quite human. And when that happened, the Jiangshi was born. Ming Wei had always laughed at the stories. She had always thought them just that, stories. Old legends meant to scare children into obedience. But that night, as she walked home alone from the market, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty street, something made her pause. The air felt thick, too heavy, as though the world itself was holding its breath. She shivered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Then, she heard it. A soft, shuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet across the earth. Ming Wei's heart raced, and her hand instinctively went to the lantern at her side, but her grip trembled. She tried to tell herself it was nothing, that it was just the wind, just the usual rustling of the night. But deep down, she knew. The stories weren't just stories. The sound grew louder. Closer. Ming Wei's breath caught in her throat as she turned to look behind her. At first, she saw nothing but the darkness. But then, just at the edge of her vision, a shadow moved. Her heart skipped a beat. The shadow was tall, too tall, and it was moving unnaturally. Its limbs jerked as though they didn't belong to a human body. It hopped, one stiff movement after another, its body twisted at odd angles. Its face was pale, its eyes wide open and unblinking, fixed in a stare that seemed to pierce the very core of her being. The Jiangshi. Ming Wei froze, her mind racing. The creature, once a person, was now something else entirely, dead but not dead, bound to the earth by the weight of its own anger or sorrow. And it was coming for her. She stumbled backward, the lantern in her hand shaking violently as she tried to keep her footing. The Jiangshi didn't speak. It didn't need to. Its presence alone was enough to strike terror into her heart. Its mouth hung open, empty and dark, and its movements were erratic, like a puppet pulled by strings, jerking forward with each hop. Ming Wei's legs turned to lead, but she forced herself to move, to run, her feet carrying her faster than they ever had before. The Jiangshi followed, each hop taking it closer to her, the sound of its movements echoing like a death knell in the stillness of the night. She dared a glance over her shoulder. The creature was closer now, its eyes glinting with something wild, something hungry. And it was gaining on her. Ming Wei's heart pounded as she sprinted toward the safety of her home. She had to make it, had to outrun it. But the Jiangshi never slowed, never faltered. It was relentless. The stories said the only way to stop one was to bind it, to trap it, or to use the one thing it feared more than anything, a mirror. A reflection of its own twisted soul. But Ming Wei had no mirror, and there was no time to find one. All she could do was run. Her breath came in sharp gasps as she rounded the corner to her street. She could see the familiar glow of the lanterns outside her house, just a few more steps, but the Jiangshi was already there, standing in front of her door. Its body was frozen now, its movement stilled as it waited. And even though it hadn't touched her yet, she felt the coldness of death in the air, the suffocating weight of its hunger. Ming Wei's legs refused to carry her any further. She was trapped. The Jiangshi's mouth opened wider, as if to speak, but no words came out, only the soft hiss of air, as though it were sucking in the world around it. Its eyes never left her face, and in those cold, empty orbs, she saw the depth of its eternal hunger. The hunger of the dead who had been wronged. The hunger of a soul that would never rest. Her pulse quickened, and her body trembled. She could hear the thumping of her own heart in her ears, the frantic rhythm of fear. The Jiangshi was close now, closer than ever. Its cold fingers reached toward her, its breath coming in ragged gasps as it leaned closer. She closed her eyes, certain that death was upon her. The stories were true. The Jiangshi had come for her. And then, in a moment of pure instinct, she remembered the old remedy, one that her grandmother had spoken of in hushed tones, the sound of a rooster crowing at dawn. The crow of a rooster could banish the Jiangshi back to the grave, to the dark place it came from. But how could she? Without thinking, Ming Wei screamed, her voice loud and desperate, calling out into the night, "A rooster! A rooster!" She had no idea why she shouted those words, but to her surprise, a crowing sound echoed back at her. It was faint at first, but then it grew louder, closer. The Jiangshi's movements slowed, its twisted face wrinkling in confusion as the crowing grew nearer. The creature shrieked, a sound that tore through the night, a sound full of rage and fear. And with that, it hopped backward, its body jerking violently as it retreated into the shadows. Ming Wei stood, panting, her heart still racing. The rooster's crowing had worked. The Jiangshi was gone. For now. She looked around the quiet street, the moonlight now soft and steady above her. The night was still again, but she knew, deep down, that the legends were true. The Jiangshi were real. And they would always return. In the distance, the faint sound of a rooster crowing once more echoed through the night. The wind howled through the empty streets, a cold breath that seemed to carry with it a sense of foreboding. It whipped the leaves into frantic spirals and rattled the old wooden doors of the houses, as though trying to shake loose secrets that had long been buried. Li Jun's footsteps echoed on the cobblestone path, his heart racing faster with each step. The night had taken on an unnatural stillness, a heaviness that settled in the chest and made the air taste thick, like it was hiding something just out of sight. He had heard the stories whispered behind closed doors and passed down in hushed voices. Tales of spirits that roamed the earth after death, not at peace, but driven by anger and revenge. These were no benevolent ancestors looking over the living. No, these were the Gui. Li Jun had never truly believed in such things. He had laughed at the tales as a child, dismissing them as simple ghost stories meant to frighten the young. But now, as the cold gripped him and the dark seemed to grow deeper, those old stories took on a new weight. He could feel something watching him. Something lurking just beyond the light of the lanterns. The Gui were malevolent spirits, restless souls who could not find peace, their anger bound to the world of the living. They were the souls of those who had died in pain or injustice, and now they wandered the earth, driven by an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. And worse, some believed they could cross over, taking possession of the living to wreak havoc on those who had wronged them in life. Li Jun had heard of their powers, their ability to seep into the minds of the living, whispering lies and causing madness. He had heard of their cold, ghostly hands that reached out from the shadows, pulling their victims into the dark. But still, he never truly believed. Not until tonight. As he walked through the winding streets of his village, the lanterns flickered and sputtered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like living things. He quickened his pace, feeling an overwhelming urge to get home, to lock the door, and bury himself under the safety of his blankets. But something in the air, kept him from feeling truly safe. He passed the old shrine, a crumbling stone structure that had been standing for as long as anyone could remember. Its entrance was obscured by vines, its incense burner long since burned out. It was said to be haunted by the spirit of a woman who had died there, betrayed and left to die alone. No one dared to speak of her by name, but the stories were clear: she had become a Gui. Her rage, her sorrow, her anger, they all melded into something darker, something more dangerous. Li Jun paused in front of the shrine, feeling an unnatural chill sweep over him. The wind died suddenly, and for a moment, the world around him was utterly still. It was as if the earth itself was holding its breath. His heartbeat quickened, each thump echoing in his ears as his eyes darted to the darkened doorway of the shrine. A low, soft sound reached his ears, a whisper, too faint to hear clearly, but unmistakable in its intent. It was a voice calling to him from the shadows. His blood ran cold. It was the voice of a woman, sweet and soft, but there was something wrong about it, something that made his skin crawl. It was as though the voice were not speaking to him, but through him, as if the very air around him were alive with the words. "Li Jun, come closer." The words were soft, like a breeze against his skin, but they cut deep, a pull he couldn't explain. He took a step forward, his body moving almost of its own accord, as if the spirit were slowly weaving its tendrils around his mind, drawing him in. His feet moved faster now, almost running, but his mind screamed for him to stop, to turn away. The voice in his head was clearer now, louder, insistent. Come to me." The air grew colder, and the hairs on the back of Li Jun's neck stood up. He could feel it then, the presence. The dark, oppressive weight of the Gui that had been following him. It was no longer a mere whisper. It was tangible, alive, suffocating. He stopped dead in his tracks, panic rising in his chest. He turned, looking back down the street, but there was nothing. No shadow lurking in the dark, no face staring at him from the blackened windows of the houses. Yet he could still feel it, pressing down on him, like invisible hands reaching for him, grasping for him. "Li Jun," the voice said again, closer now, almost inside his ear. "Why do you run?" His eyes widened, and he stumbled back, his foot catching on the uneven stone beneath him. He fell to the ground, his lantern slipping from his hands and shattering on the cold earth. The flame inside flickered out, leaving him in pitch darkness. And then, he saw it. At the edge of his vision, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadow, its face obscured by the darkness. But the eyes, those eyes, were unmistakable. Glowing, unblinking, burning with rage. They were the eyes of a spirit, a soul twisted and angry beyond recognition. The Gue. Li Jun's breath caught in his throat. His mouth went dry, and he scrambled to his feet, heart pounding in his chest. The figure moved toward him, its form shifting, distorting as though it were not entirely of this world. He could feel its gaze piercing him, digging into his soul, judging him for his very existence. "No, no," Li Jun whispered, his voice barely audible. "Please. I didn't do anything." But the spirit didn't care for his pleas. It didn't care for his innocence or his guilt. It cared only for its hunger, its need for revenge, and it was too far gone to stop. The Gue advanced, its form now fully visible in the faint moonlight, its skin pale and mottled, its mouth open wide in an unnatural grin, revealing sharp teeth. The stench of death and decay hung in the air as it reached for him, its hand cold as ice. Li Jun stumbled back, but there was no escape. The Gue was too close now, and he could feel the chill of death creeping in, its icy fingers brushing against his skin. He closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable, but then the crow of a rooster pierced the silence, loud and sharp. The Gue recoiled, its eyes widening in fury and pain. It shrieked, a high-pitched wail that sent chills down Li Jun's spine. And then, with a final scream, it was gone. The air returned to normal. The weight lifted from his chest. He opened his eyes, looking around, and the streets were silent once more. The figure had vanished. Only the cold wind remained, a reminder of the terror that had passed. Li Jun's knees gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the stone, trembling with fear. He had survived. For now. But he knew, deep down, that the Gue were never truly gone. They were always waiting, lurking, restless spirits whose hunger could never be sated. And though the rooster had saved him tonight, the darkness would always return. It would always be there, watching, waiting, for its next victim. It was a moonless night, thick with mist, the kind that wrapped itself around your body and pulled you deeper into the shadows, suffocating the air, making each breath feel like a struggle. In the small village tucked between mountains and rivers, there was an unsettling quiet. The villagers had long since learned to go indoors after dark, their eyes avoiding the spaces where the mist lingered the longest. For they knew, as they had known for generations, that some spirits could not be banished by fire or prayer, and some grudges could not be forgotten, no matter how many years had passed. That night, Mei Li, a young woman of 20, found herself walking home alone after a long day at the market. The sun had set too early, and the path ahead was dim, the trees towering above her like dark sentinels. Her heart pounded in her chest, her footsteps quick and sharp on the hard earth, though she tried to stay calm. There was something unnerving about the night air, something that made her skin prickle, but she told herself it was just the usual chill of evening. As she turned the corner near the old well, she heard it, a sound that wasn't quite right. It was a faint rustling, almost like the whisper of silk, a movement too soft to pinpoint. She stopped, eyes narrowing, her breath catching in her throat. The hairs on her neck stood on end. For a moment, she considered running, but that would be foolish. The villagers didn't take kindly to those who let fear control them. But then it came again, clearer this time. The sound of something dragging. Something heavy, scraping against stone. Mei Li's heart beat wildly. She wasn't alone. Her pulse quickened as she turned her head toward the well. The mist swirled around it like an omen, an icy presence. She strained her eyes, trying to make out the figure in the shadows. It was there, just at the edge of her vision, standing tall, dressed in flowing white. Mei Li's breath caught in her throat. The figure's long hair was disheveled, hanging in front of her face, but Mei Li could see enough to know this was no ordinary person. This was a spirit. The woman was motionless for a moment, her back to Mei Li, before slowly, unnervingly, she turned. The empty eyes, dark and hollow, locked onto Mei Li's with a gaze so cold that it felt like the temperature around her dropped several degrees. The air around them thickened, suffocating. I know what you've done, the woman's voice came, soft but clear. It was like a whisper, but it was filled with such malice that it sent chills down Mei Li's spine. You cannot run from me. The ground beneath Mei Li's feet felt unstable, and the reality around her seemed to blur. This was no normal ghost, no wandering spirit caught between worlds. This was something far darker. The new Gue. A vengeful woman spirit. The new Gue, she knew, was a ghost driven by an unrelenting thirst for revenge. They were not like other spirits, lost and forgotten, seeking peace. The new Gue's anger was fierce, her heart heavy with betrayal. She had been wronged, betrayed by the one she loved, and now she came for those who dared to cross her path. The injustice she had suffered was her sole purpose in death, and nothing, not even time, could dilute the fire that burned within her. Mei Li felt the weight of the spirit's fury bearing down on her. The air around her seemed to warp, stretching like a thin veil between worlds. The mist, now a dark fog, began to swirl faster, coiling around her legs as if trying to hold her in place. The ground felt slick with cold, and Mei Li's breath came in short gasps as the figure before her took a slow step forward. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body felt frozen, paralyzed. Her feet were rooted to the spot, her limbs unwilling to obey her commands. The woman's face, now fully revealed, was a ghastly vision. Her skin was pale, translucent, with veins running dark beneath the surface like rivers of ink. Her lips were stretched into a twisted, sorrowful grin, but it was the eyes, those eyes, that held Mei Li captive. They were not eyes of sorrow, they were eyes of unrelenting rage. They burned with the fire of 1,000 broken hearts. You cannot escape, the spirit said, stepping closer, her movement unnatural, as if her feet did not touch the earth. Each step was slow, deliberate, as though she were savoring the fear in Mei Li's eyes. You are just like him. Just like the one who wronged me. Mei Li's blood ran cold. She knew of the legend, the tale of the woman whose love had been stolen by another, the betrayal that twisted her into a monster. The woman had died, broken and alone, her soul bound to the earth by her fury. But Mei Li could never have imagined that the legend could come to life, that the vengeful spirit could still walk among the living, seeking out the guilty. The spirit's cold, ghostly fingers reached out, brushing against Mei Li's cheek. The touch was like ice, sending a shock of terror through her body. Mei Li gasped, her heart racing as the new Gue leaned in closer, her mouth now inches from her ear. You will feel the same pain, the ghost whispered, her voice filled with venom, the same agony that I felt. Mei Li's body trembled with the weight of the spirit's words. She felt the invisible chains of guilt tighten around her chest. The spirit was not just a force of anger, it was a force of pain, of grief. Her vengeance was her only purpose, and Mei Li could feel it, that same sorrow, that same need for justice, tearing through her own soul. Suddenly, the fog around them began to churn, swirling violently, pulling them both into a vortex of darkness. The mist was so thick, so oppressive, that it felt as though the very air itself was closing in around Mei Li. She could barely see, barely breathe. But she could still feel the ghost's presence, could still feel the cold hand on her skin, dragging her further into the void. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the mist dissipated. The woman was gone, the air cleared, and Mei Li was left standing in the moonlight, alone in the stillness. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her heart thundering in her chest. But she knew, deep in her bones, that the encounter was not over. The new Gue would return. She would return for her, for all those who had been touched by betrayal, by injustice. The moon hung high, cold and distant in the sky, as Mei Li stood there, trembling, not from the cold, but from the knowledge that sometimes, revenge is a force so strong that it outlasts death itself. And the new Gue, with her endless rage, would never stop until her vengeance was complete. The wind howled through the dense, dark forest, bending the branches of the towering trees, their silhouettes twisting against the pale moonlight. It was the kind of night where every rustle of leaves seemed like a whisper, and every shadow felt like a lurking presence, just waiting to make itself known. In the village on the outskirts of the forest, the people had long been warned about the dangers of wandering too far from home after dark. There were tales, old, whispered stories about creatures that roamed the edges of the world, things that thrived in the dark spaces between the living and the dead. One such tale was about the Zhujiao ghost bird, a creature born of the spirit world, a being neither fully of the earth nor of the sky. Those who claimed to have seen it spoke of its eyes, eyes that shone with an eerie light, like two burning stars in the midnight sky. They said it was a bird, but not a bird as anyone knew it. It was something more, something ancient and unsettling. It was a harbinger, a creature that brought with it the cold touch of the afterlife. On this particular night, as the village settled into uneasy silence, a young man named Wei Liang stood at the edge of the forest. He had heard the warnings all his life, but something inside him urged him to see for himself, to find out whether the stories were true. Perhaps it was curiosity, or maybe it was the thrill of the unknown that had led him here, but as the first step took him into the woods, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, following him. The deeper he walked, the heavier the air became. The trees loomed like dark sentinels, their leaves barely stirring in the breeze. There was no sound, not even the usual chorus of insects or distant animal calls. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for something. And then, far off in the distance, he heard it. A soft, distant cry. It was a sound like no other, a haunting, low trill that made the hairs on the back of his neck rise. It was so faint at first that Wei Liang thought it might have been the wind, but as he listened, the sound grew louder, clearer, and more distinct. It was a bird's cry, yes, but there was something wrong about it. It wasn't the familiar song of a nightingale or the caw of a crow. It was mournful, like the cry of something lost, something that had long ago been forgotten. Wei Liang's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, his feet crunching against the dead leaves that littered the forest floor. The sound led him deeper into the woods, where the trees grew thicker and the path narrower. The air was growing colder now, biting at his skin, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long. With every step, the cry of the bird grew louder, until it seemed as though the very forest was alive with its song. And then, as he rounded a bend in the path, he saw it. It was perched on a branch, its form impossibly still against the backdrop of the night sky. The Zhujiao ghost bird. Its feathers shimmered in the moonlight, but they were not like any feathers Wei Liang had ever seen. They were pale, almost translucent, like the wings of a creature that did not belong to this world. The bird's eyes, those piercing, unnatural eyes, gleamed like two pools of molten gold, reflecting the light of the moon with an intensity that made Wei Liang's breath catch in his throat. It stared at him, unmoving, and for a moment, he thought he saw something in its gaze, a deep, ancient sorrow. It was as if the bird could see into him, could see the very core of his being, and in that brief moment, Wei Liang felt a wave of dread wash over him, as though he were standing at the edge of something far greater than he could understand. He tried to take a step back, but his feet wouldn't move. It was as if the bird's eyes held him in place, locked him in its gaze, and the longer he stood there, the more he felt himself slipping away from the world he knew. The bird's cry pierced the silence again, louder now, echoing through the forest like a death knell. It was not a cry of life, but a cry of something beyond, something that only existed in the liminal space between the living and the dead. Wei Liang felt his skin crawl, his heart racing in his chest, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. The bird tilted its head slightly, as if steadying him, and then, with a sudden movement, it spread its wings wide, revealing their full span. The wings were vast, impossibly large, like the wings of a being that had flown through time itself. They glowed faintly, the edges shimmering with an ethereal light, and as they unfurled, the air around Wei Liang seemed to vibrate. It was a sensation that filled him with both awe and terror, and he could feel the weight of it pressing down on his chest, making it harder to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the bird took flight. It didn't soar like a normal bird, no, the Zhujiao ghost bird seemed to glide, moving effortlessly through the air, as though it were a part of the wind itself. The wings beat with a rhythm that was both hypnotic and unsettling, sending a chill through the forest that made the trees groan and the ground beneath Wei Liang's feet tremble. The bird didn't fly away, though. It circled above him, its cry now a mournful wail that echoed through the forest, sending ripples of fear through every living thing around him. And then, without warning, the bird was gone, disappearing into the mist as quickly as it had come. Wei Liang stood there for what felt like an eternity, his body frozen in place, his mind reeling with what he had just witnessed. The cry of the bird still rang in his ears, like a reminder that he had seen something that should not have been seen, that he had come face to face with a creature that belonged to the spirit world, a being that existed on the edge of death and memory. The wind returned then, rustling through the trees, and the world around him began to feel real again. But Wei Liang knew, deep down, that nothing would ever be the same. The Zhujiao ghost bird had shown him something, a glimpse of a world beyond his understanding, a world where spirits and shadows roamed freely, and where creatures like the bird were born from ancient forces that no one could ever truly comprehend. As he turned to leave, the forest seemed to sigh, the weight of the encounter settling on his shoulders. He would never forget the eyes of the Zhujiao ghost bird, the eyes that held the memory of the world's oldest sorrows. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his core, that the spirit world was never as far away as people believed. Sometimes, it was just a step away. The waves crashed against the rocks with a force that made the cliffs tremble. The sea, dark and unforgiving, churned beneath the stormy sky, as if it were alive, breathing and roaring with untold power. On the horizon, where the sky met the water in a jagged line of gray, a small figure could be seen. She was no larger than a speck against the vastness of the ocean, but her presence was undeniable. She moved against the current, fighting, never pausing, her small wings beating furiously against the wind. Her name was Jingwei. She had been there for as long as anyone could remember. Her body, delicate but fierce, seemed to pulse with an energy that defied the chaos of the world around her. A bird, though not just any bird. She was more than that. She was the embodiment of something far deeper, a spirit of perseverance, of defiance against the world's cruelest forces. Long ago, Jingwei had been a creature of joy and innocence, a bird that flitted carelessly from tree to tree, singing sweet songs to the wind. But fate had its own plans. She was no longer just a bird of the skies. The sea had claimed her, and with that, her life had transformed forever. It had happened on a quiet, calm day when the sun bathed the earth in golden light, and the air smelled of salt and freedom. Jingwei, in her carefree flight, had soared too close to the water. A wave, sudden and violent, rose up as if it had been waiting for her, and without warning, it swallowed her whole. The ocean, in its unyielding hunger, pulled her under, dragging her down into its depths. For a moment, everything had gone dark, silent. The gentle lull of the sea was now a suffocating blanket, wrapping her in a deep, endless void. But she did not die. The sea had taken her body, but not her spirit. She had fought her way to the surface, gasping for air, her wings heavy and soaked, but still she lived. Still, she struggled. Jingwei had no memory of how long she had struggled against the waves, days, weeks, months, perhaps even years. Time no longer mattered to her. What mattered was survival. The sea, relentless and uncaring, had taken something precious from her, but it had not taken her will. Every time the waves seemed to swallow her again, she fought back, her small body straining against the pull of the ocean. Every time the wind howled in fury, she pressed forward, refusing to be broken. And so, she began to build. Every grain of sand she could find, every drop of water she could carry in her tiny beak, she took to the shore. Over and over, she repeated the motion, a ceaseless rhythm that began to carve out the world around her. The tiny bird had no power against the ocean's infinite might, but her perseverance knew no limit. She flew tirelessly, seeking the materials she needed, returning again and again to the same stretch of beach, where she deposited the tiny grains of sand and pebbles she collected. The ocean roared at her efforts, pushing back at her with waves that crashed like thunder, but Jingwei didn't stop. She did not falter. No storm, no matter how fierce, could bend her to its will. As the days turned into years, her pile of sand grew, little by little, piece by piece. The world around her remained vast and impossible, the sea still dark and infinite, but the small pile of earth was hers. It was something she had made, something that stood as a testament to her defiance. She had not been broken. The villagers who lived on the edge of the shore had long whispered about the little bird that fought the ocean. They called her a symbol of the human spirit, the soul of perseverance incarnate. Some said that she would never stop, that her task was eternal, a punishment given to her by the gods. Others believed that one day, her pile would grow so large that it would change the course of the sea itself. But as the centuries passed, the story of Jingwei became something more than just a tale. It became a myth that the people carried in their hearts. Her spirit, her refusal to yield, had become a symbol of hope. In the face of the crushing weight of the world, in the face of all that seemed impossible, Jingwei's journey reminded them that even the smallest among them could make a difference. That persistence, no matter how hopeless it might seem, could carve paths where none existed. That, even in the face of defeat, there could still be triumph. One evening, as the sun began to sink below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of red and gold, Jingwei's wings beat with a new strength. Her tired body had become used to the endless struggle, her wings calloused from years of labor. But there was something in the air that night, a stillness, a quiet that seemed to stretch beyond the sea and the sky. For a moment, she paused, her wings beating slowly as she hovered above the pile of sand she had built. She looked out at the ocean, its waves no longer as threatening as they once had been. The ocean had not broken her, and neither had time. And in that moment, Jingwei understood something. The sea could never take her again. She had transformed, and what had once been an innocent bird had become something far more powerful. Her perseverance, her unwavering spirit, had not just shaped the world around her, it had shaped her very soul. She was no longer bound to the earth or the sky. She had transcended the world of men and birds, and had become something that could never be silenced or forgotten. The wind shifted, carrying her upwards. And though she had not yet finished her task, though her work was still far from done, Jingwei felt a peace that she had not known in lifetimes. She had become a guardian of the sea, not because she had conquered it, but because she had learned to live with it, to shape it with the strength of her heart. The sea, once her enemy, had become her ally. And as she soared higher, her wings cutting through the air with a quiet grace, the storm that had once defined her life began to fade. The myth of Jingwei, the bird who fought the sea, lived on, not in the sand or the waves, but in the hearts of those who believed. The air was heavy with heat, and the sun blazed down upon the earth, scorching everything it touched. In the far distance, where the sky met the horizon, a flash of red danced across the sky. It was brief, but unmistakable, a glimpse of something powerful, something untamable. It was the vermilion bird, Zhuke, the fiery guardian of the south. No one could say exactly where it came from. Some said it was born from the very fire of the heavens, others that it had been shaped by the earth's longing for warmth. Its feathers shimmered with the intensity of flame, and its wings spread wide like the fiery rays of the sun. To see it was to witness the birth of fire itself, an impossible beauty that left a mark on your soul, as if you had touched something sacred, something divine. Legend spoke of Zhuqiu's power over the element of fire. It was said that wherever the bird flew, the earth below would burn with the heat of 1,000 suns. The fire was not the destructive force that razed villages or consumed forests. No, this was different. It was the kind of fire that gave life to the earth, that purified the land and made it fertile. It was a fire that could destroy, yes, but also create. It was the fire of the south, the fire that could be both an ally and an adversary. Zhuke was no ordinary creature. It had the grace of a bird but the strength of the flames it wielded. Its eyes were the color of smoldering embers, and its cry echoed across the lands like the roar of a flame caught in a windstorm. Wherever it went, the very air seemed to burn with its presence, and the earth below would heat with its energy. It was the embodiment of the fire that came from the south, the very essence of that heat that rose from the deepest parts of the world. But even with all its power, Zhuke was not a creature of destruction. It was a protector, a guardian of the balance between fire and earth. It was said that when the south was threatened, when the world was out of balance, Zhuke would rise, its wings spreading like a blaze across the sky, bringing with it both destruction and rebirth. It would purify the land, burning away what was no longer needed, making way for new life to emerge. Its presence was a sign of change, of transformation, and its very being was a reminder that sometimes, in order to create, something had to be destroyed. There was one story, passed down through the generations, that captured the heart of what Qilin represented. It was told by an old elder, a woman who had lived through times of both peace and war, of prosperity and hardship. She would sit by the fire, her wrinkled hands clasped tightly together, and tell the children of the village the story of how Qilin had once saved the land. It had been a time of drought, the earth cracked and dry, the rivers empty, the crops withered beneath the unrelenting sun. The people of the south had prayed for rain, for relief, but it never came. The skies were clear, empty, as if the heavens themselves had forgotten them. Hope was fading, and despair settled over the land like a shadow. Then, one day, Qilin appeared. It came not as a small bird, but as a blazing presence in the sky. Its wings cut through the air, leaving trails of fire behind it, and its eyes burned like the sun itself. The heat it carried was unbearable, and the people cried out in fear, thinking that the end had come. But Qilin did not bring destruction. Instead, it brought a great wave of fire that seemed to flow from its wings, sweeping across the earth, sweeping away the drought and the despair. The fire burned the land, yes, but it did not destroy it. It scorched the earth with purpose, burning away the old, the useless, and leaving behind soil that was rich and fertile, ready to sustain life once more. Wherever the fire touched, new life sprang up. The rivers began to flow again, the crops bloomed, and the land was renewed. The people marveled at the power of the vermilion bird, for it had come not to destroy, but to renew, to restore the balance that had been lost. The fire, though fierce and terrifying, was also a gift of transformation. The elder would pause at the end of the story, her eyes gleaming with a quiet understanding. Qilin is not just a bird of fire, she would say softly, her voice low and gentle. It is the embodiment of change. It comes to remind us that even in the darkest of times, even when all seems lost, there is always a way to rise again. The fire that burns is the same fire that heals. The South, with its heat and its fury, is also a place of new beginnings. And so, the story of Qilin became more than just a myth. It was a reminder to the people that life, like fire, is both destructive and transformative. There is no creation without destruction. There is no growth without change. To live, to truly live, is to embrace both the fire that burns and the ash that remains. As the years passed, the legend of Qilin continued to grow. Its image was carved into the walls of temples, painted on the banners that flew in the wind, and whispered in the hearts of those who believed. The vermilion bird had become more than a protector of the South. It had become a symbol of resilience, of hope, of the power of fire to renew and restore. In times of peace, Qili's wings were seen as a blessing, a promise that the land would remain fertile and the people would flourish. But in times of struggle, its fiery presence was a warning that change was coming, sometimes painful, sometimes difficult, but always necessary. The sky burned bright with the colors of the sunset, and in the heart of the South, the vermilion bird spread its wings wide, embracing the flame that made it both a destroyer and a creator. Its cry echoed across the land, a reminder that, just as the fire of the South burns brightly, it also brings warmth and life. Qilin was not just a bird of fire, it was a promise, a symbol of transformation and renewal, a reminder that, like the flames it commanded, we too can rise from the ashes. It was a night like no other, a night when the winds howled through the trees, and the darkness seemed deeper than ever before. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light over the world below. But there, amidst the shadows, something moved. It was swift, fleeting, like a streak of fire in the blackness. And with it came an unmistakable sound, the cry of a bird, sharp and unsettling, echoing through the air. This was no ordinary bird. It had but one leg, and its wings burned like fire, casting a glow that danced across the ground. It was the Fawn, the one-legged bird of fire, an omen of the unknown, a creature wrapped in mystery and fear. Few had ever seen it and lived to tell the tale, and those who had could never quite forget the sensation it left behind, a chill that ran deep into the bones, a sense of something lurking just beyond understanding. The Baifeng was a creature both feared and revered, for it was said to come when the winds of change were blowing in directions no one could anticipate. Its presence signaled that something was on the horizon, something not yet seen, but already stirring in the dark corners of the world. It was a harbinger, a sign of things to come, and though no one could ever say for sure what it meant, there was always a sense that it foretold something significant. It was the bird of fire, but it was also the bird of uncertainty. There was a legend that told of a small village nestled in a valley, far away from the bustling cities. The people there lived simple lives, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons. They had never known much of the outside world, but they were content, living off the land and under the protection of their ancestors. Then, one night, the wind shifted. The air grew cold, and the shadows lengthened. In the distance, the cry of the Baifeng was heard, its call cutting through the silence like a blade. The elders of the village gathered quickly, their faces grim as they spoke in hushed tones. "The Baifeng is near," one of them said, her voice trembling with the weight of the words. "It is a bird of fire, a bird of warning. When it comes, it means that something is about to change. But we do not know what." The villagers huddled together, their hearts filled with unease. They had heard the stories of the Baifeng, of its one leg and fiery wings, but they had never imagined that it would visit them. It was a bird of omen, a creature tied to the unknown, and the unknown is always frightening. As the night wore on, the air grew heavier, the tension thick enough to taste. The Baifeng's call echoed again, this time closer, and the people could feel its presence in their very bones. It wasn't a sound they could escape, no matter how hard they tried to block their ears. It was as though the bird's voice was coming from within them, a sound so powerful that it made their hearts race with dread. Then, as the first light of dawn began to break, the bird appeared. It swooped down from the sky, its one leg carried high in the air, its wings glowing like embers. It flew in a circle above the village, its fiery form cutting through the darkness, illuminating the land below. The villagers stared up, wide-eyed, as the bird hovered there, as though it were watching them, waiting for something. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the Baifeng was gone. It vanished into the distance, leaving behind only the faintest trace of its presence, the smell of smoke, the lingering heat in the air, and a deep sense of foreboding that would not leave the village for many days to come. In the weeks that followed, strange things began to happen. Crops that had once flourished began to wither. The rivers that ran through the valley began to dry up. The animals, once plentiful, grew scarce. The village, once full of life and laughter, grew quiet, as though the very soul of the place had been drained away. The elders were not surprised. They knew that the Baifeng had come as a warning. It had foreseen the coming of change, and they had failed to listen. The bird's cry had been the first sign, but they had not understood. They had been too caught up in their daily lives, too complacent in their routines, to recognize that the world around them was shifting. Now, the village was paying the price. The Baifeng, with its fiery wings and one leg, had been a reminder that the world was not static. Change was inevitable, and it could come swiftly, without warning. The bird had flown over them, a symbol of the unknown, and they had ignored its warning. Now, they would have to live with the consequences. As the days went by, the people of the village tried to adapt. They worked harder, hoping to reverse the damage that had been done. But it was no use. The land remained barren, and the rivers stayed dry. They had been marked by the Baifeng, and there was no escaping it. In the end, the village had to abandon its home, leaving behind the land that had once sustained them. They scattered to other places, seeking new beginnings, but always carrying with them the memory of the bird that had come from the fire, the one-legged bird that had come to tell them the truth they had refused to see. The legend of the Baifeng lived on, passed down through generations, a tale of caution and mystery. The bird of fire was not just a creature of myth, it was a force, a reminder that the unknown is always waiting, just beyond the horizon, ready to disrupt the lives we hold dear. It was a bird of omen, yes, but also a bird of wisdom. It came when the world was out of balance, when the winds of fate were blowing in ways no one could predict. And when it appeared, it was a sign that things were about to change, whether anyone was ready or not. Its cry still echoed in the hearts of those who had heard it, a haunting sound that would never quite fade away, a constant reminder that the unknown is always closer than we think. The wind howled, wild and free, sweeping across the vast and endless sky. Beneath it, a shadow stirred, massive and unfathomable, soaring through the clouds with a force that bent the very air around it. It was a bird, but not like any bird the world had ever seen. Its wings stretched as wide as the horizon, and its mighty body cut through the air with the power of a storm. It was the Pang, the giant bird of immense strength, a creature born from the philosophy of Zhuangzi, a being that moved through the sky not just with its wings, but with the weight of meaning itself. The Pang was not simply a bird. It was an idea. A symbol of limitless potential. In the tales, it was said to rise from the depths of the southern seas, its wings carrying it farther than the eyes could follow. The wind beneath it roared as though it was the breath of the earth itself, as if the bird's flight was not only a journey through space, but a dance through the very essence of existence. To witness the Pang in flight was to see not just a creature of flesh and feather, but a force of nature, immense, unstoppable, and fearless. Legend tells that the Pang was born from the great chaos, emerging from the depths of the ocean where no human foot had ever touched. Its size was unimaginable, its power incomprehensible. The bird was so large, it could spread its wings and cover the land for miles in shadow. With each powerful stroke of its wings, the earth seemed to tremble beneath it. The Pang soared higher and higher into the sky, not just seeking space, but seeking the very meaning of its existence, yearning to understand the world from above, where all things looked small and insignificant in comparison. Zhuangzi, the ancient philosopher, once spoke of the Pang in a tale that still echoes in the minds of those who hear it. He told of the bird's journey and the lessons it carried, lessons that went far beyond the simple story of a bird. Zhuangzi said that the Pang, rising up into the sky, sought the limitless heights, the realms beyond the reach of ordinary creatures. It did not settle for the smallness of the world it had been born into. It was driven by something deeper, an instinct to reach for the heavens, to soar where no other being dared to go. But what made the Pang truly remarkable, Zhuangzi explained, was not its size or its strength, but its understanding of itself. The Pang did not struggle or fight the forces of the world around it. It did not waste its energy resisting the wind or fighting against the clouds. It simply spread its wings, trusting in its power and its purpose. The world around it might have been vast and turbulent, but the Pang did not fear it. It moved through the air with ease, its every movement an expression of its inherent strength. The story of the Pang speaks of transformation and transcendence. It tells of the bird that rises above the ordinary world, not by force or struggle, but by embracing the world as it is, by flowing with it, by understanding its place in the grand scheme of things. The Pang was not just a creature of flight, it was a creature of wisdom, for it knew that to reach the greatest heights, one must first understand the depths. The sky above the Pang was always full of wind and turbulence, but the bird never fought against it. Instead, it used the wind to lift itself higher, using its immense strength not to oppose, but to embrace the forces around it. The Pang's flight was not a struggle, it was a graceful journey through the world's currents, a dance with the very elements that would have brought any other creature crashing down. The bird's path was as natural as the flow of the river, as effortless as the turning of the seasons. As the Pang flew higher and higher, Zhuangzi's words echoed in the minds of those who understood its message. True strength is not about overpowering the world, but about understanding it. True greatness is not about achieving victory over others, but about finding harmony with oneself and the world around. The Pang did not fight against its environment, it was at one with it, moving as though it had always belonged in the sky. But the Pang's journey was not without its challenges. The world it soared above was not always kind, nor was it always clear. The clouds could be thick and stormy, the winds could be fierce. Yet, the Pang never lost its way. It trusted in the power within itself, knowing that it was not the world that determined its path, but the strength it carried within. One day, the Peng encountered another bird, small, fragile, and grounded. This bird, too, had dreams of soaring through the sky, but it lacked the wings to reach the heights the Peng had known. The small bird looked up at the Peng with awe, wondering how it could ever reach such heights. The Peng, sensing the bird's longing, approached it, not with words, but with the graceful movement of its wings. It was then that the small bird understood the Peng had not reached its great heights by wishing or dreaming, but by embracing its true nature. It had not tried to become something it was not. It had simply trusted in itself and its journey. And so, the Peng became a symbol not just of power, but of wisdom. It was a reminder that strength lies not in dominating the world around us, but in understanding our place within it. The Peng's flight was not an act of force, but an act of acceptance, a surrender to the wind, the clouds, the vastness of the sky. It was a lesson in humility, in patience, and in trust. The Peng taught that to reach the greatest heights, one must first know their true nature and trust that it will carry them where they need to go. As the Peng soared into the horizon, its silhouette fading into the distance, those who had witnessed its flight were left in awe. Its wings, like great flames, had burned through the sky, and in its wake, it left behind a sense of peace, of quiet understanding. The Peng was not just a creature of immense strength, it was a reminder that true greatness lies not in conquering the world, but in knowing how to navigate it with grace and wisdom. And so, the Peng flew on, ever higher, ever farther, its journey continuing beyond the limits of human comprehension, its wings a testament to the power of self-discovery and the eternal search for meaning in the vast, endless sky. In the dead of night, when shadows creep through the cracks of the earth and the air is thick with silence, something stirs. It is a sound so familiar yet steeped in mystery, the crowing of a rooster. But this is no ordinary bird. This rooster, draped in the colors of the heavens, stands as a sentinel between night and day. It is the celestial rooster, the rooster of dawn, and when it calls, the first light of morning stirs in the east. Its crow breaks through the stillness like a bolt of lightning, striking the very heart of the night. For those who listen closely, there is magic in its cry, a promise that the dark hours will pass, that light will once again reclaim the sky. It is as though the rooster's call is a signal, not only for the arrival of dawn, but for the awakening of something deeper, a power that lies hidden in the moments before the sun rises, when the world holds its breath in anticipation. The celestial rooster is no ordinary creature of feathers and beak. It is a being of great significance, bound to the cycles of the earth and the heavens. Its crowing is said to be the bridge between two worlds, marking the shifting of time and the turning of the wheel of fate. With each cry, the rooster brings forth the dawn, but more than that, it is said to carry the secrets of the universe in its wings, carrying with it the mystical properties that govern the very flow of life itself. It is not known where the rooster comes from. Some say it descends from the stars, while others whisper that it has always been there, waiting in the shadows of the world. Legends tell of a time when the celestial rooster perched on the highest mountain, its feathers glistening with the light of 1,000 suns. From this place of power, it called the dawn into being, and with each crow, it shaped the rhythms of the earth. There is a story passed down through generations, a tale that chills the bones of those who hear it. In a distant village, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, the people had long relied on the celestial rooster to mark the time of day. Every morning, without fail, its cry would echo through the village, and the people would stir from their slumber, grateful for the rooster's guidance. But one fateful night, the rooster's cry did not come. The world stayed dark, and the village was cast into an uneasy stillness. For days, the people waited, fearing the worst, for without the rooster's call, there was no dawn. As time passed, the villagers grew desperate. Crops withered in the dark, and the nights grew colder, longer. They sent scouts to search for the rooster, venturing into the deepest forests and climbing the highest peaks. But no trace of the celestial bird was found. In their desperation, the villagers turned to an old sage who lived at the edge of the forest. He was a man of strange knowledge, one who spoke often of the mysteries of the heavens and the earth. The sage listened carefully to their plea and then told them of the rooster's power. "It is not merely a bird," he said, his voice soft yet firm. "It is a guardian of the light, a messenger between the worlds. When it does not cry, It is because the world is out of balance. Something has disturbed the natural order, and until the rooster returns, nothing can set it right. Determined to restore balance, a small group of brave villagers set off on a journey to find the celestial rooster. They traveled for many days, crossing rivers and scaling mountains, driven by the knowledge that without the rooster's call, the world would remain in darkness. The forest whispered secrets to them as they passed, and the sky seemed to watch their every move, the stars dimming and flickering in and out of view. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached the peak of the highest mountain, where the sage had told them they would find the rooster. There, on the edge of the cliff, perched the celestial rooster. Its feathers shimmered like silver fire, its eyes glowing with the wisdom of the ages. But as they approached, they saw that it was not moving. It stood still, as though frozen in time, the silence around it thick and heavy. One of the villagers stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. "Please," he begged, "the world is waiting. The dawn is lost without you." The rooster turned its head slowly, its gaze piercing through the darkness, and for the first time in days, it let out a single, soft cry. It was not the cry they had expected, a loud, commanding sound that split the sky, but a soft, trembling note, as if it had been holding its voice inside for far too long. The villagers felt the air shift, the earth trembled beneath their feet. Slowly, the first rays of dawn began to creep over the horizon, breaking the hold of the night. The rooster's cry was a thread that wove the night into the day, knitting the fabric of time back together. But even as the sun rose, the villagers could feel that something had changed. The rooster had given them the dawn, but it had also given them a gift far more profound, a lesson in patience and balance. The rooster had not simply brought the day, it had restored the flow of life itself. The world had to be in harmony for the dawn to come, and the rooster's silence had been a reflection of that dissonance. From that moment on, the villagers understood the true power of the celestial rooster. It was not just a creature of light, but a reminder that the world is fragile, that the cycles of nature are delicate, and that without balance, everything falls into chaos. They had been given the dawn, but they had also been given a deeper understanding of the world they inhabited. The rooster was not merely a herald of the morning, it was the keeper of the balance between night and day, light and darkness. Each morning, as the rooster's cry echoed through the village, the people remembered that the dawn was not just a gift, it was a promise. A promise that no matter how long the night, the light would always return. The celestial rooster, with its mystical properties, was a symbol of hope and transformation. It was the bridge between two worlds, the moment when the dark gave way to the light. And in its call, the people found not only the start of a new day, but the wisdom to live in harmony with the world around them. And so, the celestial rooster continued to crow each morning, its call echoing across the world, a reminder of the power of balance and the eternal dance of day and night. On the edge of an ancient battlefield, where the winds howled with the voices of the forgotten and the earth bore scars of endless conflict, a strange figure loomed in the shadows. The moonlight painted its outline, grotesque and distorted, a massive beast with gaping jaws that stretched impossibly wide, as though it could swallow the very night. This was the Tautai, a creature whose hunger was as vast as the sky and as endless as the sea. It was said that its appetite was so consuming that it would devour everything in its path, even its own limbs, unable to distinguish between what sustained it and what destroyed it. Legends whispered of its origins, though no one truly knew how it came to be. Some said it was born from the greed of humanity, a spirit forged from the ceaseless desire for more wealth, more power, more of everything, no matter the cost. Others claimed it had always existed, a force of nature that wandered the earth, reminding all who encountered it of the destructive power of unchecked craving. The Tautya's face, often carved into ancient bronze vessels, was a haunting mask with hollow eyes and a mouth that dominated its features. Its body, if it even had one, was said to be forgotten in its endless consumption, swallowed by its own monstrous hunger. There was a story of a small village that once lay in the shadow of the Tautya's wrath. The villagers lived simple lives, tending their fields and herding their animals. But one year, famine struck. The crops failed, and the rivers ran dry. Desperation clawed at their throats, and they turned to the forest for sustenance, venturing into the unknown despite the warnings of their elders. It was there, in the heart of the forest, that they stumbled upon the Taotai. The creature lay dormant, its massive jaws closed but trembling, as though even in sleep it hungered. Its body, if one could call it that, seemed to shift and writhe, a mass of shadows and shapes that refused to settle. The villagers, driven by their own desperation, approached it cautiously. One of them, a man with hollow cheeks and a starving family, whispered to the others, "If it does not wake, perhaps we can take from it. Perhaps it holds the key to our survival." And so, with trembling hands, they crept closer. They found no treasure, no food, but a strange energy surrounded the creature, pulling them in. One by one, they felt it, a yearning, a desire that grew stronger with every step. It was as if the Taotia's hunger seeped into their very souls, igniting a fire they could not quench. They began to turn on each other, their desperation transforming into greed. The man who had first suggested taking from the beast lunged at another, his eyes wild with a need that had overtaken his reason. In the chaos that followed, the Taotai stirred. Its eyes opened, hollow and endless, and its mouth stretched wide. The villagers froze, their fear and greed now swallowed by a terror that gripped their hearts. The beast did not move, but its hunger was a force of its own. It consumed the air, the light, the very will to resist. The villagers, one by one, disappeared into its maw, their screams lost in the void. When the Taotai finally closed its jaws, the forest was silent once more. But the story did not end there. The Taotia's hunger was never satisfied. It was said that the village itself disappeared, its fields overgrown and its homes swallowed by the forest. Travelers who passed through the area spoke of a strange presence, a feeling of being watched, and an unshakable urge to turn back. Those who ignored the warnings often vanished, their fate sealed by the beast that lurked in the shadows. Over time, the Taotai became more than just a legend. It became a symbol, its face etched into ancient artifacts as a reminder of the dangers of greed. The bronze vessels that bore its image were used in rituals, offerings placed inside them to appease the spirits and keep the Taotai at bay. But even as it was contained in these symbols, its story continued to haunt the hearts of those who heard it. There was another tale of a wealthy merchant who came to possess one of these bronze vessels. He was a man who had everything, gold, silk, and spices from distant lands, but it was never enough. When he acquired the vessel, he was told of the Taotai and its insatiable hunger, but he laughed at the warnings. "A story for children," he scoffed, placing the vessel in his grand hall as a showpiece. But the longer he kept it, the more he began to feel its pull. At night, he dreamed of the Taotai, its hollow eyes staring into his soul, its gaping mouth whispering promises of more wealth, more power, more of everything he desired. He awoke each morning with an unquenchable thirst, a need that drove him to expand his empire at any cost. He raised taxes on the poor, seized land from his neighbors, and even betrayed his closest allies, all in the name of feeding his growing greed. One night, as he sat alone in his hall, staring at the vessel, he heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from within. He approached it cautiously, his heart pounding, and as he peered into its depths, he saw it, the face of the Taotai, staring back at him. Its mouth opened, and the room was filled with darkness. The merchant screamed, but there was no one to hear him. When his servants entered the hall the next morning, they found the vessel overturned, but the merchant was gone. The Taotai, they say, does not just consume the body. It consumes the soul, feeding on the very essence of those who fall victim to their own greed. Its hunger is a mirror, reflecting the darkest desires of those who encounter it. And while its image may be confined to ancient artifacts, its presence lingers in the hearts of those who allow their desires to consume them. Even now, the face of the Taotai serves as a warning. It is a reminder of the cost of unchecked greed, of the emptiness that lies at the end of a path driven by endless craving. For the Taotai is not just a beast of legend, it is a shadow that lives within us all, waiting for the moment when our hunger blinds us to everything else. And when it strikes, it leaves nothing behind but silence and regret. Beneath a blood-red sky, a dense fog cloaked the jagged mountains, where no paths led and no stars guided the lost. Whispers filled the air, low, guttural murmurs that twisted and turned like snakes slithering through the darkness. In this forsaken place, chaos had a face. It was the Taowu, a creature feared not just for its grotesque form, but for what it brought with it, the shattering of order, the unraveling of reason. The Taowu was no ordinary beast. Its form defied the laws of nature, as if it had been sculpted by the madness of the void itself. It was massive, its body covered in coarse fur that shifted like storm clouds in an endless tempest. Its eyes glowed an unnatural green, piercing and unblinking, each orb holding 1,000 untold secrets. Its face was neither fully animal nor fully human, a grotesque blend that evoked a primal fear buried deep within anyone who gazed upon it. Horns spiraled outward from its head like twisted branches of a tree poisoned by rage. And its teeth, jagged, uneven, and glinting in the dim light, seemed to promise destruction with every snap. Legends claimed the Taowu was not born, but manifested when balance was shattered, when greed, hatred, or despair grew too great to contain. It was a harbinger of discord, thriving in places where chaos reigned. Some said it appeared during the collapse of great kingdoms, standing silently on the edges of battlefields, feeding on the turmoil that soaked the earth. Others whispered it haunted the dreams of those whose ambitions had spiraled into ruin, offering them a choice between surrendering their sanity or embracing the madness it brought. There was a tale told in hushed tones about a scholar, a man revered for his wisdom and fairness. His name was Li Jun, and his writings had brought peace to warring factions, mending rifts that seemed irreparable. But for all his wisdom, Li Jun harbored a secret fear, that the order he had worked so hard to create was fragile, ready to collapse at the slightest tremor. The fear consumed him, driving him to obsess over every detail, every word, every action that might disrupt the delicate balance he had achieved. One night, as he sat alone in his study, poring over his scrolls by the flickering light of an oil lamp, a strange sound echoed through the room, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the shadows themselves. Li Jun froze, his heart racing. Slowly, he turned, but there was nothing there. Yet the sound persisted, growing louder, closer, until it seemed to fill the room. And then he saw it. The Taowu stood at the edge of the light, its massive form half hidden in the shadows. Its eyes burned with an unnatural glow, and its presence was so overwhelming that Li Jun felt as though the air itself was being pulled from his lungs. The beast did not move, did not speak, but Li Jun understood its intent as clearly as if it had whispered the words into his ear. It was a challenge, a test of his resolve. For days, the Taowu haunted him. It appeared in the corners of his vision, in the reflections of still water, in the silence of the night. It whispered to him, not in words, but in emotions, doubt, fear, anger. The more he tried to ignore it, the stronger it grew. The order he had worked so hard to create began to crumble, not from external forces, but from within. His fears became reality, his carefully constructed plans unraveling before his eyes. The Taowu, they said, was not a beast that attacked with claws or teeth. Its weapon was chaos, and it wielded it with terrifying precision. It turned allies into enemies, trust into suspicion, hope into despair. It thrived in the cracks of the mind, feeding on insecurity and doubt, growing stronger with every moment of hesitation. But the Taowu was not without purpose. Some believed it was a test, a manifestation of the chaos that lived within all people. To face the Taowu was to face one's own fears, one's own capacity for destruction. Those who survived its presence emerged changed, their understanding of themselves and the world around them forever altered. But those who failed, they became part of the chaos, their minds shattered, their souls consumed. The story of Li Jun did not end in despair. One night, as the Taowu loomed over him, its presence more overwhelming than ever, he did something he had never done before. He stood. He faced the beast, his trembling hands clenched into fists, and he spoke. "You will not take me," he said, his voice shaking but resolute. "I see you for what you are. You are my fear, my doubt, my failure. But you are not me." For a moment, the Taowu hesitated. Its glowing eyes narrowed, and the growling ceased. And then, without a sound, it disappeared. Li Jun was left alone in the silence, his body trembling, his mind racing. He did not know what had happened, but he felt lighter. The fear that had gripped him for so long was gone, replaced by a clarity he had never known. The Tao Wu, it was said, could not be defeated by force. It was not a creature of the physical world, but a manifestation of the chaos that existed within. To face it was to confront the darkness within oneself, to acknowledge the fear and doubt that lurked in the shadows of the mind. Those who succeeded were not those who fought against it, but those who accepted it, who understood that chaos was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced and controlled. Even now, the image of the Tao Wu can be found in ancient artifacts, its grotesque face a reminder of the chaos that exists within all things. It is a symbol of the balance between order and disorder, a reminder that without chaos, there can be no growth, no change. But it is also a warning, a testament to the power of fear and doubt to destroy everything if left unchecked. For the Tao Wu is not just a beast of legend, it is a reflection of the chaos that lives within us all, waiting for the moment when we are too weak to face it. The sky seemed to ripple as if the heavens themselves were breathing, and the earth below felt unnervingly still. Time seemed stretched, as though every second lingered in the air, heavy with a presence unseen but unmistakable. In the vast emptiness, there was neither beginning nor end, only an overwhelming sense of something ancient, something infinite. It was said that in the earliest days, before order carved its fragile lines into chaos, there existed a being that defied all reason and form. The Hundun. The Hundun was not like other creatures. It had no eyes to see, no mouth to speak, no limbs to grasp the world around it. It was formless, undefined, a swirling mass of existence that seemed to float between the tangible and the ethereal. Some described it as a cloud, others as a pulse of energy. But those who claimed to feel its presence often spoke of a quiet, humming vibration, as though the universe itself were whispering secrets too great for mortal minds to bear. Its story begins at a time when the heavens and earth were one, when there was no separation between light and dark, no division of land and sea. In this primordial state, the Hundun thrived. It was not bound by the laws of nature, for it existed before such laws had been written. It was chaos in its purest form, not destructive, but brimming with infinite potential. There is a tale of two celestial beings, brothers who presided over the realms of order and space. They were curious about the Hundun, this strange creature that seemed to float aimlessly through the boundless void. It neither created nor destroyed, neither ruled nor obeyed. Yet, it was vital, for in its chaos lay the seeds of everything that could ever be. The brothers, however, could not understand the Hundun's nature. To them, it was incomplete, imperfect. They decided to fix it, to give it the features of a proper being. With their celestial tools, they carved eyes into its formless face, thinking it would now see the beauty of the cosmos. They fashioned a mouth so it could speak, perhaps to thank them for their gift. They created limbs so it could move with purpose, rather than drift aimlessly in the void. But with each alteration, the Hundun shuddered. Its essence, once so vibrant and unyielding, began to weaken. The brothers did not realize that in their attempt to impose order, they were unraveling the very thing that made the Hundun whole. By the time they had finished their work, the Hundun was no more. Its form crumbled into fragments, scattering across the universe, each piece a shard of the chaos that once was. From those fragments, it is said, the cosmos as we know it was born. Stars ignited in the void, their light piercing the endless darkness. Planets took shape, spinning in their orbits with perfect precision. Life emerged, flourishing in the delicate balance between order and disorder. But the Hundun itself was gone, its formless beauty sacrificed for the sake of structure. And yet, the Hundun's presence has never truly disappeared. Its essence lingers in the spaces between, and the cracks where the neat lines of order begin to fray. It is the chaos that stirs within every storm, the unpredictability that sparks innovation and creation. It is the untamed energy that drives the universe forward, reminding all who encounter it that perfection lies not in symmetry, but in the boundless potential of the unknown. There is another tale, one whispered among those who seek the mysteries of the cosmos. They say the Hundun is not gone, but merely hidden, waiting for the day when the universe becomes too rigid, too confined by the rules imposed upon it. On that day, the Hundun will rise again, not as a creature of destruction, but as a force of renewal. It will dissolve the boundaries that have grown too tight, reminding the cosmos of its infinite possibilities. Those who have felt the Hundun's presence often describe it as both terrifying and awe-inspiring. There is a story of a wandering sage who claimed to have encountered it during a meditation that took him beyond the boundaries of his mind. He described an overwhelming sensation, as though he were standing at the edge of a great abyss, staring into the endless void. But instead of falling, he felt himself expand, his thoughts dissolving into a vast ocean of potential. He emerged from the experience forever changed, his understanding of the universe broadened in ways he could never articulate. But not all who encounter the Hundun emerge unscathed. There are those who, unable to grasp its nature, are consumed by it. Their minds spiral into madness, their thoughts fractured by the infinite possibilities the Hundun reveals. They become shadows of their former selves, their existence a cautionary tale of what happens when one attempts to understand chaos without first accepting it. The Hundun is not a beast to be tamed, nor a force to be controlled. It is a reminder that chaos is not something to be feared, but embraced. For without chaos, there can be no growth, no change, no creation. It is the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of existence, and though it cannot be seen or touched, its presence is felt in every corner of the cosmos. In the quiet moments, when the world seems to pause and the boundaries of reality blur, some say you can still hear it, the hum of the Hundun, a formless song that echoes through the void, calling to those who dare to listen. The wind roared through the valley, howling like a beast in agony, shaking trees to their roots, and bending the grasses in waves of green. The air was alive, crackling with an energy that made every hair stand on edge. It wasn't just the storm, there was something in the storm, a presence unseen but undeniable. Villagers huddled in their homes, doors barred and windows shut tight, whispering ancient prayers to keep the force at bay. Outside, the gale felt like the breath of a creature too vast, too wild to be caged by mortal imagination. Qilin was its name, a spirit of the wind, a beast of storms, a force as old as the sky itself. It was said to be a creature of contradictions, a hybrid unlike any other. Qilin's body was serpentine, sleek and twisting like a dragon's, but its legs were powerful, hoofed, and muscular like a stag's. Its head bore the cunning eyes of a hawk, its mouth filled with sharp teeth that could slice through the air itself. Feathers lined its body in patches, shimmering like a storm cloud catching the sun, and its great tail swirled behind it, carrying the wind wherever it went. Legend said Qilin lived in the farthest reaches of the earth, where no roads led and no maps dared to chart. It moved with the storms, its presence heralded by sudden gales that tore through the land, bringing destruction and chaos. But there was something hypnotic, almost mesmerizing, about its power. Those who had seen it and survived spoke of a beauty unlike anything else, an elegance in its savagery, as though the wind itself had taken form to remind humanity of its insignificance. One tale told of a young farmer named Qilin who lived on the edge of a mountain. The winds in his village were always fierce, and the storms came without warning, tearing roofs from homes and flattening crops. His people said it was Qilin's doing, punishing them for some unknown slight. But Qilin, stubborn and fearless, refused to accept this. He believed there was more to the spirit than anger, and he was determined to see it for himself. One night, when the storm came raging down the mountain, Qilin stood outside his hut, his face battered by the rain and his body shaking in the cold wind. He called out into the darkness, his voice barely carrying over the roar of the storm. "Qilin," he shouted. "If you are the master of the wind, show yourself. I have questions that only you can answer." At first, there was nothing but the relentless howling of the storm. But then, the wind shifted. It grew quieter, not calm, but deliberate, as though circling him. The rain seemed to hang in the air, suspended in the strange stillness. Qilin felt the air grow heavy, and he knew he was no longer alone. From the shadows of the storm, it appeared. Qilin's form seemed to materialize from the wind itself, coalescing into a beast that towered over him, its serpentine body writhing like smoke caught in a vortex. Its glowing eyes locked onto his, and Jian felt his breath catch in his throat. The beast did not roar or snarl. It simply stared, its presence overwhelming, its power undeniable. Jian's voice trembled, but he did not back down. "Why do you torment my people?" he asked. "What do you want from us?" Fei Lian tilted its head, its movements unnervingly graceful. When it spoke, its voice was not a sound but a feeling, like the pressure of the wind pushing against his chest. "I am the wind," it said. "I do not torment. I do not spare. I am neither kind nor cruel. I simply am." Jian struggled to understand. But why here? Why now? What have we done to deserve this? The beast's eyes seemed to pierce through him, and he felt as though it was looking at something far deeper than his physical form. "You speak as though the storm chooses its path. But it is the mountains that shape the wind, the valleys that give it strength, the earth that decides where it will go. I am the wind, but I am also bound by it." Jian realized then that Fei Lian was not a creature of malice, but of balance, a force that existed beyond human understanding. The storms were not punishments but the natural order, the wind's response to the world around it. Yet, he could not let his people suffer. "If you are bound by the wind," he said, "then can you not guide it? Can you not spare us?" For a long moment, Fei Lian said nothing. The storm around them seemed to pause, the rain hanging like mist, the thunder distant and muted. Then, the beast spoke again. "You ask much of me, mortal. But you are brave to stand before the storm. For this, I will teach you." Fei Lian raised its great tail, and the wind around them began to swirl. Jian felt himself lifted off the ground, spinning in the vortex, his senses overwhelmed by the sheer force of the storm. He thought he would be torn apart, but instead, he felt something change within him. The wind was no longer an enemy but a rhythm, a pattern that he could sense, even predict. He saw how it moved, how it danced between the mountains and valleys, how it grew and subsided. Fei Lian was showing him its mastery, the delicate balance between chaos and control. When the storm finally subsided, Jian found himself lying on the ground, the beast towering over him once more. "The wind is not yours to command," Fei Lian said, "but it is yours to understand. Listen to it, and it will speak to you." With that, the beast dissolved into the air, its form scattering like leaves in the wind. The storm was gone, and the night was calm. From that day on, Jian became known as the Wind Listener. He could predict the storms, sense the shifts in the air, and prepare his people for what was to come. Though the wind still raged, they no longer feared them, for they understood that the storm was not their enemy, but a force of nature, wild and untamed. Fei Lian was never seen again, but its presence was always felt in the wind that whistled through the valleys, and the storms that rolled across the mountains. It remained a reminder of the power that exists beyond human control, a force that could never be tamed, only respected. The forest was ancient, its canopy thick enough to drown the world in shadow even at midday. Sunlight filtered through in trembling shards, dancing on moss-covered roots and damp earth. Every step echoed softly in the stillness, as though the woods themselves were listening. Birds flitted noiselessly, their song subdued, and the air carried a strange weight, a whisper of something alive yet unseen. Travelers often spoke of these woods with reverence, warning others not of beasts or thieves but of the Ho, the sacred ape said to guard the heart of the forest. Legends told that the Ho was no ordinary creature. It walked the line between animal and spirit, its eyes said to glow with the wisdom of ages. Those who encountered it claimed that its gaze was both comforting and unsettling, as if it saw straight into the soul, laying bare every secret, every shadowed thought. The Ho was said to speak not in words, but in understanding. It was a guide to the lost, a teacher to the worthy, but a silent judge to those who brought malice into its domain. One such tale told of May, a young woman who wandered into the forest seeking answers. Her village was at the edge of ruin, stricken by drought and famine, and though elders prayed to every deity they knew, the land remained barren. May, driven by desperation and love for her people, ventured into the woods, clutching nothing but a small offering of fruit and her determination. She had heard the stories of the hoe and believed, against all odds, that it might hold the wisdom her village needed. The deeper May walked, the more the world seemed to change. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked wood and blooming flowers. Time felt strange, as though the forest existed outside its bounds, each step stretching minutes into hours. She clutched the offering tightly, her heartbeat loud in the quiet, her breath shallow. The forest seemed alive, each creak of a branch, each rustle of leaves whispering her name. And then she heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. Ahead, in a clearing bathed in golden light, the hoe sat. Its form was massive, its fur a silvered gray that shimmered like moonlight. Its eyes, deep and luminous, held a calm that rooted May in place. The creature's hands rested on its knees, fingers long and graceful, like the hands of an elder accustomed to both labor and thought. It did not move, yet May felt as though it was steadying her, weighing her presence, her purpose. It wasn't long before G's fascination turned to obsession. He began to seek the crow at every dawn, climbing hills and wandering fields, always hoping to catch another glimpse. Each time he saw it, the world seemed to shift, as though he were glimpsing something forbidden, something meant only for the gods. The crow's flight was a reminder of the fragility of life, the fleeting nature of time, and the immense power that kept the universe in motion. One morning, as G sat atop the tallest hill, the sun blazing in his face, he felt the air change. It wasn't just heat, it was a force, a presence. Before he could react, the crow descended, its enormous wings folding as it landed before him. It was larger than he had imagined, its feathers alive with flickering flames, its 3 legs firmly planted on the scorched earth. Its eyes, glowing like twin suns, locked onto his, and G felt as though the weight of the heavens had been placed upon him. The crow did not speak, but G understood it all the same. It showed him visions, not of words or images, but of feelings, memories, and truths he had never known. He saw the birth of stars, the death of empires, the endless march of time, and the delicate balance that kept it all in harmony. He felt the sorrow of destruction, the joy of creation, and the eternal struggle between chaos and order. And through it all, he felt the crow's presence, a guardian not just of the sun, but of the fragile thread that connected all existence. When the vision faded, G found himself alone once more, the crow gone, its heat lingering like an ember in his chest. He returned to the village, forever changed. He no longer sought the crow, for he understood now that it was not something to be chased or captured. It was a symbol, a reminder of the fire within, the light that guided and consumed, and the endless cycle of life and death. The villagers noticed the change in G, how he spoke with a calm wisdom beyond his years, how his once restless spirit seemed at peace. His grandmother, watching him one evening, finally smiled. "The crow has chosen you," she said simply, her voice soft but certain. G didn't reply, but in his heart, he knew she was right. As the years passed, G became a figure of quiet reverence in the village. He shared the lessons the crow had taught him, not through words, but through his actions, his kindness, and his unshakable resolve. And though he never spoke of that fateful morning on the hill, the villagers knew that he carried something extraordinary within him, a fragment of the sun, a piece of the 3-legged crow's eternal fire. The courtroom was silent, heavy with tension. A man stood accused of a terrible crime, his face pale, his hands trembling. Across the room, the victim's family sat stiff and still, their eyes fixed on the judge. The trial had dragged on for weeks, but the truth remained as murky as the ink stains on the ancient scrolls stacked high on the judge's bench. Witnesses contradicted each other. Evidence was tangled and inconclusive. Everyone in the room felt the weight of uncertainty, a thick fog that refused to lift. Then, a low, almost imperceptible rumble echoed through the chamber. At first, it seemed to be a trick of the imagination, but it grew louder, deeper, vibrating the very walls. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the massive wooden doors at the back of the courtroom creaked open. A shadow appeared, towering, regal, and unmistakably otherworldly. It was the Shieji. The creature's hooves struck the stone floor with deliberate precision, each step echoing with authority. Its body gleamed like polished obsidian, its fur rippling as if alive with an energy beyond comprehension. A single, spiraling horn jutted from its forehead, glowing faintly, almost as if it pulsed in time with the beating hearts of the people in the room. Its golden eyes scanned the room, calm but unyielding, and the weight of its gaze seemed to strip away all pretense, all lies. The Shieji stopped in the center of the room, facing the accused. Its presence was overwhelming. The man faltered, stepping back as if trying to escape the creature's gaze, but there was nowhere to hide. The Shieji lowered its head slightly, its horn glowing brighter now, casting a pale light across the man's face. The creature was said to be the ultimate arbiter of truth and justice, its very existence a testament to the universe's demand for balance. Legends told of how it could sense the truth buried deep within a person's soul, no matter how skillfully they tried to hide it. Those who stood before the Shieji found themselves laid bare, their every lie and deceit unraveling like thread pulled from an old tapestry. The man's breath quickened. He stammered, trying to protest his innocence, but his voice cracked under the weight of his own words. The Shieji's horn glowed brighter still, illuminating not just his face, but his very being. It was as if the creature was reaching into him, peeling back the layers of his falsehoods and exposing the raw, unvarnished truth beneath. The courtroom was utterly silent. Even the judge, a figure of unquestioned authority, seemed humbled in the presence of the beast. The Shieji let out a low growl, not of anger, but of knowing. The accused man dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He confessed, his words tumbling out in a desperate, trembling rush. Every detail of the crime, every lie he had told, spilled forth as if dragged from him by an unseen force. The victim's family began to weep, their grief mingled with a strange sense of relief. The Shieji turned its gaze toward the judge, who nodded solemnly. Justice had been served, not by evidence or argument, but by the undeniable truth revealed by the creature's power. The Shieji lifted its head, its horn dimming, and began to walk toward the exit. The crowd parted, bowing their heads, some in reverence, others in fear. As the creature disappeared through the doors, the air in the courtroom seemed lighter, as if the weight of deception had been lifted at last. But the Shieji's work was not always so simple, nor its path so clear. In another tale, a dispute arose between two noble families, each accusing the other of betrayal. The feud had lasted for generations, and the hatred between them was a festering wound that threatened to consume their entire province. Desperate for resolution, they sought the judgment of the Shieji. The creature appeared at dawn, its arrival heralded by a sudden stillness in the air. The two families stood before it, their leaders glaring at each other with barely concealed contempt. The Shieji stepped between them, its golden eyes flickering as it steadied them both. Its horn began to glow, brighter and brighter, until the entire field was bathed in its light. The leaders of the two families suddenly froze, their eyes wide with shock. The Shieji was showing them something, not to the crowd, but to them alone. They saw the origins of their feud, the small misunderstandings that had snowballed into hatred. They saw their ancestors' faces, twisted with anger and pride, and their own roles in perpetuating the cycle of vengeance. Gathering her courage, Mei stepped into the clearing and knelt before the hoe. She placed the fruit on the ground and bowed her head. "Great One," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I seek your wisdom. My people are suffering. Our land is dying. Please, if you can guide me, I will do anything." The hoe did not speak. It tilted its head slightly, and Mei felt a wave of emotion wash over her, a mix of sorrow and hope, despair and resolve. It was as if the hoe could feel her pain, the burden she carried for her village. Tears welled in Mei's eyes, unbidden, as the silence stretched between them. She felt exposed, as though the creature could see every doubt, every fear she had hidden, and yet, she did not feel judged. Finally, the hoe moved. Its long arm extended, fingers brushing the ground, tracing patterns in the dirt. Mei watched as the symbols took form, lines and curves that seemed familiar yet foreign, like memories she couldn't quite grasp. The patterns glowed faintly, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She didn't understand their meaning, but she felt them, a resonance in her chest that spoke without words. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the light faded. The hoe rose to its feet, towering over May, and turned toward the trees. It looked back once, its gaze meeting hers, and in that moment, May understood. The answers she sought were not in the patterns, but in herself. The hoe had shown her the way not by giving her solutions, but by reminding her of her own strength, her own ability to persevere and protect. When the hoe disappeared into the forest, May sat in the clearing, the symbols still etched faintly in the earth. She traced them with her fingers, letting their meaning settle in her heart. She felt a quiet clarity, a certainty that the path ahead would be difficult, but not impossible. The wisdom of the hoe was not a gift, it was a challenge, a call to rise above despair and take action. May returned to her village with a new resolve. She shared what she had seen, what she had felt, and though she could not explain the patterns in the dirt, her people saw the fire in her eyes, the determination in her voice. Together, they began to work, not waiting for the heavens to grant them mercy, but building their own hope, one step at a time. The hoe was never seen again, but its presence lingered in the village, in the way the people carried themselves, and the resilience they found even in the face of hardship. It was said that the hoe appeared only to those who truly needed its wisdom, those who were willing to face their fears and confront the truth within themselves. Its lessons were not easy, but they were lasting, etched not in words or teachings, but in the quiet strength it left behind. The forest remained a place of reverence, its depths untouched by those who did not seek it with pure intent. And on quiet nights, when the wind rustled through the trees and the moonlight painted the earth in silver, some swore they could hear the soft breath of the hoe, watching over the land it had once guided. The heat of the sun bore down on the world, relentless and all-encompassing. In the distance, the air shimmered like a mirage, bending the horizon into something surreal. But the villagers knew better than to curse the blazing star above. They whispered tales of the three-legged crow, a creature born of fire, ancient and mysterious, its silhouette sometimes seen darting across the sun itself. It was no ordinary bird, they said, but a being woven into the fabric of the heavens, its very existence tied to life, death, and the unyielding cycle of time. One afternoon, as a young boy named G sat by the riverbank, the world seemed unnaturally quiet. The usual chorus of cicadas had silenced, the breeze had stilled, and even the river seemed to flow slower than before. G felt a strange pull in his chest, an instinct he couldn't quite name, and found himself gazing upward. The sun blazed brilliantly, but for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw something move within its glow, a shadow, fleeting but undeniable. His heart raced, not with fear, but with awe. That night, as his family gathered by the fire, G shared what he had seen. His grandmother, the eldest of their village, paused mid-stitch, her wrinkled hands trembling slightly. "The Sanzawu," she murmured, almost too softly to hear. The firelight reflected in her eyes, and G noticed how her gaze seemed to drift far away, as though she were seeing something only she could understand. "The crow with 3 legs. It carries the sun across the sky, burning with its eternal fire. Not everyone is meant to see it." His father laughed nervously, brushing it off as a trick of the light, but G saw the unease in his parents' eyes. They didn't believe him, but they were frightened anyway, as though speaking of the crow might summon its presence. His grandmother, however, said no more, only watching G with a mixture of pride and caution. That night, G couldn't sleep. He felt the pull again, stronger now, urging him back to the river. Quietly, he slipped out of the house, the cool night air wrapping around him like a cloak. The sky was clear, stars scattered like grains of sand, and the moon hung heavy and pale. But it wasn't the moon or stars that held his gaze, it was the faint glow on the eastern horizon, the promise of the coming dawn. He waited, heart pounding, as the light grew brighter. And then, as the first rays of sunlight stretched across the sky, he saw it again. The 3-legged crow, its dark wings cutting through the fire of the rising sun, its movements both powerful and graceful. Its 3rd leg, oddly placed and unearthly, seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were the very anchor that held it to the sun. G watched, mesmerized, as the creature seemed to dance in the light, its feathers glinting like molten gold. He could feel the heat of it, not just on his skin, but deep within, as though his very soul was being warmed by its presence. For days afterward, Ji couldn't shake the image from his mind. He found himself drawing it in the dirt, tracing its silhouette in the clouds, and dreaming of its fiery flight. The villagers began to notice his distraction, some teasing him, others wary of what it might mean. His grandmother, however, remained silent, watching him with eyes that seemed to know more than she let on. The light from the Xieji's horn grew blinding, and then, just as suddenly, it vanished. The two leaders collapsed to their knees, their faces pale and stricken. They looked at each other, not with hatred, but with something closer to shame. Without a word, they stood and clasped hands, their voices trembling as they swore to end the feud and seek peace. The Xieji turned and walked away, its duty fulfilled. The crowd watched in stunned silence, the weight of what they had witnessed sinking in. The creature had not merely judged, it had shown the truth, unvarnished and undeniable, forcing those who saw it to confront the consequences of their actions. There were countless stories of the Xieji, each more extraordinary than the last. Some said it appeared only in times of great need, when the scales of justice were tipped too far in one direction. Others believed it was always watching, an unseen presence that ensured balance in the world. But those who had stood before it, who had felt the piercing gaze of its golden eyes and the searing truth of its horn, knew one thing for certain: the Xieji was no mere myth. It was a force of nature, a living embodiment of truth and justice, unyielding and eternal. The temple stood atop a hill, shrouded in mist. Its red gates loomed high, their edges weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Travelers stopped at the base of the stairs, hesitant, their eyes drawn not to the gates themselves, but to the figures flanking them. Two massive stone lions sat there, one on each side, as still as the mountains yet alive with an unshakable presence. Their eyes, carved with precision, seemed to pierce through the fog, through the air, through time itself. One lion rested a heavy paw on an orb, its claws sharp even in the smoothness of stone, while the other cradled a cub beneath its great paw. Silent protectors, unyielding guardians, they had watched over this place for generations, and the villagers whispered of their power. A child clung to her mother's hand, wide-eyed as they climbed the steps. "Do they ever move?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mother glanced at the lions nervously. "Only when they must." The villagers told stories, of course. They said that when the moon hung full and pale in the night sky, the Fu dogs awakened, prowling the temple grounds to keep out evil spirits. Some claimed to have seen their eyes glow in the darkness, a fiery amber light that sent shivers through anyone daring to step too close. Others spoke of their roars, low and thunderous, shaking the earth like distant thunder. But no one doubted their purpose. These were no mere statues. They were alive, in a way that stone should never be. Long ago, before the lions had come to the temple, the village was a vulnerable place. Raiders swept through the valleys, burning and pillaging, leaving little behind but ash and fear. The people prayed for protection, but none came. Then one night, as the story goes, a monk arrived at the gates. He was old, his robes tattered, but his eyes were sharp and knowing. He knelt before the temple and whispered words no one could understand. His voice carried on the wind, soft at first but growing louder, stronger, until it seemed the very mountains were speaking through him. The villagers watched from a distance, their hearts pounding. And then it happened. The earth trembled. The sky darkened, though no storm clouds were in sight. From the depths of the forest, a roar erupted, deep, guttural, and ancient. It wasn't the roar of any beast the villagers knew. This was something far older, something born of the spirit world. The sound grew closer, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and unrelenting. The lions appeared just as the monk finished his chant. They were enormous, their manes flowing like molten gold in the dim light. Their eyes glowed with a fire that seemed both terrifying and comforting. They walked with the monk to the temple gates and stopped. Without a word, they sat, their massive bodies still and imposing, as if they had always been there. The raiders never returned. But these weren't ordinary lions. They weren't even ordinary guardians. The villagers noticed that whenever someone with ill intent approached the temple, the air grew heavier, colder. Those with malice in their hearts found their steps faltering, their courage draining away. They spoke of hearing growls in the wind, faint but unmistakable, and of a feeling like unseen eyes boring into their very souls. The Fu dogs weren't just protectors of the temple. They were protectors of balance. Their presence demanded respect, their gaze forced honesty, and their strength kept the darkness at bay. There was one tale that all the villagers knew, though they rarely spoke of it aloud. A thief, desperate and reckless, once tried to steal from the temple. It was a moonless night, and the village was asleep. The thief crept up the steps, his heart racing, his eyes fixed on the treasures said to be hidden within the temple walls. As he reached the gates, he paused, glancing nervously at the lions. They were only stone, he told himself. Cold, unmoving stone. But as he stepped closer, a low growl stopped him in his tracks. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. The growl grew louder, vibrating through his chest, until it felt like the very air was alive with menace. He turned to run, but it was too late. No one knew exactly what happened that night. The thief was found the next morning, trembling and incoherent at the base of the stairs. His hair had turned stark white, and his eyes were wide with terror. He spoke of claws, of glowing eyes, of a roar that shook him to his core. He fled the village soon after, never to return. Not all encounters with the Fu dogs were so fearsome. There were stories of kindness, too, of times when the lions seemed to sense a pure heart. Children who wandered too close to the temple spoke of feeling a warmth, a quiet hum that seemed to protect rather than frighten. One boy, lost in the forest overnight, claimed he had been guided back to the village by a pair of glowing eyes. The villagers found him asleep at the base of the temple steps, safe and unharmed. Over time, the Fu dogs became more than guardians. They became symbols of what the temple stood for: strength, honor, and the unbreakable bond between the physical and spiritual worlds. Their presence was a reminder that even in a world filled with chaos and uncertainty, there were forces that stood resolute, forces that would never waver in their duty to protect what was sacred. The child at the steps tugged at her mother's hand again. "What if they wake up now?" she whispered. Her mother smiled faintly, though her eyes lingered on the lions. "Then it means we're safe." As they passed between the statues, the child thought she saw one of them blink, just for a moment. But when she turned to look, it was still, its stone face unchanging. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her, not with malice, but with a quiet, enduring vigilance. The villagers say the Fu dogs still guard the temple, their spirits as alive as the day they first appeared. They stand as they always have, silent and immovable, yet filled with a power that humbles all who stand before them. And though the world has changed, though centuries have passed, one thing remains certain: as long as the Fu dogs sit at the gates, the temple, and the village it watches over, will never fall. The wind howled through the mountain pass, carrying with it whispers of things ancient and unseen. The village below, nestled in the shadow of the great temple, seemed impossibly small against the backdrop of towering cliffs. But no one dared feel unprotected. Standing tall at the temple gates, unmoved by time or storm, were the guardians. They were carved from stone, but to call them mere statues would be an insult. Their presence was palpable, as though the air itself grew heavier the closer one approached. Massive paws rested firmly on the ground, claws curled slightly into stone as if ready to spring. Their manes, intricate and flowing, seemed to ripple with energy, despite their unyielding form. Eyes, deeply set and fierce, burned with a gaze that froze even the most defiant. The Fu dogs, the villagers called them. But they were no ordinary dogs. They were lions, guardian lions, sacred protectors of this land and all its people. In the dim light of dusk, an old man climbed the temple steps, carrying a wooden box in his withered hands. His movements were slow but deliberate, each step echoing faintly in the silent courtyard. As he approached the gates, he hesitated, his gaze falling on the male lion. Its paw rested on a perfectly smooth sphere, the orb gleaming faintly in the fading light. The man could feel the weight of the lion's stare, though its eyes remained fixed forward. For a moment, he thought he heard a growl rumble low in the air, but it faded as quickly as it came. Legend spoke of the Fu dogs coming alive, though few had ever seen it happen. It was said they only moved when the temple was in grave danger, when dark forces sought to breach its sacred grounds. But the old man had heard the stories of raiders turned to ash at the gates, of evil spirits driven away by roars that shook the earth. He bowed deeply before the guardians, whispering words of respect, and passed between them. Long ago, the Fu dogs had been summoned to the temple during a time of chaos. The land was plagued by warlords who sought to claim every corner of the valley. They came with armies, their banners casting long shadows over the villages. The temple, rich with treasures and knowledge, was an inevitable target. One night, as fires blazed in the distance and the villagers braced for the coming storm, the temple's head monk sat in quiet meditation. He prayed not for vengeance, but for protection, for a force that could stand against the greed and destruction sweeping through the land. As dawn approached, his prayers were answered. The ground trembled first, a gentle shaking that grew stronger, as though the mountain itself were waking. Then came the sound, low, guttural, and ancient, reverberating through the temple walls. The monks ran to the gates, their hearts pounding. There, at the base of the stairs, stood the lions. They were enormous, larger than life, their manes shimmering as though made of gold and flame. Without a word, they climbed the steps and took their place at the gates. When the warlords arrived, they found no frightened villagers, no panicked monks. Only the lions. The first soldier laughed, stepping forward with his spear raised. But as he approached, the air seemed to shift. It grew thick, suffocating, until he could barely breathe. He stopped, his spear lowering, his confidence evaporating under the weight of unseen eyes. The lion on the left growled, its stone body creaking as it turned its head. The soldier dropped his spear and ran, shouting of demons and curses. The army retreated before a single weapon had been drawn. Over time, the lions became more than protectors. They became symbols of strength, courage, and unwavering justice. Each lion had its own role, its own meaning. The male, with its orb, represented the protection of the land, a force that kept balance and order. The female, with its cub, symbolized the nurturing and safeguarding of life. Together, they were a perfect harmony of power and care. But the villagers knew their protection came with a price. The Fu dogs were not merely statues to be admired or touched carelessly. They were alive in ways that defied understanding, their spirits bound to the temple. Those who approached with pure hearts felt only their warmth, a quiet hum of reassurance that all was well. But those with ill intent found themselves paralyzed by their gaze. There was a young boy once, a thief who sought to steal offerings left at the temple. He was clever and quiet, his footsteps barely a whisper on the stone steps. The lions, he thought, were nothing more than stone, beautiful and imposing, but lifeless. As he reached for the box of coins left at the altar, a sound froze him in place. It was a growl, low and steady, vibrating through his chest. He turned slowly, his breath catching in his throat. The male lion was looking at him. Not staring blankly, but truly looking, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. The boy dropped the coins and stumbled back, falling to his knees. The growl stopped, but the weight of the lion's gaze remained. He bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face, and whispered an apology. When he finally dared to look up, the lion's eyes were once again lifeless stone. The boy never stole again. The temple has stood for centuries, its gates weathered but unbroken, its guardians as fierce as the day they arrived. Travelers who passed through the village often stopped to see the Fu dogs, marveling at their size and detail. But the villagers know better than to treat them as mere curiosities. In the quiet moments of dawn, when the light is soft and golden, some say they've seen the lions blink, their stone eyes momentarily alive with purpose. Others claim to have heard faint roars in the wind, echoes of their ancient power. The Fu dogs remain, silent and unmoving, yet ever watchful. Their presence is a reminder that even in the darkest times, there are forces that stand resolute, unyielding in their duty to protect what is sacred. And as long as they guard the gates, the temple, and the village it watches over, will never fall. The village was dying. The once vibrant fields were nothing more than cracked earth, their golden hues long turned to ashen gray. Rivers that had sung through the land now lay silent, their beds nothing but dry scars etched into the earth. The people spoke in hushed voices, their hope withering alongside the crops. Day after day, they lifted their faces to the heavens, searching the cloudless sky for a sign of rain, but it never came. On the highest hill of the village stood an ancient altar, weathered by time but still sacred. It was said that the altar was once a gift from a dragon, a being of immense power who could command the skies and summon storms. But the dragon had not been seen for generations, and most believed it was nothing more than a tale told to children. Yet, in their desperation, the villagers gathered around the altar, praying for a miracle. As twilight fell, the village elder, his voice trembling with age and sorrow, raised his arms to the horizon. "Ing Long, great dragon of the skies," he called out, "hear our plea. The rivers have turned to dust, the crops to ash. If you still walk among us, if your wings still stir the clouds, bring your rain to save our land." His words hung in the still air, unanswered, as the villagers bowed their heads in silence. But then, a strange thing happened. A wind, sharp and cold, rushed through the gathering, carrying with it the faint scent of rain. The elder's eyes widened, his heart pounding in his chest. He looked to the sky and saw something that made him gasp, a shadow, enormous and rippling like water, gliding across the stars. A murmur rose among the people as the shadow circled above them, and then, with a deafening roar, it descended. The ground shook as the dragon landed, its massive wings folding against its shimmering body. Ing Long was unlike anything they had imagined. Its scales glistened like the surface of a storm-tossed sea, dark blues and silvers swirling with the faint glow of lightning beneath. Its eyes, luminous and piercing, seemed to see into the very soul of the land. Long, elegant whiskers flowed from its face, and its claws, sharp as blades, rested gently on the ground. For all its power, there was a grace to the creature, an undeniable sense of justice and purpose. The villagers fell to their knees, overwhelmed by both fear and awe. Ing Long's gaze swept over them, lingering on their worn faces and the desolate landscape that surrounded them. The dragon did not speak, but its presence alone was enough to fill the air with an unspoken promise: help had come. Ing Long raised its head to the sky, and its wings spread wide, casting the hill in shadow. The air grew heavy, electric, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath. Then, with a mighty roar that echoed through the mountains, Ing Long beat its wings, sending a gust of wind so strong it toppled nearby trees. The sky, clear and unyielding just moments before, began to churn. Clouds rolled in, dark and thick, spiraling above the dragon like a vortex of fury. The first drop of rain fell, and then another, until the heavens opened and water poured down in torrents. The villagers cried out in joy, their laughter and tears mingling with the rain. But Ing Long was not finished. The dragon leapt into the air, its body weaving through the storm like a river through the land. Wherever it flew, the rain followed, drenching the fields and filling the rivers once more. But Ing Long's power was not only in its ability to bring life-giving rain. It was also the guardian of justice, a force that punished those who sought to harm the innocent or disrupt the balance of the world. The villagers knew this, and they whispered of the times when Ing Long had appeared in moments of great injustice. There was a tale, one that still sent shivers through those who dared to tell it, of a warlord who had once ruled the valley with cruelty. He burned villages, enslaved the people, and stole the land's resources for his own greed. When he set his sights on the temple at the edge of the valley, the monks warned him to turn back, for the temple was sacred ground protected by Ing Long. But the warlord laughed, dismissing their warnings as superstition. The night the warlord marched his army to the temple, the sky was clear, the moon casting a pale glow over the land. As his soldiers approached the gates, a roar split the night, so powerful it shook the earth beneath their feet. Ing Long descended from the clouds, its scales alight with the fury of a storm. The warlord's soldiers scattered, their weapons useless against the dragon's might. Lightning struck the ground around the warlord, encircling him in a prison of fire. Ing Long spoke then, its voice a thunderclap that shook the heavens: "Your greed has poisoned this land. Your cruelty ends tonight. The warlord was never seen again. Now, as the rain washed over the village, the people felt a renewed sense of hope. Yinglong landed once more at the altar, its eyes meeting the elders. The dragon lowered its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, and then took to the skies, disappearing into the storm. The villagers watched in silence, their hearts full of gratitude and reverence. Even after the rains ended and the fields began to bloom again, the memory of Yinglong lingered. The altar on the hill became a place of worship, not out of fear, but out of respect for the dragon who had saved them. The villagers told their children of Yinglong, not as a creature of legend, but as a protector who lived among them, unseen but ever watchful. And whenever the winds carried the scent of rain, they knew it was Yinglong, flying once more to bring justice and life to the land. It was a dusty evening when they found the old scroll tucked away in the corner of the temple library. The room smelled of ancient parchment and the lingering scent of incense. As the candles flickered, the scroll seemed to pulse with a strange energy. May had always been curious, a seeker of stories and hidden truths, but this time, something felt different. The scroll, though worn and fragile, seemed almost alive in her hands, as if it held the whispers of forgotten worlds. The ink was faded, the characters twisted and strange, but May's eyes, trained over years of study, recognized the symbols. This was no ordinary text. It was the Shanhaejing, the classic of mountains and seas, a collection of tales, maps, and knowledge that spanned the farthest reaches of the known world, a world of gods, mythical beasts, and lands that defied the imagination. As May unrolled the parchment, a rush of cool air swept through the room, and the candle flames flickered violently. The room, once familiar, now felt distant, like a thin veil between the present and something ancient was being lifted. She took a deep breath, her heart quickening. This was more than just a book. The words within it had power, a connection to a time long past when gods and monsters roamed freely, and the world was a vast, untamed place full of wonders and dangers. The hermit rose slowly, his movements deliberate, almost as if the air itself resisted haste. He began to chant, his voice low and resonant. With each word, the atmosphere seemed to shift. The trees swayed, though the wind did not blow. The pool began to shimmer as if infused with light. From its depths, a tortoise emerged, its shell etched with markings that glowed faintly, forming patterns too intricate to fully comprehend. Perched on its back was a snake, its body coiled tightly, its eyes bright and watchful. Together, they moved as one, symbols of unity and the cyclical nature of existence. In Taoism, these creatures, the tortoise and the snake, carry profound significance. They are not merely animals, but sacred beings, embodiments of the cosmic balance. The tortoise, ancient and steady, represents the earth and longevity. The snake, sinuous and ever-changing, embodies transformation and the unseen forces of life. Together, they are the black tortoise of the north, one of the celestial guardians, protectors of the natural order. But Taoism doesn't stop at guardians or symbols. Its influence stretches to creatures of chaos and contradiction, like the mischievous fox spirits that dwell at the edges of human perception. These foxes, known as Huli Jing, are shapeshifters, their motives as fluid as their forms. One moment they appear as beautiful maidens, beguiling and mysterious, the next, as creatures of mischief, leading travelers astray. In the Taoist view, these beings are not inherently good or evil. They are reflections of nature itself, capricious, unpredictable, yet always part of the larger balance. The old man's chanting ceased, and silence reclaimed the forest. He stared into the pool, now empty, its surface smooth once more. But his mind lingered on the creatures he had summoned, not with fear or reverence, but with understanding. For Taoism teaches that to understand the world, one must first understand oneself. The mythical creatures that populate its teachings are not distant beings but mirrors, reflections of the human spirit and its connection to the infinite. The dragon, for instance, is not merely a creature of power and majesty, it is a symbol of the Tao itself, boundless, formless, yet present in all things. It coils through the clouds, dives into the sea, and rises again, untethered by the limitations of the physical world. To see a dragon is to glimpse the Tao in motion, the eternal flow of life. But dragons are not to be commanded or possessed. They are to be honored, their wisdom sought through humility and patience. The hermit knew this well, for in his youth, he had once tried to summon a dragon in anger, seeking to harness its power for his own ends. What he received instead was a storm that tore through the valley, leaving devastation in its wake. It was a lesson he would never forget. Other creatures, too, embody the Tao's teachings. The Qilin, gentle yet strong, appears only in times of great peace or wisdom. Its arrival is not a blessing bestowed by the heavens, but a reflection of harmony already achieved. The Fenghuang, the immortal phoenix, rises from its ashes not as a symbol of death and rebirth, but as a reminder that all endings are beginnings, and all beginnings, endings. As the night deepened, the hermit sat cross-legged by the pool, his gaze fixed on the stars. He thought of the legends of the Baizé, the white beast said to know the names and natures of every spirit in existence. It had appeared to the Yellow Emperor himself, guiding him in times of turmoil. But what struck the hermit most about the Baizé was not its wisdom but its humility. Despite its knowledge, it did not seek to rule or impose its will. It existed in harmony with the world, its purpose not to dominate but to guide. This, the hermit realized, was the essence of Taoism, not control, but harmony. The creatures of Taoist myth were not gods to be worshipped or enemies to be vanquished. They were teachers, each one offering a lesson about the nature of existence. The phoenix taught resilience, the dragon, adaptability, the fox, caution, and the tortoise, patience. To ignore these lessons was to live out of balance, to stray from the Tao. The forest seemed to breathe around him, its rhythm steady and unbroken. Somewhere in the distance, the call of an owl echoed through the trees, a reminder of the countless lives that shared this space, each one connected by invisible threads. The hermit smiled, not because he understood the Tao, but because he knew he never fully would. And that, he realized, was the point. The Tao was not a destination but a path, and the creatures that walked it, whether real or imagined, were companions, guiding humanity toward a deeper understanding of the world and its infinite possibilities. The temple stood at the edge of a misty mountain, its golden roof barely visible through the rolling fog. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, curling tendrils of smoke rising like whispers to the heavens. A bell chimed softly in the distance, its sound lingering, as though reluctant to fade. Pilgrims moved quietly along the stone path, their heads bowed, their hands clasped. Yet, in the stillness, there was a feeling, a hum, a presence, something more than just stone and wood, more than just prayers carried on the wind. One of the monks, a young man with a shaven head and robes dyed a deep saffron, paused by the temple gates. His gaze drifted upward to the wooden carvings that adorned the archway. There, among the swirling clouds and lotus flowers, were creatures he had not noticed before. They were fierce yet graceful, with eyes that seemed alive and watching. Their forms were strange, part lion, part bird, part dragon, their bodies curved as if in flight. They were not the guardians of old, nor the dragons that curled through Chinese legends. These were something new, something that felt foreign yet strangely familiar. The monk closed his eyes, letting the image settle in his mind. He had heard stories of such beings from the elder monks, tales of creatures that had arrived not on wings but through words, carried from distant lands by wandering teachers and scriptures. These beings had no homeland of their own. They had been born from the union of beliefs, shaped by the meeting of two worlds, Buddhism and the myths of the East. One such creature was the Garuda. In the scriptures, it was said to be a king of birds, its wings spanning the horizon, its body glowing with an inner light. It was a being of immense power, capable of snatching serpents from the earth and rising beyond the reach of mortal sight. But what struck the monk most was not the Garuda's strength, but its purpose. It was a protector, a guardian of the righteous, soaring above the chaos of the world to ensure that balance was maintained. Its image, etched into the temple gate, seemed alive with that same energy, as if ready to leap into the sky at any moment. Further inside the temple, the monk knelt before a statue that towered over him, its presence both serene and commanding. It was the Kinara, a being neither fully human nor bird, its body slender and adorned with feathers that shimmered like moonlight. In one hand, it held a stringed instrument, and the monk could almost hear the notes it played, melodies of longing and hope, sorrow and joy. The Kinara was said to dwell in paradise, its music so beautiful that even the heavens paused to listen. But there was something bittersweet in its story, a reminder that beauty often comes from suffering, that joy is most deeply felt after sorrow. The first page she uncovered was filled with strange creatures, their forms strange and yet mesmerizing. There were creatures with heads like beasts and bodies that shimmered with scales, others that walked on multiple legs, and some that seemed to exist in the space between worlds. May traced her finger over the page, feeling an inexplicable connection to these creatures. The Shanhaejing had always been a source of fascination, but it had also remained a mystery. Many had tried to understand it, to decipher its cryptic descriptions of lands far beyond the borders of China, of beings that could not be classified, and of geography that twisted and turned in impossible ways. Yet, as she read the names like the Fenghuang, Qilin, Long, and the Zhuke, a sense of awe crept over her. These were not just mythical creatures, they were symbols, representations of the very forces that shaped the world. The Shanhaejing didn't just describe the creatures, it breathed life into them. Every page turned seemed to echo with the roar of the creatures, the rustling of their wings, the beating of their hearts. May's breath caught in her throat as the creatures leapt off the pages in her mind's eye, their forms as vivid as if they were standing right before her. The geography of this world was even stranger. Mountains rose up out of oceans, trees reached up to the sky like ancient spires, and rivers flowed backwards, defying the laws of nature. The Shanhaejing described lands that no one had ever set foot in, places where the laws of physics seemed to bend and twist, where the sun rose and set in ways that would have shattered any conventional understanding of the world. The geography wasn't simply a map, it was a portal, a blueprint for a world that existed in the space between the known and the unknown, a world teeming with myth and mystery. But as May read on, something darker began to surface. The creatures in the Shanhaejing weren't always benevolent. Some were bringers of chaos, creatures that had the power to destroy entire cities with a single step. She read of the Taotai, the gluttonous beast that feasted endlessly on anything it could devour, and the Taowu, the beast of chaos that spread disorder wherever it went. These creatures weren't just stories, they were warnings, symbols of the dangers of unchecked power and the destruction that could come from greed and cruelty. It was as if the text had a dual nature, it was both a record of beauty and a cautionary tale. The gods, the beasts, the lands, they were all forces of nature, balanced on the edge of creation and destruction. For every creature of light and harmony, there was one of darkness and upheaval. And for every mountain that stood tall in the sky, there was a chasm deep enough to swallow the earth. As May's fingers continued to trace the scroll's words, the room seemed to grow colder. She shivered but couldn't stop reading. The stories were pulling her in, their power undeniable. The more she read, the more she understood that the Shanhaejing was not just a record of myths, but a map of the very forces that shaped existence itself. It was a guide to the underlying truths of the universe, a reminder that every story, every creature, every mountain and river was part of something much greater than the world itself. In the quiet of the temple, May began to see the connections, the patterns that wove through the text like threads of a grand tapestry. The creatures were not merely symbols of myth, they were representations of the natural world, each one embodying a particular aspect of life. The Fenghuang, the legendary phoenix, was a symbol of rebirth and transformation, while the Qilin represented peace and prosperity. And the Long, the mighty dragon, was a creature of power, wisdom, and the ability to shape the very elements. These creatures, like the forces they represented, were both beautiful and terrifying, their balance delicate, their impact immense. But it was the geography that truly astounded May. The Shanhaejing didn't just describe the world, it created it. The twisting mountains, the rivers that defied logic, the lands that existed in places where no one had ever traveled, they were all part of a greater, unknowable whole. The Shanhaejing was not simply a text about the past, it was a window into the infinite possibilities of the universe, a reminder that there was always more to discover, more to understand. and more to be awed by. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the weight of the scroll's teachings wash over her. It was as though the words had unlocked something deep within her, something ancient, something primal. The creatures of the Sanhedrin were more than just myths. They were the echoes of the universe itself, the guardians of the world's deepest mysteries, and they were waiting for someone to listen, to understand, to find the threads that connected them all. As Maid looked back at the scroll, the room seemed to pulse with energy. The air was thick with possibility, and she knew that this was just the beginning. The world was vast, full of untold wonders and dangers, and the Sanhedrin had given her the key to it all. But the more she read, the more she realized that the greatest mystery of all was not the creatures or the lands. It was the truth hidden within the text itself, the truth that the world was not a place to be understood, but a mystery to be embraced. The forest was silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves stirred by an unseen breeze. Under the canopy of ancient trees, the moonlight broke through in narrow streams, spilling silver light onto the moss-covered ground. At the center of the clearing stood a solitary figure, an elderly hermit with a face like withered stone and eyes that glimmered with otherworldly calm. He held a wooden staff, its surface worn smooth from years of use, and before him lay a shallow pool of water so still it reflected the stars above as clearly as a mirror. The air was heavy, yet not oppressive. It hummed with something indefinable, something alive. The old man bent down and gently touched the surface of the water with his staff. Ripples spread outward, distorting the stars, and then, as if summoned, the faint shape of a dragon appeared in the reflection. Its body coiled in elegant spirals, its scales shimmering faintly as though lit from within. But when the hermit looked up, there was nothing above the pool, only the night sky. He smiled faintly, as if the vision had answered a question unspoken. In the philosophy of Taoism, the world is not divided by rigid lines or definitive forms. There is no strict boundary between the physical and the spiritual, the seen and the unseen. Everything flows, shifts, and transforms, like water bending around a rock. The dragon in the pool was not just a figment of imagination, it was as real as the stars, as real as the hermit's breath. In Taoist thought, the spiritual world does not exist apart from the material, it lives within it, interwoven, inseparable. The mythical creatures that fill ancient stories are not merely symbols or flights of fancy. They are manifestations of the Tao, the eternal way, expressions of balance and harmony, chaos and change. As the monk meditated, his thoughts drifted to the stories of the Naga, the serpent beings that slithered through the underworld and coiled around sacred relics. The Naga were not creatures of malice, as some might assume from their serpentine forms. They were wise and protective, guardians of knowledge and treasures, their loyalty unshaken even in the face of great danger. It was said that when the Buddha himself sat in meditation, a great Naga shielded him from the rain with its hood, its coils forming a throne beneath him. The monk could almost see it, the great serpent, its eyes glowing softly, its devotion unwavering. The temple was filled with such beings, not in flesh but in spirit, their stories woven into the carvings, paintings, and statues that adorned every corner. Yet these were not mere decorations, they were reminders, lessons etched into the fabric of the temple itself. Each creature spoke of virtues to aspire to, of challenges to overcome, of the balance that must be maintained between the mortal and the divine. The monk rose and walked toward the inner sanctum, where the statue of a lion-like creature stood. It was the Simavactra, the lion-faced guardian, its expression fierce yet calm, its body poised as if ready to strike. This being, too, was a protector, its roar said to echo through the heavens, scattering evil and bringing peace. Yet there was something more to its presence, a sense of watchfulness, as though it could see beyond the surface of things, into the heart of those who stood before it. These creatures, born from the fusion of Buddhist teachings and local traditions, carried with them a sense of transformation. They were not confined to the scriptures from which they had emerged, they had taken on new forms, new meanings, as they became part of the land they now inhabited. The Garuda was no longer just the king of birds, it was a symbol of freedom and vigilance. The Naga was not merely a serpent, it was a bridge between worlds, a being of wisdom and mystery. As the monk reached the altar, he lit a stick of incense and placed it gently into the holder. The smoke rose in delicate spirals, carrying with it a sense of connection, a bridge between the seen and the unseen. He thought of the Makara, the sea creature often depicted at the base of temple stairways, its body a blend of crocodile, fish, and elephant. The Makara was a symbol of the unknown, the depths of the ocean that mirrored the depths of the human spirit. To climb the steps guarded by the Makara was to embark on a journey not just of the body but of the soul, a journey toward enlightenment. The monk closed his eyes, his mind filled with the images of these beings. They were not just creatures of legend, they were reflections of the teachings they embodied. The Garuda's flight was the pursuit of righteousness, the Kinnara's music the expression of the eternal, the Naga's coils the protection of truth, the Simhavactra's roar the triumph over darkness. Together, they formed a tapestry of lessons, each thread woven with care, each color chosen with purpose. As the first light of dawn touched the temple, the monk opened his eyes. The carvings on the walls seemed to glow in the morning sun, their details now sharp and vivid. The creatures stared back at him, their presence as real as the stone beneath his feet. He felt a sense of peace, not because he understood their mysteries, but because he felt their presence, alive, watching, guiding. The temple stood in silence once more, the fog lifting to reveal the mountain beyond. But within its walls, the creatures remained, their stories etched not just in stone but in the hearts of those who came to seek them. For in their myths lay truths that words alone could not convey, truths that spoke not only of the divine but of humanity itself. The fire crackled and hissed, its orange glow flickering across the faces gathered around it. Shadows danced on the walls of the small, dimly lit hut as the elder leaned forward, his voice low but steady, pulling everyone closer with each word. He held a wooden staff in one hand, the carvings on it worn smooth by years of retelling stories that only he could recite in such a way. Tonight's tale wasn't just a story. It was alive, stitched together with the memories and beliefs of generations long gone. They called her the Mountain Weaver, he began, a spirit who roamed the cliffs above the village. Her hands could shape the clouds into forms so beautiful they moved even the hardest of hearts. But the Mountain Weaver was not always kind. If someone lied or betrayed another, she would trap them in her woven clouds, suspending them between the earth and sky until their spirit was cleansed. The elder's voice wavered, as though the weaver herself might be listening. In that moment, everyone believed. Every gust of wind through the mountains seemed like her whisper, every mist that wrapped around the village her quiet warning. The villagers knew that this was their story, born from the mountains they called home. The weaver's presence gave their lives meaning, her judgment a moral compass they relied on. Yet, just beyond the forest that marked the edge of their world, another village told a different story. There, in the flatlands, it was the river guardian they feared, a great serpent who protected the water and punished anyone who disrespected its flow. The serpent's eyes, they said, gleamed like silver moons, and its hiss could summon storms. The elder knew both tales, as did many in the village, but neither story replaced the other. They lived side by side, like two currents of the same river, weaving together to create something vast and unbroken. And so it was in the world beyond, where every region had its own myths, its own protectors and warnings, shaped by the landscapes, lives, and struggles of those who told them. Far to the north, where snow blanketed the mountains and the winds howled through frozen forests, the people spoke of the ice beast. It had fur as white as the blizzards and claws that could tear through stone. The beast was not feared but revered, for it was said to guide lost travelers back to safety, provided they had a pure heart. Those who harbored greed or ill intentions were left to wander until the snow swallowed them whole. The villagers believed the ice beast's howls carried the voices of their ancestors, reminding them to live honorably, no matter how harsh the winter. But in the southern valleys, where the land was lush and the rivers teemed with life, a different tale took root. There, the people sang of the rain caller, a bird with feathers as brilliant as sunlight on water. It perched on the tallest trees and called out to the heavens, its song so sweet that it brought the rains each spring. Farmers left offerings of rice and fruit beneath the trees, hoping to please the rain caller and ensure a bountiful harvest. For them, this bird wasn't just a myth. It was the heart of their survival, the thread that bound them to the land they depended on. These stories, carried by winds and whispers, were not written in books or etched into stone. They lived in voices, passed from parents to children, from elders to travelers, changing shape with each retelling but never losing their essence. They grew roots in the land, their meanings shaped by the rivers, forests, and mountains that surrounded the people. And yet, as different as these tales were, they often shared something deeper: values, warnings, and hopes that connected even the most distant of villages. One winter, a storyteller arrived in the elder's village, her arrival heralded by the faint jingling of bells tied to her staff. She wore robes patched with colors from every region, her face lined with the marks of someone who had wandered farther than most could imagine. That night, she sat by the fire, and the villagers gathered eagerly to hear her speak. She told of a creature called the golden stag, whose antlers shone like the rising sun and whose hooves left trails of flowers even in the harshest deserts. It was said the stag could grant a single wish to those pure enough to approach it without greed. Her voice carried the weight of deserts she had crossed, of mountains she had climbed. The villagers listened, captivated, though none had ever seen such a creature. Still, they believed, because the stag's story felt familiar. It reminded them of their own mountain weaver, of the ice beast to the north, of the rain caller in the south. Though they had never left their mountains, they felt connected to those distant lands, as if the golden stag's hooves had touched their hearts as well. The storyteller paused, her gaze sweeping across the room. "Do you see?" she asked softly. "Your mountain weaver, my golden stag, the river guardian, they are not so different. They all teach us something about who we are, about what we cherish and fear. They remind us to respect the land, to live honestly, to believe in something greater than ourselves." The elder nodded, his heart swelling with the truth in her words. He saw now how the stories carried by travelers like her were not threats to their own traditions, but gifts, windows into lives they could never live, into lands they would never see. Each tale was like a thread in a great tapestry, its colors vibrant and unique, yet woven together to form a picture too vast for any one person to see alone. The storyteller stayed through the winter, sharing her stories and listening to theirs. When the snows melted and the paths reopened, she prepared to leave. The villagers gathered to see her off, their faces a mix of gratitude and sadness. The elder handed her a small carving of the mountain weaver, its details lovingly etched into the wood. She accepted it with a bow, her eyes glistening. "I will carry this story with me," she said. "And I will tell it in the valleys, on the plains, and by the sea, so others may know the weaver's wisdom." As she walked away, her bells jingling faintly in the crisp morning air, the villagers felt something new in their hearts, a sense of connection, not just to her, but to all the unseen people who shared their stories. The mountains around them seemed less like barriers and more like bridges, their peaks reaching skyward, their rivers flowing outward to meet the world. The elder watched until the storyteller disappeared from view, her staff glinting in the sunlight like a thread of gold. He turned back to his village, to the mountains that were home, his mind alive with the voices of countless myths, each one a reminder that though their lands were different, their hearts beat the same. The sun was sinking low over the horizon, casting long, golden shadows across the bustling marketplace. A young boy sat cross-legged on the stone steps of a temple, clutching a battered, yellowed book in his hands. His eyes glistened with wonder as he turned the pages, his imagination ablaze. This was no ordinary book, it was alive with tales of demons and gods, mischievous spirits, and heroes who dared to challenge the impossible. The boy whispered one name to himself, over and over, like a secret he could barely contain: Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, was more than just a hero. He was a storm contained in a single being, a trickster, a fighter, and a creature who defied the heavens themselves. The boy's heart raced as he read of Wukong's birth, how the immortal monkey burst from a stone atop the flower fruit mountain, his fiery golden eyes already defying fate. He could see it in his mind, the mountain shaking as the stone cracked open, releasing a creature destined to reshape the cosmos. The boy's fingers trembled on the page, feeling as though he too had witnessed that miraculous moment. In this world of the book, mythical creatures weren't confined to the shadows, they leapt boldly into the light, commanding the skies and seas with equal ferocity. The dragon kings, rulers of the oceans, held courts beneath the waves, their scales glinting with hues of sapphire and emerald. Wukong, unafraid, strode into their watery domains and demanded a weapon worthy of his strength. The boy's lips parted in awe as he read about the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff capable of growing as tall as the heavens or shrinking to fit behind an ear. He could almost feel its weight, imagine its hum of power as Wukong spun it effortlessly in battle. But the creatures weren't merely props for heroism, they were characters in their own right, full of flaws and fury, wisdom and sorrow. The Bull Demon King wasn't just an adversary, he was a creature with pride, with family, with moments of vulnerability that made him unforgettable. The boy read of the Bull Demon's mighty horns tearing through mountains, his rage echoing across the land, and yet there was something achingly human in his stubbornness and his devotion to his wife and son. The boy flipped to a chapter that sent a shiver up his spine. It was about the white bone spirit, a demoness so cunning and beautiful that her very presence felt like a trap. She appeared to Tang Sanzang, the pious monk, disguised as a village woman begging for food. But beneath her delicate features was a heart as cold as stone, a predator waiting to strike. Wukong saw through her illusions, his sharp instincts as much a weapon as his staff. The boy felt his breath catch as the battle unfolded, Wukong's blows cracking the air like thunder as the white bone spirit shifted forms again and again, trying to escape his unrelenting pursuit. And yet, even in these moments of tension, there was humor. Wukong's mischief was boundless, his defiance of authority both inspiring and maddening. When the Jade Emperor himself sought to punish the unruly Monkey King, Wukong brazenly declared himself the great sage equal to heaven, an audacity that made even the gods quake with indignation. The boy couldn't help but laugh, imagining the chaos Wukong unleashed in the celestial courts, where dragons and phoenixes and divine beasts looked on in stunned disbelief. The boy lingered over the tale of Zhu Beiji, the pig demon with a gluttonous appetite and a heart too big for his own good. Beiji, with his clumsy charm and penchant for trouble, was a creature that balanced absurdity with tenderness. The boy felt a pang of empathy as he read of Beiji's fall from grace, a former heavenly general cast down for his unchecked desires. Yet, despite his flaws, Beiji stood by Tang Sanzang's side, proving that even the most imperfect creatures could find redemption. It wasn't just the battles or the magic that made these creatures unforgettable, it was the way they reflected the world's complexities. The boy saw himself in these pages, in Wukong's rebelliousness, and Beiji's yearning, and the heavenly dragons' need to protect their realms. The creatures weren't just part of the story, they were the story, their presence shaping the journey, their struggles as significant as those of the monk and his companions. The boy turned to the final chapter of the tale, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the journey would soon end. The creatures he had come to know, the turtle who carried the pilgrims across a vast river, the lion-camel demon with his terrifying roar, the golden-winged peng bird whose flight darkened the skies, they had become like friends. Each one had left its mark, their stories etched not just into the book but into his soul. As the boy closed the book, the sun had long since disappeared, leaving only the faint glow of the temple lanterns. He sat in silence, the world around him feeling both larger and more intimate than before. In the stillness, he could almost hear the rustle of wings, the echo of a demon's roar, the faint hum of a magical staff slicing through the air. The mythical creatures of Journey to the West were no longer just words on a page, they were alive, as real as the mountains and rivers that shaped their legends. And in the boy's heart, a quiet resolve began to form. If these creatures could defy the heavens, if they could stand tall against the impossible, then perhaps so could he. Perhaps the stories of demons and gods weren't just about otherworldly beings, they were about the struggles and triumphs that lived in every soul, waiting for their moment to rise. The old artisan's hands moved with purpose, guiding his brush across the rice paper with the precision of a musician plucking a string. His strokes, sharp yet fluid, seemed to conjure life from the inky void. From the tip of his brush emerged the silhouette of a dragon, its serpentine body twisting and coiling, each scale shimmering as if kissed by unseen light. The dragon's claws clutched at clouds, its eyes fierce and unyielding, staring out from the paper as if it could see into the depths of your soul. In the corner of his dimly lit workshop, a young girl watched in rapt silence. Her breath caught as the dragon's face took form, its whiskers curling like smoke, its horns spiraling upward in defiance of the mundane world. She wasn't merely looking at a painting. She was witnessing a transformation, a moment where myth was reborn into art, tangible and eternal. Everywhere you turned in the workshop, there were creatures watching. A Qilin, carved from jade, rested on a wooden stand, its hooves poised mid-step as though it were about to bound across the room. Its antlers, delicate and intricate, seemed to pulse with an inner light. The girl couldn't resist reaching out, her fingers grazing the cool surface of the stone. Though unmoving, the Qilin felt alive, as if its spirit lingered within the sculpture, observing her with quiet wisdom. On the far wall, an enormous tapestry hung, its colors still vivid despite the passing centuries. At the center stood a phoenix, its fiery feathers unfurling in every direction, a burst of scarlet, gold, and orange that seemed to ripple like real flames. The phoenix gazed skyward, its beak open in a silent cry, wings raised as though ready to ascend at any moment. Beneath its talons, a tiger crouched, its eyes blazing with primal intensity, muscles coiled with raw energy. The two creatures danced in an eternal balance of fire and earth, their forms woven so intricately that the threads seemed like veins, carrying the lifeblood of ancient stories. As the girl moved through the workshop, she noticed a small, unassuming clay figurine on a dusty shelf. Its surface was cracked and weathered, but the creature it depicted was unmistakable. Apiccio, a winged lion said to guard treasure, sat with its mouth open, its expression frozen between a snarl and a grin. The girl picked it up carefully, feeling the weight of the clay in her hands. Despite its age, the figurine exuded strength, its wings folded tightly against its back, its sharp fangs a reminder of its ferocity. She couldn't help but wonder about the hands that had shaped it, about the world it had come from. The artisan noticed her fascination and spoke without turning from his work. "The Apiccio is more than a guardian," he said, his voice soft yet firm, like the stroke of his brush. "It sees the unseen, protects what matters most. It's a bridge between our world and theirs." His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, and the girl felt a strange warmth bloom in her chest, as though she had glimpsed something sacred. In another corner of the workshop stood a pair of bronze guardian lions, their imposing forms capturing the essence of the Fu dog. One had its paw resting on a sphere, symbolizing dominion over the world, while the other cradled a playful cub, a symbol of nurturing protection. Their manes were a cascade of swirling patterns, their eyes unblinking and fierce. The girl could feel their presence, a silent assurance that nothing could harm her as long as they stood watch. The artisan set his brush down and gestured toward a painted fan on a nearby table. The girl picked it up, unfolding it to reveal a scene of tranquil beauty. At its center was a carp leaping from a foaming river, its scales catching the sunlight in a cascade of colors. Above it hovered a dragon, its form faint and ethereal, as if it were a dream waiting to come true. "The carp becomes the dragon," the artisan murmured, his eyes distant. "A symbol of perseverance. Of transformation. The strength to rise, no matter how fierce the current." The girl's gaze lingered on the fan, her mind racing with the possibilities. She thought of the dragon, of the Qilin, of the phoenix, and the Apiccio. Each creature carried a story, a piece of wisdom passed down through generations, their forms etched into the very fabric of the culture. They weren't just decorations or symbols, they were teachers, protectors, and reminders of the invisible forces that shaped the world. As the artisan resumed his work, the girl's attention was drawn to a lacquered screen standing in the corner. Its panels shimmered with mother-of-pearl inlays, depicting a scene of celestial splendor. The heavens stretched wide, stars twinkling like tiny diamonds, and among them soared a three-legged crow, its wings cutting through the night like a blade. Below, mountains rose and fell in jagged peaks, their tops shrouded in mist. A Qilin stood at the base of the tallest peak, gazing upward as though waiting for something. The girl approached the screen, tracing the delicate inlays with her fingertips. The texture was smooth yet alive with detail, each fragment of pearl and lacquer telling a part of the story. She imagined the hours, no, the lifetimes, it must have taken to create something so intricate, so full of wonder. The artisan's voice broke the silence. "In every stroke, in every carving, we honor them. These creatures, they've guided us, protected us, inspired us. Without them, our world would be far smaller, far dimmer. The girl nodded, her heart swelling with an emotion she couldn't name. She looked around the workshop one last time, taking in the dragon, the Qilin, the phoenix, the guardian lions, and all the other creatures that seemed to breathe and pulse with life. She felt as though she were standing in the presence of something ancient and profound, something that connected her not just to the past, but to the infinite possibilities of the present. As the girl left the workshop, she carried more than just the memory of what she had seen. She carried the stories, the spirit, and the timeless magic of the mythical creatures brought to life by human hands. And somewhere deep inside her, she knew that they would never fade. The stars glimmered faintly in the dark sky as the old man sat by the fire, his voice steady and low, weaving a tale that seemed to stretch beyond time. His grandchildren huddled close, their faces glowing in the flickering light. "Do you know," he began, his eyes reflecting the flames, "how the animals came to guard the cycle of years? How each one carries the weight of the heavens in its being?" The children shook their heads, their curiosity sharpening in the silence that followed. The old man tilted his head back, gazing into the endless night, as if searching for a story written in the stars. "Long ago," he said, his voice almost a whisper, "the Jade Emperor looked down upon the world. He saw its chaos, the way people stumbled through their days without a rhythm to guide them. He wanted to bring order, a pattern that all could follow. So, he summoned the animals to the celestial palace. 12, he decided, would be chosen. Each would guard a year and shape the character of those born within it." The children leaned in closer, their breaths quiet. The old man's voice grew deeper, richer, as if the tale itself demanded reverence. But it was not a simple calling. The emperor decreed that the animals would race for their place in the cycle. The first 12 to cross the heavenly river would be honored for eternity. He paused, letting the weight of the challenge settle in the air. The ox, strong and steady, stepped forward first, confident in its strength. Beside it stood the tiger, its muscles taut, its eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The rabbit, quick and clever, watched from a distance, already plotting its path. Overhead, the dragon hovered, majestic and powerful, its scales catching the light of 1,000 unseen suns. The old man's voice softened, drawing the children further into the story. And then came the rat, small and unassuming. It scurried to the ox and whispered, "Let me ride on your back. Together, we can win." The ox, kind and trusting, agreed, never suspecting the cunning that hid behind the rat's bright eyes. One of the children gasped, and the old man smiled knowingly. When the race began, the river roared like a wild beast, its currents fierce and unforgiving. The dragon soared above, but instead of rushing to the finish, it paused to bring rain to a village suffering from drought. The rabbit, light as a feather, leapt from stone to stone, its movements swift and graceful. And the ox, steady and strong, carried the rat through the raging waters. His voice dropped to a near whisper. But just as they reached the other side, the rat leapt from the ox's back and darted across the finish line. It claimed the first place, leaving the ox to take the second. The tiger, drenched but unyielding, clawed its way to the shore and claimed the third. The children murmured among themselves, their faces alive with wonder and indignation. The old man chuckled, his voice rising again. And so it went. The rabbit came fourth, the dragon fifth. The snake slithered silently behind the horse, earning sixth place when its presence startled the larger animal into slowing. The goat, monkey, and rooster arrived together, helping one another through the trials of the river, and were honored for their unity. The dog, playful and distracted, arrived late but still earned its place. And last came the pig, content and unhurried, its belly full from a feast it had stopped for along the way. The fire crackled, filling the pause that followed. The children's eyes were wide, their minds spinning with the vivid images of the race. But it wasn't just a race, the old man said, his tone turning solemn. It was a test of character. Each animal brought something unique: strength, courage, cunning, loyalty, patience, and those qualities shaped not only their place in the zodiac, but the destiny of those born under their sign. He reached for a stick, drawing shapes in the dirt. The ox carries the weight of the earth, its steady determination a reminder that patience and hard work lead to greatness. The tiger roars with courage, fierce and unyielding in the face of adversity. The rabbit teaches cleverness and charm, showing that sometimes the softest steps leave the deepest marks. And the dragon, the dragon. His voice filled with awe. The dragon reminds us to rise above, to balance power with compassion. The children leaned forward, eager for more. The snake, he continued, is wise and intuitive, seeing what others cannot. The horse gallops with freedom, teaching us to trust our instincts. The goat brings peace, its gentle nature a balm for weary souls. The monkey, full of mischief, reminds us to laugh even when times are hard. And the rooster, proud and punctual, calls us to wake and face each day with purpose. He paused, letting the children absorb his words. The dog, he said, is loyal, a friend and protector through all of life's trials. And the pig, often underestimated, teaches contentment and generosity, finding joy in the simplest things. The fire flickered low, casting long shadows that danced across the faces of the children. One of them, a boy with bright eyes, spoke up. But grandfather, why did the Jade Emperor choose animals for the zodiac? Why not stars or mountains? The old man smiled, his gaze turning distant. Because animals live among us. They remind us that the divine is not separate from the world, but woven into it. They teach us lessons in their movements, their instincts, their very existence. The rat's cunning, the ox's strength, the dragon's majesty, these are not just traits of the animals, but of the people they guide. Each year, each sign, is a reflection of who we are and who we can become. The boy frowned, thoughtful. So, the zodiac isn't just about animals? The old man's smile deepened. No, my child. It's about balance. About understanding that every trait, every strength, and every flaw has its place. The zodiac reminds us that the world is vast and varied, but everything fits together, just as the 12 signs complete the cycle of years. The fire crackled again, louder this time, as if agreeing with the old man's words. The children sat in silence, their minds alive with the images of racing animals, celestial rivers, and the wisdom hidden in their grandfather's story. In the quiet that followed, they felt a strange but comforting presence, as if the animals themselves were watching from the shadows, their spirits lingering in the glow of the fire. The theater was dark, the hum of anticipation filling the air. Then, the screen flared to life, revealing a landscape of jagged mountains and swirling mist. A shadow moved through the fog, its form massive yet fluid, coiling like a storm-given flesh. It was a dragon, but not the kind with fearsome jaws and fiery breath. This one shimmered with iridescent scales, its eyes pools of ancient wisdom, its movements as graceful as water flowing over stone. The audience gasped as it descended, weaving through clouds, each twist of its body an unspoken story, each roar a bridge between past and present. For a moment, the line between the ancient and the modern blurred. The mythical creature that had once existed only in whispered tales and faded ink had come alive, larger than life, on the screen. But this dragon wasn't just a dragon. It was Yinglong, the Rainbringer, the Justice Bearer, brought into a world where cameras and CGI were the new tools of storytelling. Its majesty lingered, a reminder of how legends never fade, they transform. In another part of the world, the story of the Monkey King unfolded with electrifying speed. His golden staff spun like a streak of lightning, smashing into enemies with the weight of 1,000 myths. He was mischievous, defiant, and bold, his laughter echoing through battles as if to say, "I am chaos, but I am also redemption." The movie pulsed with energy, yet beneath its surface was something timeless, the tale of a rebellious hero who had journeyed westward, faced insurmountable odds, and found enlightenment. This wasn't just a spectacle, it was the ancient story of journey to the west, reimagined for a world that now consumed its epics through flashing screens and surround sound. But cinema did more than just retell these stories. It infused them with modern emotion, layering the fantastical with the human. Take the Qilin, for example. Once a gentle omen of peace and prosperity, it appeared in films as a creature of heartbreak and hope. In one story, a Qilin was hunted, its golden antlers sought by those blinded by greed. A young girl, torn between loyalty to her family and compassion for the creature, stood trembling before the beast. Her hand stretched out, her breath caught in her chest. The Qilin didn't run. Its large, tearful eyes met hers, and in that moment, it was not just a mythical being but a mirror of vulnerability and trust. When it finally turned and disappeared into the forest, the audience felt the loss like a pang in their own hearts. The phoenix, too, soared back into the collective imagination, its flames burning brighter than ever. In one film, it wasn't just a symbol of rebirth, it was a fierce protector, rising from the ashes to shield a village from devastation. Its feathers shimmered with hues no human hand could replicate, each plume a promise of resilience. When it screamed, its cry wasn't just a call of defiance, but a reminder that even in destruction, there is renewal. The villagers watched in awe, their faces lit by its flames, and somewhere in the theater, someone wiped away a tear, touched by the sheer weight of hope the phoenix carried. Yet not all the creatures were grand and majestic. Some were tricksters, brought to life with humor and wit. The Huli Jing, the fox spirit, darted across screens, its 9 tails glowing faintly in the moonlight. It shifted between forms, a beguiling woman, a sly fox, confounding heroes and villains alike. Audiences laughed as it outsmarted those who underestimated it, but beneath the laughter was a quiet respect. For the Huli Jing wasn't just a source of mischief, it was a symbol of intelligence, adaptability, and the power of the unseen. In some stories, the creatures themselves became metaphors for humanity's struggles. The torturous battle of the Black Tortoise, Xuanwu, against the forces of darkness wasn't just about gods and monsters. It was a reflection of inner battles, the fight between anger and patience, fear and courage. When Xuanwu, battered but unyielding, emerged victorious, it wasn't just the triumph of a deity but a lesson whispered to every viewer: strength lies in persistence, and standing firm even when the odds crush you. Even the terrifying creatures, those meant to inspire fear, found a place in modern storytelling. The Nian, a beast that once terrorized villages, was reimagined in films as both a foe and a misunderstood force of nature. In one adaptation, the Nian's rampage was revealed to be driven by loneliness and betrayal, a creature abandoned and scorned. Its roar shook the earth, but its eyes betrayed its pain. When a boy bravely approached it with a lantern, the scene didn't just thrum with tension, it swelled with a poignant truth that even the fiercest beings long for connection. Perhaps the most striking moments came when the boundary between the human and the mythical blurred completely. A filmmaker decided to show the Qilin not as a creature but as a spirit dwelling within a young boy, its power emerging only when he stood up against injustice. The phoenix was portrayed as a woman rising from tragedy, her life igniting anew after each fall. The dragon became the embodiment of a father's strength, his unwavering presence a shield for his family against the storms of life. These adaptations didn't diminish the creatures, they magnified them, bringing their legends closer to the human heart. In every film, every animation, the past and present collided with breathtaking force. The ancient symbols of Chinese mythology weren't relics, they were alive, evolving, finding new ways to touch the souls of those who watched. The stories reached across generations, their magic undimmed by time or technology. As the lights in the theater came back on and the credits rolled, the audience sat still, the echoes of these myths lingering in their minds. Somewhere in the back row, a young girl clutched her grandmother's hand, her heart still racing from the phoenix's fiery flight. Somewhere near the aisle, a man stared at the empty screen, the dragon's wisdom stirring something deep within him. And as they all stepped out into the real world, the myths followed them, not as distant tales, but as whispers in the wind, flickers in the dark, promises that the stories, and the creatures within them, would never truly fade. The rain fell gently on the cobblestone streets of a bustling European city. Beneath the glow of paper lanterns swaying in the wind, a small shop window displayed something curious, a coiled dragon carved from jade, its eyes fierce and unrelenting. A passerby stopped, captivated by the lifelike intensity of the sculpture. The dragon's body seemed to ripple, as though ready to leap from its perch, its spirit too vast to be contained within stone. It was foreign, ancient, yet somehow deeply familiar. And in that moment, the person felt a spark, a connection to something far beyond themselves. Across the globe, from crowded Tokyo alleys to the skyscraper-laden skyline of New York City, echoes of Chinese mythical creatures stirred in unexpected ways. A massive mural stretched across a city block, painted in bold colors, a Qilin galloping through a dreamlike landscape, fire and clouds swirling in its wake. Passers-by paused, snapping photos, whispering its name in hushed tones, their voices filled with awe. Many didn't fully know what a Qilin was, but they didn't need to. Its presence spoke to something ancient in their hearts, a promise of balance, of peace, of something mystical just out of reach. In children's books across continents, playful foxes with glimmering tails dashed across pages, their mischievous antics capturing young imaginations. Inspired by the Huli Jing, these characters became the centerpiece of bedtime stories, teaching lessons about cleverness and resilience. In Hollywood blockbusters, dragons soared through the skies, no longer tied solely to medieval knights and castles. These weren't mere beasts of destruction, they carried the elegance and majesty of their Chinese counterparts. With every roar, they brought a sense of ancient wisdom and unyielding power to audiences who didn't need translations to feel their significance. It wasn't just in art or movies. At festivals in Brazil, an unlikely crowd danced under giant silk lions with intricate embroidery, their movements carefully controlled by performers hidden underneath. The lion's eyes blinked and darted, its mouth snapped open and closed as firecrackers lit up the night. The crowd cheered, young and old swept into the rhythm of the drums. To many, it was simply mesmerizing entertainment. But to those who knew, the lion was a protector, its movements a sacred dance that warded off evil spirits. Even here, thousands of miles from its origin, the myth had taken root. On a quiet island in the Pacific, an artist spent weeks sculpting a phoenix from metal. Each feather was painstakingly etched, the curves of its fiery wings twisting upward in a defiant arc. When the sculpture was finally unveiled, it stood as a beacon of resilience for a community recovering from disaster. They called it the Phoenix of Hope, its myth woven into their story now, too. Children touched its base and looked up, as if expecting it to soar into the sky at any moment. Meanwhile, in a cafe in Paris, a novelist sat hunched over her notebook, furiously scribbling ideas. Her protagonist was inspired by the Monkey King, a character she had encountered in her research on Chinese mythology. But this Monkey King wasn't leaping across mountains or battling demons. He was a modern trickster, navigating the chaos of a corporate world with wit and defiance. The novelist smiled to herself, imagining readers laughing, crying, and rooting for him. She had taken a legend from a distant land and given it a home in her own story. Even in classrooms, Chinese mythical creatures made their presence felt. Teachers in Germany introduced the zodiac animals to young students, explaining the tales of how the clever rat outwitted the others, and how the steadfast ox carried the weight of the race on its back. Children giggled at the antics of the animals, but something deeper lingered. They saw themselves in the stories, their quirks, their dreams, their challenges reflected in these legendary beings. Then there were the tattoos. On beaches in Australia, arms and backs bore intricate designs of dragons coiled around cherry blossoms or phoenixes rising in flames. Each tattoo carried a story, personal yet rooted in something ancient. For some, the dragon represented protection, a guardian watching over them. For others, the phoenix was a symbol of personal transformation, a reminder of the fire they had walked through and the strength they had gained. In fashion, designers took inspiration from the swirling patterns of Chinese art. Dresses adorned with serpentine dragons and Qilin motifs appeared on runways, blending the mythical with the modern. Celebrities posed in gowns embroidered with phoenixes, their flames captured in shimmering gold thread. What had once been sacred imagery now became part of global culture, not diminished but reinterpreted, alive in a new form. But perhaps the most unexpected influence appeared in technology. Video games featuring Chinese mythical creatures captivated millions worldwide. Players guided dragons through perilous quests, unlocked the powers of the Qilin to heal allies, or called upon the Phoenix to rise and vanquish darkness. In these virtual worlds, the myths became tangible, their power felt through the click of a button. For many, this was their first introduction to these creatures, yet the magic they felt was as real as any ancient tale. In bustling markets from Cairo to Cape Town, merchants sold tiny jade carvings of dragons and phoenixes, their stories passed down in whispered fragments. "This dragon," one seller explained to a curious tourist, "brings you strength when you feel weak." The tourist clutched it tightly, believing in its power, even if only for a moment. The myths, it seemed, had become universal. And through it all, the heart of the stories remained untouched. No matter where they appeared, on screens, in books, in sculptures, or in fleeting moments of awe, they carried the essence of their origins. The dragon's roar still spoke of strength, the Qilin's gaze still promised harmony, the phoenix's flame still burned with hope. These creatures, born from the ancient imagination of China, now belonged to the world. Yet, they didn't lose their roots. For those who looked closer, who dug into their origins, the myths opened like a flower, revealing layers of meaning. A Huli Jing wasn't just a fox, it was a spirit caught between worlds, navigating the delicate balance of trickery and wisdom. A Qilin wasn't just a symbol of peace, it was a being that demanded moral purity, its presence a challenge as much as a blessing. And a dragon wasn't just a creature of power, it was a bridge between heaven and earth, a reminder of the unseen forces that shape our lives. As the myths spread, they didn't fade. They grew stronger, like seeds carried by the wind, finding new soil to flourish in. Whether in the rhythm of a lion dance, the flicker of a dragon on a screen, or the whispered tale of a phoenix rising from ashes, these creatures lived on, not as relics of the past, but as timeless companions to the human spirit. The classroom was silent, save for the soft, rhythmic turning of pages. A child, barely 10 years old, sat at the front with her nose buried deep in a book. Her small finger traced a line of text as her lips moved silently, her eyes wide with wonder. The story told of a mighty dragon, its scales shimmering like rainbows, who guarded the heavens but longed to walk among mortals. She didn't know the tale was centuries old, handed down through whispers, scrolls, and ink-stained pages. To her, it felt alive, as if the dragon might burst from the story at any moment, roaring its truth into the air. Across the room, the teacher watched her with a quiet smile, holding a well-worn copy of the same book. This was why she had chosen to teach, so that these ancient myths could find new homes in the imaginations of children, so that the dragons, phoenixes, and fox spirits wouldn't vanish like smoke. She knew the world had changed, that children were more drawn to glowing screens than to brittle pages. But here, in this moment, she saw the spark ignite again, and she knew the myths were safe for another day. Outside the classroom, myths found their protectors in other ways. At a crowded library, a storyteller sat in the center of a circle of children, his voice weaving a tale of the Monkey King. His words leapt and danced, just as the mischievous hero himself would. The children giggled when the Monkey King outsmarted a celestial emperor and gasped when he stood defiant before the heavens themselves. For a moment, they weren't sitting on the floor of a modern building, they were on mountains, in palaces, at the edge of the clouds. The storyteller paused, letting the silence linger, then leaned in closer as if sharing a secret. The children leaned in too, their eyes locked onto his. In that sacred exchange, the myth lived again. Not far away, a young man flipped through his grandmother's old sketchbook. The drawings inside were faded, but each line was alive with intention. A Qilin walked gracefully across one page, its hooves barely touching the ground. On another, a nine-tailed fox stared out with eyes that seemed to follow him. His grandmother had told him the stories when he was a child, her voice steady as her hands worked on her art. She had said the fox symbolized transformation, a reminder that nothing stayed the same forever. He closed the book gently, his heart heavy with longing but also filled with determination. He decided to recreate the sketches digitally, to share them with the world in the way he knew best. Maybe somewhere, someone else would see the Qilin or the fox and feel the same pull he did. In another part of the world, an elderly man sat by a crackling fire, surrounded by his grandchildren. The youngest tugged at his sleeve, begging for one more story before bedtime. The man chuckled and nodded, taking a slow sip of tea before beginning. His voice was low, like the hum of the wind through ancient trees. He spoke of the phoenix, of how it burned in its own flames only to rise stronger, more brilliant, more alive. The children listened with rapt attention, their sleepy eyes wide with wonder. "It's not just a bird," the old man said softly. "It's hope. It's the promise that even after the darkest times, we can begin again." He saw his words land, saw their small faces soften with understanding. Perhaps they wouldn't remember every detail, but they would carry the feeling, the weight of the myth's meaning. In schools and universities, myths were finding new voices. Students were turning ancient tales into plays, performing them with passion and creativity. The Monkey King danced across stages, his golden staff spinning as modern beats mixed with traditional music. The audience cheered, swept up in the energy. In art classes, students painted dragons in neon colors, merging tradition with innovation. A young girl, her hands streaked with red and gold paint, said, "I want my dragon to feel alive, like it's watching you." And somehow, it did. Technology played its part too. A young programmer spent late nights coding an app that turned Chinese myths into interactive stories. Users could choose their path, deciding whether to follow the phoenix into its flames or ride the dragon across a stormy sky. Every choice unlocked a piece of the myth, revealing its layers and lessons. When the app launched, it became an instant hit, downloaded by millions who wanted to feel the myths rather than just read them. The programmer received messages from users saying they felt connected to something bigger, something timeless. She smiled, knowing she had done what she set out to do. But it wasn't just about keeping the stories alive, it was about keeping their lessons alive too. A teacher in a rural village stood before her class, chalk in hand, as she explained the story of the ox from the zodiac. "The ox is strong, but it's not just about muscles," she said. "It's about heart. It teaches us to work hard, to be steady even when the road is long." The students nodded, some writing the words in their notebooks, others letting them sink into their minds. For many, it was more than a story, it was a guide, a map for how to live. In bustling cities, cultural festivals became stages for these myths to breathe. Dragon dancers moved in perfect synchrony, their every step a tribute to centuries of tradition. Children pointed in awe, their faces lit with excitement as the dragon chased a glowing pearl. Vendors sold handmade charms of mythical creatures, each one carrying a small story that the buyer could take home. And as fireworks painted the sky, the myths felt as alive as they had ever been. Even in quiet moments, the myths persisted. A mother tucked her child into bed, whispering the tale of a boy who befriended a spirit fox. The fox didn't just teach him tricks, she said, brushing hair from her child's forehead. It taught him kindness and how to see the world with open eyes. The child smiled sleepily, clutching a stuffed animal that resembled the fox from the story. As the mother kissed her goodnight, she thought of the tales her own mother had told her. She realized, with a soft pang of pride, that she was part of the chain, a link in the endless story. And so, in countless ways, myths were carried forward. Through classrooms and stages, through sketches and apps, through whispers by the fire and dances under the stars. Each person who told a story, who painted a Qilin or shared the tale of a phoenix, became part of the myth itself. They didn't just preserve the stories, they became them, their voices blending with the ancient ones, ensuring that the myths would never fade. They lived on, as strong as the dragon's roar, as enduring as the phoenix's flame.